Chapter 592. Gulyalu. Large amounts of unknown liquid surged out from the tunnel that was about to shatter. This is evil god blood, it is a good thing. When Mok saw this, he immediately took out a silverware from his pocket and carefully stored the blood in it. Especially since it was evil god blood, naturally, it was even more precious. Lin Fan took a look. Such disgusting blood was treated as a treasure. Who knew what the people in St. Hall were thinking? Mok sensed sect leader Lin's disdainful gaze and explained. Sect leader Lin, this is evil god's blood. St. Hall's transcendents need to resonate with the evil gods who borrow strength from them. They need the blood of their enemies to make them happy so that they can obtain stronger power. This was their St. Hall's cultivation technique. Although they still obtained power from evil gods, they were gentler and much better than Lula and the others. If not for those evil gods lending them power, they would have died long ago. Of course. Those evil gods that lent them power had a contract with the founder of St. Hall, so they didn't need to worry about them going back on their word. Oh. Lin Fan replied calmly. He was thinking about how those evil gods were so pretentious. Darkness chief god was so generous. As long as they believed in him, he would give them power. He didn't need any tributes at all. From what they said, he knew that evil gods had conflicts with one another. But to him, these people were a waste. To be direct, they were pawns in the hands of other evil gods to deal with the evil gods that they hated. Very quickly. The evil god tunnel that was shattered totally shattered at that moment. There was a burp. It was like someone farting. There was no smell and only the sound was similar. I have already destroyed one evil god tunnel. Where are the others? Lin Fan asked. Mok said, Sect leader Lin, there is one more place that we have to deal with. An evil god-infected body has appeared there and is releasing evil god energy. If we don't wipe it out, this world will be covered by evil god energy. When that happens, normal people won't be able to survive. Then, what are you waiting for? Lead the way. Lin Fan said. The current situation was that if evil gods didn't descend, all monsters were paper tigers in front of Lin Fan. They couldn't take a beating at all. Lin Fan realized that sometimes, even if he tried to communicate with the other party nicely and gave them enough face, the other party would still take advantage of him. They didn't know what was good for them at all. Therefore, the best solution was, he was going to beat him, and he was going to beat him mercilessly. Even if he was given 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to resist. Alliance. This was no longer the alliance of the past. After Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island occupied the alliance, they fought for power for 3 months. In the end, they realized that this wasn't good. If they continued to fight, they would destroy the alliance that they had spent so much effort to occupy. That was why the current alliance didn't just have one regime, but 2. They worked together but also fought against each other. It was just that this kind of fighting was very subtle, and there was only a small amount of friction. For the citizens of the alliance, after experiencing a series of turmoil, they yearned for peace. The newly established alliance government used both carrot and stick to appease the people very quickly. Apart from a few who wanted to start a war being ruthlessly suppressed, everything was developing in the direction they wanted. In a slum district of the alliance, a teen's mind was in a mess. He was venting about the unfairness of the alliance and the unhappiness of life. He was bewitched by an evil god and his mind was slowly being corrupted. He slowly lost himself. At the same time, he was immersed in the power of the evil god. Evil gods had started to invade the world and harvest. Maybe not long later, more evil god wills would descend and they would use their polluting powers to infect more people. They would slowly change the world into a world that the evil gods liked. This is the initial evil god tunnel. Lin Fan and the others came to the ocean eye. He heard Water Emperor tell him that this was the place where the Een demons were sealed. But now, he wanted to ask, where did the Een demons go? This was obviously an evil god. Moreover, it wasn't just a boss but an evil god of an entire world. This was a huge headache. Sect leader Lin, actually it isn't important whether or not this place is destroyed. Evil gods are cunning and they have definitely infected many people. Even if we destroy this place, maybe another evil god tunnel will appear in another place. Mok said. Lin Fan kept silent for a moment and said slowly, I understand that theory. To solve things, we have to deal with the source. I think only by destroying all those so-called evil gods will everything end. Mok and the others looked at Lin Fan with a stunned expression. Even though Zhang Xian could understand every single word that the other party said, when put together, it made him feel a little lost. Looking at sect leader Lin's calm expression, their hearts calmed down. That calmness wasn't because their mental states were good but because they were really shocked by Lin Fan. Destroy all the evil gods. That was something they had never thought about. All along, the Divine Temple's ultimate goal was to seal the evil gods within the stars of the universe, so that they could not descend at will. As for killing the evil god, that was something impossible. Evil gods couldn't die. Even if they were killed, they would revive somewhere. Sect leader Lin, actually your idea is good but these evil gods can't die. Even if someone can kill them, they can revive somewhere else. So, the best way is to seal them. Mok said. Now that the two blood food worlds were invaded by evil gods, to put it bluntly, they were all on the same side and there was nothing to hide. Naturally, they had to say what was going on. Can't die. In the past, many people said that they couldn't die but in the end, they still died. Lin Fan said. At the same time, he thought to himself that unless he had a small support system, then he really couldn't die. If not, to reach true undying through cultivation, these evil gods weren't enough. Mok was helpless. He knew that he couldn't convince this expert. Since that is the case, then why don't you follow me back to St. Hall? I think you will know more there. Mok said. After all, they were just transcendents from St. Hall. Although they knew many things, compared to St. Hall, they were illiterate. Lin Fan thought about it. There was a need to head to St. Hall to take a look. Lead the way. Gu Yuan and Su Yuanming started to get restless. They were active people and wouldn't stay at the same spot for too long. Damn, if I bump into him, I will definitely kill him. Su Yuanming cursed. He was cursing the person who told them that the secret to Dao Realm Stage 8 was in the Ocean Eye. But what secret was there now? There was no secret at all. Their hope was gone. The two of them were at a loss, like their path ahead had been cut off. Gu Yuan said, we can't blame others. We can only blame ourselves for needing to become strong and giving them the chance. Otherwise, such a thing wouldn't have happened. But I am curious, what did we release? Su Yuanming wanted to know too. But it was tough to know what happened at the place they were at. Suddenly, the two of them sensed that familiar aura appear once more. Actually, the secret to breaking through to Dao Realm Stage 8 has appeared. The voice that infuriated the four Alliance sect leaders spread out once more. Because of this person, they spent half a year smashing the door and thought that they could break through to Dao Realm Stage 8. Who knew that the outcome would be like that? You still dare to come? If you have balls, then come out. See if I don't turn your bones to dust. Gu Yuan raged. The rage in his heart burned. The first person he hated the most was definitely Lin Fan, and the second was definitely this fella. They were being toyed around in circles. Calm down. Actually, you have misunderstood me. The secret to breaking through to Dao Realm Stage 8 has appeared in front of your eyes. It is just that you haven't noticed it yet. Evil God said. Kiki, do you think we will believe your words? Gu Yuan raged. Evil God said, the Ocean Eye has opened and the evil god inside has appeared. You just need to get the evil god core and merge it into your body to break through to Dao Realm Stage 8. I don't care if you believe it or not. I have already told you the method. If you don't believe me, then there is nothing I can do. The moment he said this, Evil God left. Come out, come out. What schemes do you have? Gu Yuan hollered. But the surroundings were really quiet and no one replied to his question. He has already left. Su Yuanming said. Gu Yuan panted and his expression became a little vicious. He looked at Su Yuanming. Do you believe what he said? Su Yuanming kept silent for a moment and then shook his head. Actually, I don't. What about you? I don't believe it either. Gu Yuan said. But now that he appeared and said all this to them, the desire in their hearts rose up once more. They had already been forced to such a stage. They only had one goal, which was to break through to Dao Realm Stage 8 to take revenge on Lin Fan and take back everything that they lost. But with their current strength, they were no match for Lin Fan. Taking revenge was just empty talk. That was impossible. If it is possible, I want to try. Gu Yuan thought about it for a long while and said slowly. Su Yuanming wasn't surprised by Gu Yuan's choice at all. He knew that Gu Yuan was someone who wouldn't give up as long as there was a bit of hope. However, he had a feeling that the mysterious fellow had been luring them to do something. Now, we need to return to the Ocean Eye to see what it is. Gu Yuan said. Su Yuanming said, we better be careful. He wants to use us, but we can also slowly come into contact with those existences that we don't know about. This is your world. Lin Fan raised his head and looked over. Those 3 blood moons were just too eye-catching and a little horrifying. They illuminated the entire sky red. Chapter 593. Mok also raised his head and looked. It wasn't like this in the past. Those 3 blood moons were really beautiful, white, bright, day and night. But since evil gods invaded and evil god power became stronger, it became like this. Under the blood moon, the servants of the evil god will become stronger. So, I don't want evil gods to invade your world, otherwise, it will become the same as this place. Mok didn't see how beautiful this world was in the past, but from the records in books and those old pictures, he saw how beautiful it was. The evil god aura in the world that Mok was in was too thick. Lin Fan felt like the darkness god domain in his body became active and started to absorb the evil god aura that filled the area. The darkness god domain was changing at a visible rate. He didn't pay attention and allowed it to develop. Not long later, under the lead of Mok and the others, Lin Fan came to a Western-style city and stopped in front of it. Sect leader Lin, this is our city of hope. The people living here are fighting against evil gods. Although it is tough, I believe that we will succeed. Mok said and his eyes shone with hope. As long as this city existed, then there was hope. Lin Fan nodded his head. He noticed that the city was protected by a mysterious power that blocked the evil god power in the air. When he entered, he noticed that there was a light barrier at the entrance. One could casually walk in and wouldn't be stopped. After entering, he realized that the air here was totally different from the outside world. There was no evil god aura and everything was really peaceful. After Mok and the others entered, they heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't need to be wary of the evil god aura that was everywhere. They could relax and breathe in fresh air. Mr. Mok, welcome back. Many commoners who lived in the city would smile and greet them when they passed them. Thank you. Mok smiled. He loved the life here. If he could seal those evil gods, then that would be true happiness. Sect leader Lin, they are all normal people who live here. They have never left the city and can only walk around here. Actually, thinking about it, they are really innocent. Lin Fan said, they haven't left the city and at least they are much happier than those who died to evil gods. Indeed. Mok nodded his head and agreed. He pointed at a building with a sharp horn in the distance and said, that is Saint Hall. There are a total of 12 Saint Halls like this. If it wasn't for Saint Hall guiding us, maybe this world would have been taken over by evil gods and we would have become slaves with no consciousness. Mok's eyes were shining with admiration when he mentioned Holy Temple. Similar to that kind of faith. After passing through a few streets, the Holy Temple appeared before them. At this time, there were a few people standing at the entrance of the Holy Temple. The leader was an old man holding a staff. The transcendents standing beside the old man saw Mok and the others return. Some of them couldn't help but want to ask what was going on in Blood Food World. However, because the old man was here, they suppressed their curiosity and waited quietly. Mok came before the old man and said respectfully, "Holy Lord, we are back." "Yes, thank you for your hard work." The old man smiled. Mok said, "Lord, this is Blood Food World's human sect leader Lin." The old man looked at Lin Fan and tilted his body, "Welcome friend from afar. I am St. Hall's Lord Mo Fu." Lin Fan nodded slightly and replied with a smile on his face. He could sense a strong power in his body, but it wasn't Tao essence. It should have been the power that Mok said borrowed from evil gods. After being converted, it became a power that they could control. "Please." Holy Lord said slowly. When he was observing Holy Lord was also observing him. To Holy Lord, he couldn't see through the young man in front of him. Lin Fan nodded his head and followed behind the Holy Master into the Sage Hall. Mok and the others stayed outside. When Holy Lord was far away, Mok and the others were surrounded. They went to the new Blood Food World. This was a place that many people wanted to go to. "Mok, how is this Blood Food World? It must be beautiful, right?" a guy asked curiously. The people around looked at Mok and the others in anticipation. They hoped to hear about scenes that they had never seen before. Mok shrugged and said helplessly, "Sorry, I really didn't see it. When we arrived, evil god aura had already spread. Everything is no different from here." The moment he said this, disappointment spread out from around. What a waste. Another beautiful world has been destroyed by evil gods. Those damn evil gods, why do they have to destroy this beautiful world and make us live in the shadows? They scolded in rage. They were furious at those destructive evil gods. They really wanted to suppress all of them. "Mok, who was that person just now? Is he the king of that world? I think he must be really confused right now. After all, the world is being targeted by the evil god out of nowhere. Perhaps he will never be able to imagine just how terrifying the destructive powers of the evil god are. I hope that he can endure all of this." The man who was curious earlier on asked. At the same time, he felt that it was a pity for Lin Fan. After all, no one was willing to see the arrival of evil gods. Mok said solemnly, "Guys, I hope you can be more serious. That person isn't an ordinary person. He's the god of that world. Yes, he's like a god. He's an existence comparable to the evil god. I invited him here because I hope he can help us deal with the evil god." Instantly, everyone was in an uproar. They didn't dare to believe what they heard. "Mok, are you crazy? You said that the young man is comparable to an evil god? Impossible, that is impossible. Evil god is an invincible existence. No one can fight against evil god." Ire, who had not said a word all this while, said, "What Mok said is true. That person is really a very, very strong supernatural being. We encountered the evil god Lula's servant, Tiz, there." Everyone exclaimed. "What? Tiz? You mean the old era ruler Tiz? All of you met such a terrifying person and were able to return. You are really lucky." They didn't dare to imagine what would happen if Tiz appeared. Tiz was really terrifying. Especially his size. To them who hadn't seen true evil gods before, he was a giant. One shake could cause an earthquake. Air shook his head regretfully, "All of you guessed wrong. It isn't that we are lucky, but the old era ruler Tiz is unlucky. Tiz died to sect leader Lin." Everyone was stunned once more. Some even pinched themselves and thought that they were dreaming. But the pain told them that this wasn't a dream and everything was real. Looking at the shocked expressions of his companions, Al was secretly pleased. Maybe those who didn't personally witness it would find it hard to believe that this was real. Oh right, there is one more thing. If all of you know, you will be really frightened to death. Air said. Everyone was curious and looked at Air in anticipation. They wanted to know what was going on. Al silently took out the silverware and unscrewed the cap. A thick evil god aura spread out. Air was so frightened that he covered the cap. Do you know what this is? This is evil god Lula's blood. The moment he said this, the people who finally calmed down were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. Mok was helpless. Air needed to change his personality. He loved to show off too much. Although what he said was true. But wasn't this a little too straightforward? St. Hall Corridor. It was a little dark and there were many unknown drawings carved on the walls. I want to know where their main camp is. I want to find them. Lin Fan asked. Saint Lord, who was leading the way, paused and then continued forwards. So what if you know? Lin Fan said calmly, they invaded my territory and I am annoyed. I am also not willing to waste time with them. I want to kill these evil gods and return to my peaceful days. At that moment, Saint Lord Mo Fu was unable to keep calm and looked at Lin Fan in shock. He had never heard anyone say such words. He actually wanted to kill the evil gods. Then, he smiled, taking it as the words spoken by the other party because he was too angry. Follow me, very quickly you will know everything. Mo Fu said. Lin Fan said solemnly, I am serious. Where is their base? I can't stand them jumping around. Mo Fu didn't reply. He just smiled at Lin Fan and continued to walk in. Not long later, Mo Fu brought Lin Fan to the depths and saw a book floating there. This book was closed and the cover was made of some fur. There were several chains wrapped around the book and it gave off a dark aura. This book's aura is not right. Lin Fan said. Mo Fu said, it is indeed not right. This is the book of the evil god, the source of Saint Hall's power. It records the details of the evil gods. Evil god Lula who invaded your world belongs to the top 32 evil gods. He is known as the blood food tyrant and he is greedy for human flesh and blood. If one is infected by his evil energy, one will turn into a black skeleton without any consciousness. Evil god Lula comes from the deep abyss and is undying. Even if he is killed, he will revive in the abyss and roam in the outside world. Maybe in a piece of rotten meat, evil god Lula lives. Unless he appears himself, one won't be able to find him. Lin Fan frowned. He didn't come to listen to all this. He really wanted to kill the evil god and then go home to rest. Mo Fu continued, evil gods can't be wiped out and can only be sealed. We are living beings created by the ancient gods and after they disappeared, we became blood food. We will slowly reproduce and when we reach a certain level, the evil gods will descend to eat us. What we can do now is to protect the last pure land and wait for the ancient gods to return. Saint Hall can borrow the power of some evil gods because they are afraid of the rage of the ancient gods after they return, so they are helping us. Chapter 594. Lin Fan felt that Saint Lord was too optimistic. It was like he was farting. It smelled good and when he smelled it, it smelled really good. That was definitely the truth. There is no need to say so much to me. My goal is simple, I just want to find evil gods. Lin Fan said. His thoughts had always been simple, which was to find evil gods and kill them. With his current strength, he was strong enough. He had already reached Dao Realm Stage 7. The trip to the Four Alliances caused his rage points to increase to an explosive level. So during this half a year, whenever he was bored, he would raise his strength. To him, it felt really good to raise his strength. Based on his current realm, his true strength should be able to fight against those at Dao Realm Stage 9. But it was hard to say. It was mainly in terms of the special ability. Dao Realm Stage 7 special ability was Dao Return to 1. Dao Return to 1 was really strong. Without this special ability, Dao Realm Stage 7's strength would be greatly reduced. It is hard to find unless evil gods appear themselves. Saint Lord Mo Fu was helpless. Why didn't this person understand? He had already made it so clear. Evil gods weren't things that one could find just because one wanted to. One couldn't find any traces of them at all. Forget it, I won't be able to get anything from you. Sometimes, I have to rely on myself. Can I flip this book of the evil god? I want to understand more about evil gods. Lin Fan asked. He was really unfamiliar with these evil gods. Their power system was different from theirs. He was really interested in these unknown things. He even wanted to capture an evil god to study. Maybe as the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy. Mo Fu shook his head, maybe not. Even I can't open the book of the evil god. This is a cursed book that records evil gods and it contains terrifying power. Only when the evil gods that borrow power from us find us will it automatically open. Can I touch it? Lin Fan asked. He was really unhappy with these weird things. The book of the evil god recorded evil gods and it was a book for people to read. But now, he said that he couldn't open it. He was unhappy. So, he wanted to try. Of course. Mo Fu didn't know what sect leader Lin meant. Although the book of the evil god was a cursed book, it was fine to touch it. Even if he wanted to forcefully open it, he could try. But in the end, he would realize how powerless he was. Lin Fan took a deep breath and stepped forwards. He grabbed the book of the heretical god with both hands, gathering a terrifying strength in his arms. Since he couldn't open it, then he would have to rely on brute force. Wait a minute. Why did it feel like it could be opened? She flipped open the first page. Lin Fan turned around and looked at Mo Fu. His gaze seemed to be sending a message. Was this what you meant by you couldn't open it? At this moment, Mo Fu was stunned. He was completely dumbfounded. How is that possible? Mo Fu didn't dare to believe that the book of the evil god really couldn't be opened. He didn't believe that Lin Fan actually opened it and it was so easy. It was not fair. The book of the evil god was discriminatory. Could the people of Blood Food World be different from them? He allowed Mo Fu to mess around in the wind while Lin Fan focused on the contents of the book of the evil god. There were many different types of evil gods with different names. But that wasn't the main point. What shocked Lin Fan was that there were many evil gods. First and second class, they were split into 2 levels. There were 38 first-class ones. There were 62 second-class ones. In total, there were 100 evil gods. This was a terrifying number. Along with the evil god servants and those old-era rulers, there were many more. It was really tough for Saint Hall to survive under such power. It was tough on them. After a moment, Lin Fan finished reading the contents of the book of the evil god. He closed it and his understanding of the evil gods reached a certain level. Based on the book of the evil gods' records, they couldn't be killed. They came from the abyss and could revive there. But it didn't mention where the abyss was. Lord, there are so many evil gods. Lin Fan exclaimed. Mo Fu was shocked. How did you do it? What do you mean how? It is really simple. I just need to slowly open it. Can't you do that? Lin Fan teased. Mo Fu hurried forwards and tried in disbelief. But even if he used all his strength, he couldn't move the book of the evil god at all. That's impossible. Mo Fu muttered and started to doubt life. Why could he open it? As the Saint Hall Lord, he had such a deep connection with the evil gods but he couldn't open it. This made him feel really bad and he suffered a huge blow. Lin Fan thought to himself. He was able to open the book of the evil god not because he had a small support system or because he was really charming. There was a high chance that it had something to do with the darkness god domain. Did he belong to the same family as the evil gods? There is no need to try. You are too weak and definitely can't open it. Lin Fan said. Mo Fu was stunned as he looked at Lin Fan. I am weak. Mo Fu couldn't accept such a situation. Not only was he not weak, but he was actually really strong. His connection with the evil gods had existed for a long time. He wasn't affected by the negative emotions of the evil gods. Apart from being the Saint Hall Lord, there was another reason. He had a god artifact that could absorb the negative emotions of the evil gods. But the god artifact wasn't omnipotent. Thus, he couldn't obtain power from the evil gods anymore. Otherwise, he would be infected by their negative emotions and become someone he hated the most. Outside. Air felt great today. He was in the limelight and numerous people looked at him with envy. When Lord and Lin Fan walked out, everyone realized that Lord wasn't in a good mood. To them, Lord and sect leader Lin were discussing the evil gods. They knew that the pressure they faced was too huge and they couldn't take it anymore. Lord, if there are any evil gods, you have to inform me. Lin Fan said. Mo Fu said, okay, don't worry sect leader Lin. As long as there are evil gods, I will inform you. He had been out for a period of time and was worried about the situation in his own territory. One had to say that these evil gods were problematic. He wasn't like the four alliances or the alliance who were waiting to be beaten up. These evil gods were tough to find. Yu City. The first thing Lin Fan did was to tell Go Zi to cook some food. At the dining area. Eat slowly, eat slowly. No one is snatching food from you. Yongla said. Lin Wani's expression was solemn. Yongla, return to your room first. Understood father. Yongla knew that what was going to happen next would be important, so she didn't disturb him. After seeing his daughter-in-law leave, he asked, did something happen? Yes, something happened. I don't know where the evil god came from but it is a little problematic now. It isn't that we are in danger but those normal people might not be able to block it. After Lin Fan drank the last mouthful of soup, he burped and said. Evil god? Lin Wani frowned. This was a foreign existence. Lin Fan said, Father, how did you turn the few strongest 9-star generals back to their childhood? There is only one spacetime source and after using it, it will disappear. I got it when I was young. Lin Wani said. Lin Fan was in deep thought. Father's methods were too terrifying and it wasn't something that a Dao Realm Stage 7 could control. He had two guesses in his heart. The first was that the spacetime source was the product of an evil god. The second type was the time and space source, something that only Stage 8 or 9 Dao Realm Stage 9 people had, such as comprehending the source. If he had to choose, he felt that the second one had the highest chance. Father, I suspect that the spacetime source is something left by a Dao Realm Stage 8 or Stage 9 expert. But it might also be left behind by the evil gods that have appeared. I went to another world. That place is called Blood Food World and this place is also called Blood Food World. All of us are living beings raised by the evil gods. Now that they are here, they want to eat us. Lin Fan said. Lin Wani opened his eyes wide and said with an annoyed tone, which idiot said that we are blood food? How strong is that evil god? He actually dares to say such words. Father, that is what I think too. That is just too arrogant, so I want to capture an evil god to study. Lin Fan said. Lin Wani said, I support your idea. Lin Fan said, but the commoners are a problem. I have cut off the source of the evil gods but I don't know whether or not there are more in the dark. The evil god aura that they give off can't be blocked by normal people. They will instantly die and become their slaves. Lin Wani was in deep thought and his expression was solemn, this is a problematic matter. It seems like it is time for me to attack. With my foundations, I should be able to handle it. Lin Fan got up and walked out with his arms behind his back. He raised his head 90 degrees and his nostrils were about to reach the sky. Father was stunned as he looked at Lin Fan. What was going on with his son? Was he agitated? At that moment, the darkness god domain in Lin Fan's body shook and his will descended on the chief god statue. At that moment, the statue that the commoners worshipped gave off a holy glow. To the believers, they knew that the chief god had descended. City of Darkness. The village chief led the villagers to kneel beneath the statue and listen to the teachings of the god. Lin Fan was familiar with this. He simply told them that the evil gods were causing trouble everywhere and it was time for them to perform. It was just so simple. He didn't lose the pride of a chief god. He was really indulgent towards faith and basically allowed it to grow. As for how many believers he had now, he didn't count. But looking at the dense faith lines that connected to the darkness god domain, he was too lazy to count. Lin Wani patted Lin Fan's shoulder. What nonsense are you saying in broad daylight? Where did the soldiers come from? Your Marshall Path Mountain has so few people, they aren't even enough. Father, I have many methods. You just don't know about them. Lin Fan said. Lin Wani shook his head. Forget it, he really couldn't say anything to this kid. Chapter 595. It was much easier for a bunch of them to search than for him alone. If evil god descended, then the evil god Aura definitely wouldn't be able to escape his senses. But evil god Aura was tough to notice. He needed to mobilize believers to investigate. Restricted Ocean Eye. This is the place. Do we really have to enter? It is an unknown place below and it might be filled with danger. Su Yuanming said solemnly. He was suspicious of what that mysterious person said. Gu Yuan said, even if it is a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, I have to walk. I have had enough of such days. If I don't enter Dao Realm Stage 8, my life will be filled with darkness. They were all forced to a corner by Lin Fan. Now that hope appeared, even if they knew that it wasn't as simple as they thought, they weren't willing to give up. Maybe this was life. Su Yuanming sighed. He didn't expect that such an unassuming fellow would force them to such a stage. If time could flow back, they would kill Lin Fan without hesitation. Even if they had to pay a huge price, they wouldn't care. But it was too late to say anything now. Let's go. Su Yuanming gritted his teeth and was prepared to go all out. If he didn't break through to Dao Realm Stage 8, then he would die. Instantly, the two of them jumped into the ocean eye. Lin Fan came here before and naturally wanted to destroy this place. But regretfully, with his current strength, he really couldn't. If it was so simple, then he wouldn't have been sealed and would have just destroyed it. Just as the two of them entered the ocean eye, Monster Emperor walked out from the dimension. He looked at the ocean eye and kept silent for a moment before laughing out loud. He jumped down and entered that unknown place. People who cultivated to their level. Although they cared about their lives, when they were at their wits' end, to become stronger, they could disregard danger. Even if they knew that there was danger waiting for them, they didn't fear it. A few days later, Lin Fan's believers had spread out to search for traces of evil gods. Glorious Sun City. A faraway city that was once occupied by Monster Alliance. After Monster Alliance was wiped out, this city regained its freedom. At that moment, on a hill outside of Glorious Sun City, several people appeared. There were males and females and they were all Lin Fan's believers. They believed in the one and only God in their hearts and obtained the chief god's blessings to become experts. Look at this city. There's a dark aura in the sky. That's the aura of the evil god that the chief god mentioned. The guy who spoke was really muscular. Even if he had Dao Realm Stage 1 strength, it was hard to hide the farmer aura on his face. Before he believed in the Lord God, he was a farmer. After believing in the Lord God, he was still a farmer. He had left his homeland and come all the way here because he was obeying the sovereign's orders. It was a part-time job. Yes, under the glory of the main god, the evil god's aura is very evil and terrifying. I wonder what happened to the people inside. Even if they possessed a realm that others would never be able to reach in their lifetime. But his heart was still so kind. To them, under the cover of such a terrifying evil god aura, they were probably doomed. The bunch of them headed towards Sunshine City. Their main mission was to investigate the situation, and if there was an invincible evil god, they would retreat right away. This was happening everywhere. Some cities were lucky, but some weren't so lucky. What Lin Fan could do now was to protect these cities. But Mo Fu was right. Evil gods were a bunch of people who knew how to hide, and it was hard to find them. Even after so many days passed, there was still no news at all. Lin Manor. Lin Fan stayed at home and didn't head out. He was waiting for news. The believers would spread their findings to him through prayers. Until now. He noticed that 3 cities were infected by evil god aura. The infection speed was just too quick. If he didn't care, the outcome would be the same as Mo Fu's world. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Lin Fan's mind. Sect leader Lin, come quickly. This was Mo Fu's voice. His ability was really special and could pass through layers of dimensions. Even if he was in different worlds, he could still transmit his voiceover. This was similar to how his will descended on the chief god statue. But compared to him, Mo Fu's ability was far from his. Lin Fan moved and instantly disappeared from the spot. Saint Hall was still a little dark. He didn't bear to switch on the lights. Maybe because the electricity was too expensive, or maybe because Mo Fu liked such scenes. Mo Fu, what is the matter? Lin Fan asked. Although the two of them had only known each other for a short time, maybe because they were in the same boat, both of them were infected by evil gods, so they resonated with each other. Lin Fan could see that Mo Fu looked solemn, but deep down, he was like an old kid. He had a happy child's heart. Maybe that would allow him to take more negative emotions. Mo Fu said, I just received a distress signal. Evil God has descended in Fallen City and the situation is dangerous. If there is no help, Fallen City won't be able to block their attacks. But why would evil gods descend personally? Mo Fu was shocked and didn't understand. Rarely would evil gods descend unless they were really infuriated and wanted to destroy them at all costs. If not, such a thing wouldn't happen. Then, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Lin Fan was delighted and pumped up. He had been searching for evil gods, and now that one appeared, it was great. If Mo Fu knew what Lin Fan was thinking about, he would definitely spit out blood. At such a dangerous moment, he was actually so calm. That was just too arrogant. What is that thing in your hand? Lin Fan noticed that Mo Fu was holding a book he had never seen before. On the cover was a picture of a sun and it was burning in flames. Morm's Sun Book, we need its power to fight against evil gods. Mo Fu said. Lin Fan shook his head. Why was it so problematic? Fallen City. A rainbow-colored curtain of light enveloped Fallen City. Numerous people in the city held staffs and pointed at the sky. They had reached their limit and used too much power. Evil god energy wrapped around their bodies. If they didn't stop, they would be infected by the evil god energy and wouldn't be able to turn back. But they couldn't. As long as they let go, the veil wouldn't be able to block evil god power and would shatter. When that happened, everyone in the city would die to evil gods. At that moment, an old woman bowed and raised a book in her hands. She said in rage, Gammon, scram back to your abyss. This isn't a place for you. The book gave off a pure white light that covered Fallen City. But for evil god Gammon, this power was far from enough. He raised his head and looked out. Outside the veil, there was an evil god formed by numerous eyeballs. He had no limbs and no face. He was just formed by numerous eyes. Some of them were closed, but the one in the middle was always open. His dark green eyes flickered with a strange light as he stared at the tiny fallen city in his eyes. Ah! Suddenly, someone screamed. He used too much evil god power and was infected by negative emotions. His body gave off a thick black aura. The staff fell to the ground and he hugged his head. He screamed in pain. Kill me, evil god power is infecting me. I can't take it anymore. When the people around saw their friends being infected, they all revealed sad expressions. Pucci. The cleaner who was hiding in the darkness appeared behind that person. The silver dagger in his hand slashed down and with a Pucci, his head was sliced off. There was no such thing as soft-heartedness here. Otherwise, more people would die. The old woman's expression was solemn. Evil god Gamon's arrival caused Fallen City to be in danger. She had already asked for help but didn't know whether or not it was too late. The top 30 evil god Gamon was really terrifying. Just at that moment, evil god Gamon slowly opened one eye and an eye-catching light exploded from it. The old woman's heart jumped when she saw that. She hollered in rage and the book in her hand formed a pure person who struck towards the bright light. However, the figure conjured by the holy book was instantly destroyed. Although he blocked evil god Gamon's strike, evil god Gamon opened his other eye and another eye-catching light struck. It was really quick. The old woman knew that if she didn't block it, the veil would shatter and everyone in the city would die. At that moment, the few ancient existences in the distance looked at one another and nodded their heads. A 6-star formation appeared above their heads and they took out a dagger. They were prepared to trade with the evil god that borrowed their power to send stronger power to fight against Gamon. But they had to pay a higher price. For example, after they died, they would become the evil god's servant. But at that moment, everything wasn't important. As long as they could force Gamon back, it was worth it. I am here. Just at that moment, Mo Fu appeared. Mo Fu appeared and flipped open the book of the Son of Morm. He waved his staff and a red sun flew out from the book. It then clashed with the blinding light. Hung long. There was an intense explosion and shortly after, there was a shockwave from the explosion. The old woman and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Mo Fu, you are finally here. How can I not come? I didn't expect Gamon to personally come. Mo Fu said. But his expression was solemn and it was obvious that he was afraid of Gamon. This was the top 30 evil god and his strength was much stronger than evil god Lula. Even if he brought Morm's Sun book, he might not be able to force Gamon back. He would probably have to pay a huge price to do so. But at that moment, an unharmonious voice spread out. Mo Fu, are all evil gods so ugly? I want to capture him but I don't know where to start. Lin Fan frowned and felt that it was tough. The main reason was that he was too dirty. Chapter 596. Sect Leader Lin, can you stop saying such things? Mo Fu was really helpless. This sect leader Lin's words had always been terrifying. One didn't know what to do and didn't know how to reply to what he said. The old woman and the others were really happy that Mo Fu could arrive in time. They didn't care much about the young man beside Mo Fu. To them, he might have been Mo Fu's disciple. He brought him to see the true face of the evil god to have a deeper understanding of evil gods. However, were the words that the other party had just said even human? If there was nothing wrong with his ears. He seemed to be saying that evil gods all look like this and that he didn't know where to attack. Why? Did he want to get close to evil gods? As for the unrealistic talk of capturing the evil god, they treated it as a gust of wind blowing past them and didn't think much of it. Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders and chuckled, all right then. Only what happens next will let you know that I'm not joking. At that moment, Evil God Gaman was furious. His chaotic evil god aura filled the area and caused the wind to surge. Maybe Mo Fu's actions made him furious. Mo Fu raised his head and stared at him. Evil god Gaman, why aren't you sleeping in the abyss? Why are you here? City of Hope. Mo Fu, you are borrowing the power of those stupid evil gods to fight against your father. You are so stupid. Evil god Gaman's voice was really weird and it made one's body feel cold like one was in an ice cave. Their blood seemed to have frozen. Mo Fu said coldly, Gaman, if you don't retreat, we will fight you to the end until we seal you in the universe. Since they couldn't negotiate, then naturally, there was no need to. If Lin Fan could reveal a bit of leeway, Mo Fu would change his attitude and use honorifics to call him noble and supreme. But now, it was obvious that Lin Fan wanted them to die. So, he could only fight to the end. Scoff. A furious roar spread out. Mo Fu's actions and words totally infuriated Gaman. Sealing the noble evil god was a provocation to the evil god and that was unforgivable. You all continue to talk. I will head out to see what is going on with this evil god. Lin Fan floated up. The evil god was right in front of him, so how could he let him go? He didn't care about what was going on. As long as he grabbed him, that would be true. Anything else was just empty talk. Mo Fu was stunned and was shocked by Lin Fan's actions. Come back, that is evil god Gaman, you can't go out. The old woman shouted. But Lin Fan didn't hear her and continued to walk towards the evil god. Mo Fu, don't your people know who is outside? To the old woman, how could Mo Fu teach such a disciple? The one outside was evil god Gaman. If he left the protection of the light veil, he would definitely die. Maybe before he even got close, he would be infected by Gaman's mind and lose himself, becoming the evil god's slave. He knows who it is. Actually, he isn't from St. Hall but an expert from another blood food world. Mo Fu said. He thought about something and said, his goal here is to capture an evil god. What? The old woman was shocked and then she raged, Mo Fu, didn't you tell him what evil gods were like? You'll get him killed. The old woman knew about Lin Fan's background but she was furious that Mo Fu didn't explain how terrifying the evil gods were. She tried to stop him. But it was too late now. Mo Fu looked really innocent. How could he blame him? I've already said it many times, okay? But Lin Fan didn't listen at all. Mo Fu knew that Lin Fan was strong but who was stronger between him and the evil gods? Truthfully, he was still on the evil god's side. The terror of evil gods was deeply rooted in his heart. It was hard to forget. The ancient guardians of Fallen City furrowed their brows. They didn't understand why Lin Fan did that. Along with Mo Fu, after paying a price, there was a high chance that they could force Gaman back. But now that Lin Fan was asking to die, they didn't know what to say. Outside, Lin Fan walked out of the light veil and floated in the air. He said, Oi, are all evil gods like this? Disgusting, dirty, you don't even look like a human. You are making things so difficult for me. I don't even know where to start. Gaman's jade-green eyes spun and he looked at the tiny mosquito in the air. Instantly, a weird power spread out from the jade-green eyes. Not good, Gaman is contaminating his mind. The old woman exclaimed. Evil god's aura and evil god personally descending were two different things. Even they found it hard to block that kind of contamination. But very quickly, Gaman exclaimed like he didn't expect that the blood food would be unaffected. His mind was unable to get close to him. Don't use your mind to communicate with me, Lin Fan said. He wasn't good at mental attacks. Normally, he just used his aura to suppress the enemy. Who is Mo Fu? Gaman's mental contamination is actually useless against him. The old woman asked in shock. Even if it was useless, at least he had to show some signs of resistance, right? But the young man was indifferent, as if nothing had happened. Mo Fu said, "Didn't I tell all of you? Why are you still asking me?" "Oh right, I forgot to tell all of you that he killed the old era ruler Tiz, so don't underestimate him. He is stronger than all of us. Maybe he really has a chance against evil gods." When Mo Fu said these words, the scene was a little chaotic. They were all shocked. At that moment, Gamen said, "You aren't from this world. You don't have evil god power, so where did you come from?" "I came from another place that you call Blood Food World." Lin Fan said. "So, there is another Blood Food World. It seems like it has been asleep for too long and it actually doesn't know about the new Blood Food World. A bunch of fresh blood food is waiting for the noble Gamen. Blood food, thank you for passing such an important message. To thank you, I will allow you to become my slave. This is the highest honor for you," Gamen said. When he thought about those beautiful blood food, he felt really happy. He needed those blood food. Lin Fan didn't want to continue talking to him. He felt like there was no need. Lin Fan raised his hand, "Okay, let's end the conversation here. I am happy that you appeared. Recently, I have been interested in you evil gods and wanted to capture one to study. However, I didn't have a way to do so. Now that you appeared, it is the right time." When he said this, the entire place became silent. No one said anything. The old woman and the others were stunned. They raised their heads and looked at Lin Fan in confusion. To them, were evil gods so easy to capture? To evil god Gamen, his originally happy mood was destroyed once more. Damn! One of Gamen's eyeballs shook and a bright light struck towards Lin Fan. "This light is a little," Lin Fan frowned. This wasn't the light that exploded from gathering power. It seemed like it contained some indescribable power. But all of that wasn't important now. Lin Fan roared out in a low voice. Gripping his fingers, he punched out with all his might. That seemingly ordinary punch brought forth a power that could devastate the entire world the moment it was thrown out. It was as if the entire world was about to shatter. His fist smashed Gamen's attack. At the same time, the power didn't dissipate and it continued to strike Gamen. Pang! Gamen's eyes seemed really weak but they were actually really strong. But under Lin Fan's strength, those seemingly strong eyeballs couldn't take a single hit. His giant body was pierced by Lin Fan. Numerous eyeballs shattered under the terrifying power and exploded. Ah! Gamen screamed and purple liquid scattered all over the area. This was pain that he had never felt before. He also didn't expect that someone would be able to do that. Gamen's body shook and numerous eyeballs shook. Those perfectly fine eyeballs were tightly shut due to the pain. Mo Fu, who is he? The old woman looked at everything that happened in the sky with her mouth agape. Even her voice started to tremble. Mo Fu didn't want to say anything. He had already said it, so why did he have to ask again? But he was also shocked by the scenes in front of him. This was evil god Gamen, one of the 31st class evil gods, and he was actually injured. If one didn't personally witness it, it would be hard for one to believe it. When they fought the evil gods, they really went all out. They even had to pay a huge price to have a bit of hope to force them back. But now, one fist pierced through the evil god's body. There was no comparison. Luckily, I controlled my strength. Otherwise, if I smashed him and he revived somewhere else, that would be such a waste. Lin Fan felt fortunate. He patted his chest and was so terrified that his heart was jumping. Damn! Gamen hollered in rage. The body that was pierced started to recover. Numerous new eyeballs appeared once more and they gave off a furious glow. At that moment, Gamen's eyeballs opened and the space seemed to have become sticky. Lin Fan felt like his body had become slow. What is going on? With his current strength, such a thing shouldn't have happened. When he noticed the mysterious glow in Gamon's eyes, he suddenly recalled that this might have been the evil god's ability. Did he make space slow down or did he make time slow down? Suddenly, the darkness god domain in his body shook. Chief god power exploded and caused the slow space to return to normal. That feeling disappeared and everything returned to the bottleneck. It is time to capture. Lin Fan didn't want to continue playing around. He wanted to understand the evil god's background and habits so that he could wipe them all out. At that moment, numerous Tao patterns surged out from his body. They were like pythons that circled in the air and swept towards Gamon. The Tao patterns turned into ropes and started to wrap around Gamon. Not long later, a furious voice spread out. Gamon struggled but realized that he couldn't break free. He was furious. He was actually trapped by the small blood food. Chapter 597. Shortly after, the Tao patterns slowly tightened. Gamon cried out. As the Tao patterns tightened really tightly and he wasn't willing to, his eyeballs exploded and large amounts of purple blood seeped out. Small blood food. Gamon hollered in rage to vent the rage in his heart. You are still so stubborn even at such a time. Lin Fan squinted and smiled. The Tao patterns got tighter and tighter. There was a series of banging sounds and the scene became a little bloody and terrifying. Evil God's methods were already really terrifying. But compared to Lin Fan's methods, there was still a gap. Maybe it was because the pain was unbearable. Evil God Gamon didn't continue to fight back. His body became smaller and smaller as the Tao patterns tightened. So evil gods can shrink. In the past, they did that to protect their image. After all, if they are too small, they will look really immature. Lin Fan thought about it. Maybe that was the case. Very quickly, Gamon's body became the size of a basketball. Numerous eyes gathered together and they were really dense. People with trypophobia would be frightened to death when they saw this. Lin Fan landed in front of Mo Fu. Okay, I have captured the evil god. This trip was worth it. If you find more, you have to inform me. Before Mo Fu and the others could react, he waved his hands and left. When Lin Fan left, Mo Fu reacted and shouted, Sect Leader Lin, regretfully. He didn't hear it. Lin Fan had already left and returned to Yu City. The old woman was shocked, he actually captured the evil god. Since ancient times, such a thing had never happened before. Suddenly, the old woman grabbed Mo Fu's hand and said emotionally, Who is he? Maybe our world is saved. Mo Fu wanted to die. He had asked this question so many times, so why was he still asking it? But shortly after, Mo Fu's face became a little unnatural. Can you let go of my hand? Although we had a secret love when we were young, we have broken up. Mo Fu was a little shy. His fingers were still moving along the back of the old woman's dry hand. Not bad. It was the same feeling as before. Old thing, you are asking for a beating. The old woman was furious. She raised her staff and smacked towards Mo Fu's head. Yu City. In the room, Gamon curled up and shivered. As an evil god, he naturally fought back but the consequences came. He really couldn't take it and it was too torturous. Now, many pairs of curious gazes were fixed on him, as if they wanted to dissect him. He really wanted to ask who these people were. This is the evil god that treats us as food? Lin Wani asked. Lin Fan nodded, evil god Gamon, one of the top 30 evil gods. He should be peak Tao realm stage 7. Father should be at the same level as you. However, he should be a bit weaker than you. Lin Wani was really unhappy but there was nothing he could do. He personally witnessed that the small evil god was really strong. Its strength could fight against him and one could say that it was slightly weaker than him. Fan, what are you prepared to do? Lin Wani asked. Evil God's problem was really important. If the 30th had such strength, then how strong would the ones in front be? Lin Wani wasn't the only one who was worried. Even Lin Fan himself was a little worried. He might have been at Dao Realm Stage 7, Dao returning to 1 and could fight Dao Realm Stage 9, but that was because he hadn't fought them before. He didn't know how special the skills above were. Sometimes, a special skill could make him speechless. Lin Fan said, I am prepared to gather some talents to research this thing. Research this thing? Lin Wani frowned and didn't ask any more. Since that is the case, then do as you see fit. But be careful, no matter what, we can't underestimate his strength. I know. Lin Fan replied. He had already thought about it. Zhu Shen was definitely someone to research evil god Gamen. Although he was a pig killer, he understood organs and was a rare talent. If Zhu Shen found out, he would spit at him. You really are a talent to be able to think of such a stupid idea. This world is filled with danger. What is going on? Su Yuanming frowned. He was wary of everything around. In the past, he was used to being arrogant and felt that no one dared to offend them. This was why no matter where they were, they would relax and fear nothing. But now, no matter where they were, they didn't dare to be careless. They even closed one eye when they slept. Maybe it was an exaggeration. But that was the rough meaning. Gu Yuan said, it is better to be careful. Maybe the secret to breaking through to Dao Realm Stage 8 is here. Suddenly, there was movement around them, as if something had flashed past them. Who? Gu Yuan was shocked and his hair stood on their ends. In the past, this was impossible. But after so many setbacks, they started to doubt their own strength. He thought that even if they weren't the strongest in the world, they would at least be top 3. But now he knew. It was fake. Everything was fake. They were really weak. Su Yuanming also noticed the shadow that flashed past and he looked around warily. Brother Gu, maybe we met the evil god that the mysterious person mentioned. Su Yuanming said. Suddenly, a dreamy voice came from all around him, sometimes near and sometimes far. Small living beings, your hearts are filled with panic. You are uneasy and afraid. You need someone to save you. Gu Yuan and Su Yuanming stood together like they were surrounded by numerous people. The world spun. Their brains spun uncontrollably. Where is it? To our right, the aura is the thickest there. I sensed it. Who is this person? What is his goal? Is it the evil god that the mysterious person mentioned that is related to the secret to breaking through to Dao Realm Stage 8? Maybe, maybe not, but we can't let him go. Since we came to this foreign world, we have to find out more news. Gu Yuan and Su Yuanming were talking to each other. They were indeed panicking, but the person they were panicking about was Lin Fan. Not this guy who was trying to mystify things. The voice spread out once more. Lost sheep, there is no need to be afraid. There is no need to be lost because I am here, at that moment. Gu Yuan and Su Yuanming moved. They were really quick and sped through the dimension. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the place they just noticed. Come out, stop acting mysterious. Gu Yuan hollered in rage. He opened his fingers and grabbed something. It was slippery. It was also a little sticky. At the same time, it had a hard shell. When he saw what he grabbed, Gu Yuan's expression changed. He let go and exclaimed, "What is that?" Evil God was also frightened. He didn't expect that these insignificant blood food would directly grab him. It was quite strange. Instantly, the ground shook. Small blood food, you actually use your dirty hands to touch the noble evil god Nakya's body. The roar shook the area. The thing Gu Yuan touched was like the front leg of a spider. It was covered in thick hair and sticky liquid. At the same time, beneath the hair, there were many mouths filled with sharp teeth. The ground cracked. A giant abyss appeared. Evil god Nakia lived underground and he was about to come out. Gu Yuan and Su Yuanming came to where he was sleeping. Evil god Nakia was really interested in the two blood food that charged in. Brother Gu Yuan, we seem to have offended something amazing. Su Yuanming said. Right. Gu Yuan replied. But for some reason, he actually became excited. Maybe this was the evil god that the mysterious person mentioned, the key to breaking through to Dao Realm Stage 8. Su Yuanming turned around and noticed that Gu Yuan was really excited. Thinking about it, he understood why he was excited. Very quickly, Nakia's true form appeared. It was a huge spider, a behemoth. It had a human-like face, and its abdomen was a pile of meat paste stacked together. As it shook, many human skeletons fell out of the meat paste. Although the skeletons were small compared to his body, it looked like it was raining from afar. Small blood food, you are really lucky. It is your honor that you are able to see the true body of the noble Nakia. Nakia showed off his body. He was called the ruler of the underground, but he liked to be called the perfect person with the perfect body. Attack! Gu Yuan hollered. He didn't care about what Nakia was. He just wanted to know what the secret to breaking through to Dao Realm Stage 8 was. Su Yuanming followed closely behind and used his strongest attack right away. At that moment, the area shook and the evil god aura in the air was about to be wiped out. Evil god Nakia was stunned as he looked at those scenes. Something doesn't seem right. He muttered to himself. Things were different from what he thought. The two small blood food didn't fall to the ground from fear and instead attacked him. That was something that was hard to accept. Hung long. The ground started to shake. Who knew how long passed? Pang! Nakia, who had a giant body, was riddled with holes. He fell to the ground and large amounts of blood flowed down. Su Yuanming and Gu Yuan weren't in a good state and their injuries were really bad. They didn't expect the monster to be so strong and nearly died to him. But a monster was just a monster and they still died. Brother Gu, what should we do next? Su Yuanming asked. Just at that moment, an illusionary black shadow pounced onto Nakia's corpse and started to crazily suck it. Very quickly, the giant corpse started to shrink until it turned into a dry corpse. It's you. Gu Yuan raged. Evil god Masaki said, calm down, I am telling you the truth. I didn't lie to you. Here, this is the chance to break through to Dao Realm Stage 8. As long as you consume it, you will open up a new path. A beating heart slowly flew in front of the two of them. After Nakia died, he could only revive in the abyss. As for this corpse, it wasn't his anymore. Chapter 598. The heart floated in front of him. Gu Yuan and Su Yuanming looked at one another. Let me do it. Gu Yuan took in a deep breath and grabbed the heart. He looked at Su Yuanming and said, if anything happens to me, don't worry about me. Leave this place and don't try to reach Dao Realm Stage 8. Brother Gu, let me do it. Su Yuanming said. They were fighting for it and no one knew whether or not the mysterious man was telling the truth. Consuming the monster's heart. That was a really dangerous thing. Maybe they would die. Gu Yuan shook his head, no, I have pursued Dao Realm Stage 8 too deeply and it has turned into an obsession. If something happens to you, I will continue to search. But if I am the one who consumes it, I will die without regrets. It will become letting go of my obsession. He knew Gu Yuan's personality. Although he was a cunning person, he treated him sincerely and never played tricks behind his back. Okay. Su Yuanming replied. Gu Yuan looked at the heart in his hand. He didn't hesitate and just wolfed it down. Very quickly. A complete heart was eaten by him just like that. Su Yuanming looked on nervously. What was going on? Suddenly, Guyuan opened his eyes and excitement appeared on his face. I saw it, I saw it. Maybe he had suppressed it for too long. His tears were wet. He grabbed Su Yuanming's shoulder and said loudly, I saw Dao Realm Stage 8. That realm really exists and it isn't a legend. Maybe in just a short time, I will become a Dao Realm Stage 8 expert. At that time, we will be able to take back everything that we lost. To Guyuan, he just wanted to take back what he lost. Su Yuanming was delighted. What? It is hard to say. This is a feeling. In the past, I couldn't feel that there was a path to take, but now everything is clear. It is like the wall in front of me has disappeared. Guyuan said excitedly. Su Yuanming didn't know what that feeling was. But he was really happy. Guyuan was able to succeed, which meant that the mysterious man was right and he didn't lie. Su Yuanming looked at the mysterious man. Why did you do that? Guyuan calmed down from his excitement. He looked towards the mysterious man. Just like what Su Yuanming said. What was the other party's motive? Evil God Masaki smiled. No reason, we just took what we needed. You have seen what I need and you have gotten what you need. Now, we can talk. Guyuan said, what is there to talk about? Since we know the method, we will find it ourselves. There is no need to trouble you. Kiki, maybe arrogance will kill you. Since that is the case, then forget it. The 4 alliances have so many sect leaders waiting. I think they will be more interested. Evil God Masaki said. Wait. Guyuan frowned. What do you mean? Evil God Masaki teased. Nothing much. You were lucky to meet Evil God Nakya. He is the weakest among the evil gods, so the 2 of you could kill him. But if we meet a powerful evil god, the 2 of you would have already become slaves. He needed evil god flesh and blood. With his current strength, he was unable to fight against the evil god, so he needed help. But these people from the 4 alliances weren't easy to deal with. They wanted to work alone after getting benefits. Evil God Masaki didn't care about Guyuan and continued, each evil god knows how to hide. If they don't want to appear, even if you flip the entire sky, you won't be able to find them. But with my help, I will tell you where the weak evil gods are. Guyuan hated such a feeling. But he had no choice. He had to help Su Yuanming see the path to stage 8. Okay, deal. We can work with you, but you can't tell this secret to others. Guyuan said. Evil God Masaki smiled. Okay, but you are really greedy. You took the path to advancement for yourself. If you become evil gods, you should belong to greed. Guyuan and Su Yuanming were wary of this mysterious person. Working with him was like asking a tiger for its skin. The key was that they knew that he had a goal, but they couldn't reject him. They needed his help. They could only sink deeper and deeper. But the 2 of them were confident that they would be able to escape at the crucial moment and not get swept into this whirlpool. Marshall Path Mountain. Another bunch of people surrounded Gaman. Moreover, there were many of them this time. Sect leader, this is an evil god. It is so disgusting. Water Emperor looked at him without blinking. He stared at his eyes and wanted to know what this thing relied on to survive. It had no limbs, no body, no mouth, so why didn't it eat? 9 Demon tried its best to climb the table. Large amounts of saliva flowed out of its 9 heads like a flood. Those 18 eyes were shining. He wanted to eat it. He really wanted to eat it. Be good, stop playing. I will let you play with it once the research is over. Lin Fan patted 9 Demon's head to calm it down. Damn, it even wanted to eat such a disgusting thing. What a pet. He then looked towards Water Emperor. You old fellow only knows how to brag. This is the thing in the ocean eye. Now that that place has been opened, where is Dao Realm Stage 8? Water Emperor took a deep breath. You can't blame me. How would I know what is down there? I am just guessing. The divinator said, it is really evil. If we don't care about it, it might become a disaster. Young Master Lin, what should we do next? Zhao Lishan asked. He stared at the evil god and felt huge pressure. He was really strong, and if he faced him, he would probably die. Prepare to study it. There are many evil gods and this is just one of the weaker ones. Zhu Shen, you are a butcher, so take a look at his body structure. Lin Fan said. Zhu Shen was stunned as he looked at Lin Fan. I am a butcher. Now that he asked me such a profound question, how was I supposed to reply? It wasn't that Gaman didn't understand what he was saying but that he didn't dare to speak. He didn't know what these people were doing. He was an evil god. Now that he was captured here, not only was he surrounded by a bunch of people, but he was also being studied. If other evil gods heard this, they wouldn't believe it. Why? Is it difficult? Lin Fan asked. This. I don't think so. Zhu Shen thought about it and shook his head. His tone was uncertain as he hadn't studied it before. There were a few shining butcher knives beside the table and the tools were all prepared. Since there was no problem, then why wasn't he attacking? Zhu Shen could only bite the bullet and try. After turning into a pig, it wasn't convenient in all aspects. He could only control a butcher knife to make it float. The butcher knife waved around Gaman. Everyone looked on and their palms were sweating. This was the first time they had experienced such a scene. It was really quick. The pig slaughtering knife pierced straight into Gaman. Instantly, Gaman screamed. Damn, so disgusting. His eyeball exploded. Zhu Shen, can you say something before you attack? It is so horrifying. Right, fortunately, I didn't eat today, otherwise, would want to vomit. Zhu Shen's expression was solemn. He controlled a butcher knife to rip open the wound. Everyone stuck their heads in and wanted to see what the evil god's body looked like. That is weird. I have killed pigs for so many years and have never seen such a body structure. It doesn't even have organs. Wait, what is that pearl? Zhu Shen exclaimed like he had discovered a new continent. Gaman, on the other hand, was furious. He was so furious that he couldn't say a word. An evil god was actually being treated like that by these small blood food. Damn. I see it, I see it. What is that? It is the only thing in the body. It should be very important. That is hard to say. If I take it out, maybe I can study it. Lin Fan was curious. He reached his hand into Gaman's body and wanted to take it out. Water Emperor shuddered and felt disgusted. He looked at the liquid in the monster's body and couldn't bear to look at it. There was a Poochie. Lin Fan took out the thing that they thought was a pearl. A bunch of people crowded over. They looked at it for a long while but didn't recognize what it was. Although it was shaped like a bead, it seemed to be alive. It was even moving as if it was breathing. Everyone found it tough to recognize what it was. Since they didn't know, then they would ask Gaman what it was. But when he looked towards evil god Gaman, he noticed that Gaman laid on the table and didn't move at all. This. It is dead. Lin Fan's expression was weird and he was filled with disbelief. Zhu Shen stabbed a few more times and didn't hear any screams. He said awkwardly, it seems like it is really dead. Haze, even this is an evil god. It is just too weak. Water Emperor was filled with disdain. Zhao Lishan looked at Lin Fan and the others and sighed. They were just too unreliable. What a waste. Lin Fan was helpless. He retracted the Dao patterns that wrapped around Gaman's body. It wasn't easy for them to find an evil god and then capture it. Before they could study it, it died because of an inappropriate move. This could only mean that life was too fragile. 9 Demon jumped onto the table and its 9 heads ate crazily. The table was covered in unknown liquid and a few eyeballs rolled to the side. Water Emperor wanted to keep one of those eyeballs. Who knew that 9 demons' tongue would even sweep the eyeballs? Young Master Lin, what should we do with this thing? Zhao Lishan asked. I haven't studied it fully, so I will keep it with me. Next time when I meet someone who knows, I will ask. Lin Fan said. Of course. To Lin Fan, this wasn't something important. Its body was so weak, so how could it give birth to anything good? But he felt that Gamen didn't say anything at all. It was just too stubborn. Or was it because it was too painful that its voice was hoarse? Scoff. This reason was really convincing. Chapter 599. To Lin Fan, the evil gods were just a bunch of monsters who had weird skills and were quite strong. As for whether or not they were undead, he didn't know. If he could see a lively Gamen next time, maybe he could prove that Gamen was undead. Guys, the enemy we are facing is one that knows how to hide. They are cowards and don't dare to fight us head-on. They only dare to hide in the dark and attack normal civilians. Lin Fan said. Zhao Lishan frowned and said solemnly, such an enemy is indeed problematic. Even if we attack, it will be tough to find them. I hate these cowards the most. Water Emperor raged. His expression was real, like he really hated them. He didn't ask Lin Fan to bring him out to see the world. The key was that these monsters were really ugly. Just now, one knife caused their eyeballs to explode. Just thinking about it made him feel terrified. At that moment, news spread. The believers were praying and spreading news from various places. Lin Fan's brows furrowed. The news that the believer sent over was a little different. Zhao Lishan noticed that Lin Fan's expression wasn't right and asked, Young Master Lin, did something happen? I just received news that the evil gods are a little quick. The environment 100 miles around a city has changed and many things that shouldn't exist have appeared. They can't solve it, so I have to personally take a look. Lin Fan said. Water Emperor recommended himself, sect leader, how can I sit still and do nothing? I want to head over with you. In the end, curiosity won over disgust. Water Emperor still wanted to take a look. Initially, Lin Fan didn't want to bring the Water Emperor along. But after thinking about it, he felt that he might be of use to him. Okay, let's go. Lin Fan nodded and agreed to bring Water Emperor over. At the same time, he told the believers that they could retreat. Since they couldn't solve it, then they should leave in case anything happened. Alliance Investigation Department. When the evil gods invaded the Alliance, they realized that the people here had high requirements in terms of material and spiritual resources. They liked this place and thus gave up on the rich land and those blood and food that didn't have much spiritual requirements. Officer, there have been many unknown murders recently and the killer hasn't been found. It has caused a small area of panic. The Alliance investigator reported. There were very few murders in the Alliance. All of this was built on a complete monitoring system. Any murderer would have nowhere to hide. But this time, it gave them a huge headache. Even after checking every surveillance camera, they still couldn't find the suspect. Increase the search. We can't let something like this happen again. Yes. The Alliance's highest art exhibition center. Each of the paintings here was of the highest standard in the Alliance. To be able to display a painting here meant that one was a top-notch master. At this moment, the art exhibition center was packed with people. They whispered to each other. I heard that Zhou Daoqi also attended the art exhibition. Him. When he first debuted, he was hailed as the genius of the new era who was most likely to rival the art saint, Baishan. Yes, it's him. It's just a pity that he was at the peak when he debuted. I don't know what happened after that, but his paintings got worse and worse. He's even worse than a third-rate painter. This exhibition is the top one in the Alliance. How did he get in? Suddenly. In the distance, a group of people were gathered in front of a picture. Although there were many people, the scene was very quiet. There was not even the slightest noise. This scene aroused the curiosity of many people. What kind of painting was it? It was so mesmerizing. Slowly, there were more and more people there. When they saw that painting, everyone's eyes couldn't move away. They were completely attracted by it. It was hard to describe what it was. However, the use of color had a great impact on their souls. Some people shifted their gazes and wanted to know which master it was. Zhou Daoqi. When they saw the name, everyone was filled with disbelief. In a random messy corridor, a man in a suit picked up the phone with a look of joy on his face. After saying a few words, he hung up the phone and knocked on the tightly shut door. Master Zhou, someone at the art exhibition has offered a price of 40 million alliance dollars. I hope that you can make a trip to the venue and tell the buyer about your thoughts when you created the painting. He was really emotional. He didn't have much hope for Zhou Daoqi. After all, he was an outdated artist. If it was when Zhou Daoqi just debuted, it would be really hard to get a painting. His paintings became uglier and people thought that he had lost his talent. But now, once he became a god, he was in the limelight. But after a long while, still, no one replied. In the room, Zhou Daoqi's clothes were messy and the room was filled with paint. He sat there, the brush in his hand leaving marks on the canvas. Perfect, perfect. His expression was crazy and excited. His eyes were obviously different from ordinary people's. These paints are really too perfect. This is the pinnacle of art. The colors of these paints were very strange. The bright red color was like fresh blood. The room was filled with a faint smell of blood. Knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. Zhou Daoqi was getting more and more agitated. The man outside the door frowned. Could something have happened inside? Just as he was about to knock again, the door was opened before his hand touched the door. He smiled and wanted to tell Zhou Daoqi about the situation at the art exhibition. But before he could speak, he was frightened by Zhou Daoqi's ferocious face and his face turned pale. The atmosphere suddenly froze. The surroundings seemed to have frozen. What do you want to do? Zhou Daoqi's voice was really cold. He felt like his heart was frozen. Master Zhou, I don't want to do anything. I just want to inform you that your painting is really popular and a buyer bought it for 40 million. I want to invite you over to tell that buyer. Before he finished, Zhou Daoqi interrupted him. I am not interested, don't disturb me. Pa! Zhou Daoqi slammed the door shut. He was stunned on the spot and sweat seeped out of his forehead. He was really frightened by Zhou Daoqi. Maybe all masters had weird tempers. He could only guess like that. Sect leader, that place seems a little off. Water Emperor followed beside Lin Fan and looked at the ground. It was dark red and mixed with black. It was like the abyss of hell. Lin Fan was annoyed, these evil gods are really hard to defend against. It seems like we have to think of a way to get rid of them. If we let them continue, one day they will get out of hand. Evil god Gamen gave Water Emperor a normal feeling. He even felt that it was a little weak. Thus, his impression of evil gods wasn't as terrifying as he thought. The two of them landed on the ground. Water Emperor raised his leg and exclaimed, "What is this? Why is it so sticky?" He took a close look. He exclaimed, "Oh my god, this is meat paste." Water Emperor looked at his shoes and there was some meat paste on it. As he shook it, it slowly fell to the ground. The surrounding trees had dried up and occasionally some dead leaves would fall and mix with the meat paste. Sect leader, it seems like no one can live here. How did they do that? Even Evil Alliance and Monster Alliance wouldn't do such a thing. Water Emperor's heart jumped and he exclaimed how terrifying it was. If he wasn't mentally strong, he would have collapsed to the ground. Damn evil god. Lin Fan sucked in a deep breath and suppressed the rage in his heart. Was that even something a human would do? Lin Fan walked towards the city ahead. Water Emperor shouted from behind and realized that Lin Fan didn't care about him. He was helpless and could only follow behind. When the two of them stood outside the city, they saw many complete corpses hanging on the city walls. The entire city was covered in a dark aura. This is really vicious and it doesn't look like it's done by a human. Even Xiedao sect can't compare to this. Water Emperor said. Xiedao sect was from the Blood Demon faction and their cultivation techniques were cruel, but compared to the situation here, it was nothing. This bunch of damn evil gods. At least the four alliances dare to fight me, but these people only dare to play small tricks and attack normal people. Lin Fan said coldly. His tone was filled with disdain towards evil gods. They entered the city. It was really empty and there was no life at all. When their feet landed on the ground covered in meat paste, they felt like there was something moving below. Evil god, what are you? If you have balls, then show your true body to fight me. What is the meaning of killing normal people? Or are you evil gods just a bunch of cowardly trash that don't dare to appear? Lin Fan scolded. The entire city was empty, which meant that at least tens of thousands of people died to the evil gods. In your words, you are just a bunch of small evil gods. Lin Fan mocked to his heart's content. Towards the existence of evil gods, he was curious at the start and now he was filled with hatred. He even wanted to come. Apart from being selfish, those people from the four alliances were much better than those evil gods. At least they wouldn't slaughter the entire city. Sect leader, is there any use in scolding them? Water Emperor asked. No matter whether or not, these evil gods are dead. Lin Fan said. He thought about something. Once we return, don't stay on Martial Path Mountain. Defend the cities in case evil gods infiltrate. He was prepared to head to St. Hall to ask Mo Fu how he did the light barrier that blocked evil gods. He had to do one for all the cities. But the main point was to find out what the problem was. Now that there were no more normal people left, he didn't need to be polite. Instantly, a terrifying aura spread out from Lin Fan's body. The aura was like a sharp wind blade that sliced everything around. He wanted to force out the person hiding here. Chapter 600. The aura that Lin Fan gave off was just too terrifying. The building collapsed. The meat paste on the ground seemed to have been scooped up by a shovel. CSI. A weird sound spread out from all around. Although it was weak, everyone could hear it. Lin Fan was really vicious and didn't give him any chance to turn the situation around. Evil god, are you still not coming out? Lin Fan raged. His voice was like a gust of wind that blew to every corner of the city. He wanted to force the evil god out. The Book of the Evil God recorded that only evil god Silo had such a special ability. The Master of Decay loved to turn the land he occupied into a land of decay. After normal people were killed by him, vengeful spirits would live here and suffer from the torture of the decay energy. Although he didn't see any vengeful spirits, the changes in the environment were similar to what was written in the Book of the Evil God. Sect leader, no one replied. Maybe he isn't even here. Water Emperor said. He felt that the evil god was too much. He targeted normal people and that was just too shameless. Couldn't he be more like an expert? As an expert, he wouldn't attack normal people. But these evil gods were really shameless. They targeted normal people and attacked them. Water Emperor wanted to slap them. He wanted to question these evil gods. Were they sick in the head? Couldn't they see how kind these normal people were? You could even do that. So how could you be considered an evil god expert? That was so fucking embarrassing. At that moment, the surrounding environment was flattened and collapsed buildings were everywhere. The dust was thick and covered the sky. Doesn't matter whether or not he is here. If he is, then I will teach him a lesson. If he isn't, then it is okay. He won't be able to escape. Lin Fan hated this person. Maybe it was evil god Silo, maybe it wasn't. But it didn't matter. No matter whether it was or not, as long as he saw him, he had to kill him. Evil god's appearance made Lin Fan feel that life was about to become fun. But after some things, he didn't think that it was fun anymore. Instead, these people were provoking him and harming the people in his territory. Water Emperor felt that these evil gods were sick in the head. If they wanted to prove how strong they were, they could have just fought Lin Fan head-on. As long as they killed Lin Fan, they would be able to prove that they were the strongest people in the world. But now, Water Emperor couldn't understand what the evil gods were doing. What did it prove by attacking ordinary citizens? Unless it was a real psychopath, such a thing shouldn't have happened. Lin Fan focused on the situation within the city. He didn't find anything unusual. The opponent that had appeared now was different from what he had imagined in the past. In the past, as long as his opponent was up to no good, he would definitely leave behind some unspeakable secret. But now, after these evil gods harmed the commoners, they left just like that. They even changed the environment to where evil gods were used to staying. They did it casually and didn't care at all. Sect leader, the situation around makes me uncomfortable. These evil gods are really cunning. They knew that we were coming, so they left ahead of time. They didn't leave any clues at all. Water Emperor said. Lin Fan's expression was ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "They are forcing me to fight to the death with them." Water Emperor looked at Lin Fan with a stunned expression. He had a feeling that something incredible was about to happen. "Alright, you head back first. Leave everything here to me," Lin Fan said. Water Emperor wanted to say that he wanted to follow and see the world, but Lin Fan stared at him. He had many things he wanted to say, but he swallowed them all. He could only nod his head. "I understand." He knew that sect leader Lin was on the verge of exploding. It was as if he could explode at any moment. Maybe the evil gods went overboard. It totally infuriated Lin Fan. City of Hope. Mo Fu, what method did you use to protect the city in the light barrier? Lin Fan asked. In order to prevent more cities from suffering disasters, he could only prepare for defense. Mo Fu was stunned. The evil gods attacked your city? It is serious. Everyone in the city disappeared and the area 100 miles around was infected. Lin Fan said. He was so furious that his liver was about to explode. He really wanted to kill all the evil gods. This is tough. The light barrier protecting our city came from the evil god's power. Your place was just discovered and there isn't a fixed evil god to lend power to you. It is impossible to form this light barrier. Mo Fu said. The reason why they were able to last till now under the invasion of evil gods was because of those evil gods who were willing to help them. If not for them, it wouldn't have been possible. Lin Fan thought about it. If that was the case, then it would be tough. He wouldn't trust those evil gods. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He thought about an idea. He had the darkness god domain. If he let his believers bring his statue to the various cities and then he would use his own technique to form a light barrier, he should be able to block the evil god aura. He hadn't tested it before. He didn't know whether or not it would be useful. But he could try. If he succeeded, he would be able to save a lot of trouble. Mo Fu saw that sect leader Lin didn't say anything and thought that he was worried about this matter. Sect leader Lin, if not, why don't I communicate with the evil gods and help you ask? Mo Fu said. Lin Fan said, no need, believe in your own strength. Actually, using evil gods' power isn't a solution. Mo Fu was helpless. We have no choice. If not for evil gods lending us power, we wouldn't be able to fight them. You should understand our difficulties. Lin Fan could understand Mo Fu and the others' difficulties. They were able to survive until now because of the power of the other evil gods. Maybe that evil god really wanted them to live. But to Lin Fan, all of this was too fake. Without strength, one would always be controlled by others. One day, the evil god that used their strength would suddenly turn on them when they reached a certain goal. That would be an irreversible disaster for Mo Fu and the others. Lin Fan patted Mo Fu's shoulder. Don't worry, I can understand your pain. But now that I am here, I am prepared to fight to the death with the evil gods. With me here, everything that I said won't happen. Don't worry. Sect leader Lin, why do I feel like you are acting cool in front of me? Mo Fu was stunned as he looked at Lin Fan. Illusion, do you think I am such a person? Lin Fan said. Mo Fu thought about it, although that is possible, I believe in your character. The two of them looked at one another. Everything was communicated through their eyes. Mo Fu, I am prepared to stay here for a period of time. I hope to get more news about evil gods. Even if you think that it might be their hiding place, you have to tell me. Lin Fan was prepared to attack. He didn't want to wait anymore. Evil God's invasion was silent and he didn't know about it at all. So, he wanted to find the evil gods and suppress them. He wanted to let them understand that if they dared to cause trouble in his territory, they would have to pay a price. Sect leader Lin, this is a little problematic. Mo Fu said regretfully, evil gods don't need to hide. They are in a different dimension from us. Only when they want to appear will they appear in front of us, otherwise, we will never be able to find them. Of course, I can tell you where they might hide. Maybe we will really meet one or two evil gods. Mo Fu didn't have Lin Fan's courage. Even if he knew where the evil gods were, he didn't dare to search for them. To be able to protect this pure land was his biggest wish. That's good. Prepare the location, I still have some things to deal with. Lin Fan said. Then, Lin Fan left the City of Hope. He used the chief god light barrier and with himself as the center, a streak of light exploded. The thick evil god aura was blocked outside and couldn't enter at all. Success. Lin Fan was delighted. He didn't expect the darkness god domain to be so skilled. It seemed like he had underestimated them. Using believers to craft statues and place them in the various cities to form faith links and release the chief god light barrier. When that happened, evil god aura wouldn't be able to invade and evil gods would personally descend. As long as they dared to descend, they would definitely destroy them. Just at that moment, Lin Fan noticed that the space in front of him was shaking intensely. There was a thick evil god power gathering. An evil god found his way here. Apart from evil gods, no one else could produce such power fluctuations. Shortly after, 3 evil gods were forming in front of Lin Fan. Very quickly, they formed successfully. However, these 3 evil gods looked very different from the ones he had seen before. Human, I heard that you have been searching for evil gods. The evil god in the middle opened his mouth. His voice was always so dry and monotonous. Who are you? Lin Fan asked. He didn't see such evil gods in the book of the evil god. 3 evil gods, 3 pillar gods. As a human, your strength has reached evil god realm. That is indeed unbelievable. You can become a new evil god and enjoy the power and undying of evil gods. At the same time, you will have the right to eat blood. Lin Fan smiled, nonsense. Evil gods are nothing. Stop trying to be mysterious. If you have balls, then all of you appear. If I even frown, then I will change my surname to yours. Blood food. If you have balls, then show yourselves. I want to show you who is the real blood food. Lin Fan knew that the 3 evil gods who didn't dare to show themselves were trying to recruit him. But he didn't care about them at all. A bunch of fellows who had successfully cultivated somewhere had relied on their own strangeness and strength to pretend to be evil gods. They had even treated them as food. He couldn't care less about the other dimensions. But as long as they dared to invade his territory, then he would fight them to the end. In that case, they would just fight to the end. There was no need to talk so much nonsense. Chapter 601. Human, don't be too arrogant. You should know who you are facing. The three-pillar gods were furious. They didn't expect the small blood food to dare to speak to them like that. They didn't know. Lin Fan really didn't know who they were and treated them as evil gods. If Mo Fu was at the side, naturally, he would recognize the three of them. They were people even more terrifying than evil gods. But didn't the three-pillar gods not exist anymore? Then where did these three come from? Lin Fan said, no matter who you are, I will always say the same thing. If you have balls, then show yourselves. No matter how many evil gods you send, I will take them on. What skill is there in attacking normal people? That is what the weak do. He was really confused by these evil gods and didn't know where to find them. If they dared to report their location, they would have fought their way over and wouldn't have given them such a chance. Human, you will pay a price for your actions. The three-pillar gods hollered in rage. Even if they were just illusions, the sky shook. Kiki, if you have balls, then come. Lin Fan raged. He didn't care about their threats at all. In the deep abyss, the bunch of evil gods communicated with one another. The rough meaning was that they didn't scare them and instead made them furious. They didn't expect this to happen. They knew that the newly opened blood food world was problematic. There was an expert inside who had been searching for them and said that he was going to kill them. When they heard the news, they just wanted to laugh. It was impossible to kill them as they were undying. Even if they were killed, they could revive in the deep abyss. They just needed to pay a small price. But Gaman and Nakya were killed, which made them pay more attention to Lin Fan. An expert appeared in blood food world. To be able to kill evil gods would definitely affect the process of them enjoying blood food. But why did he use the faces of the three-pillar gods? Naturally, they were the top of the evil gods and felt that it was easy to scare people. What a waste. They weren't scared. Damn, these people are so cunning. Lin Fan was really impressed. Even if they came to find him, they didn't dare to use their true bodies. But it was okay. He was prepared to fight them to the death. He was waiting for Mo Fu to tell him the addresses. Then, he would look for them one by one. He didn't believe that he couldn't find them. A few days later, what he had ordered his followers to do had already been done. Every powerful follower took the statue and scattered to various cities. To the commoners of those cities, this statue was very unfamiliar. Even if someone told them that believing in God would give them protection, not many people would believe it. This needed to be done. Normally, if the statue was placed there and people worshipped it, then it would really be strange. Connecting to those statues, the faith in the darkness god domain was slowly consumed. Those cities were covered in light to block the invasion of evil god aura. City of Hope. Are you ready? Lin Fan asked. Mo Fu grabbed a cowhide map. Sect leader Lin, are you sure? Of course it's confirmed. How could it be fake? Lin Fan replied. These evil gods were bullies. They had such a comfortable life and people would serve them no matter what they did. Now, they had to run all day. Their cultivation might have been high, but it was actually really tiring. Mo Fu passed the leather map to Lin Fan. I have marked the locations here. These places are marked based on legends. Maybe there are evil gods, maybe there aren't, but no matter what, be careful. There are weak evil gods, but there are also strong ones. If you meet strong evil gods, don't offend them. They can be said to be omnipotent gods. Lin Fan opened the map and looked at it carefully. To Mo Fu and the others, they understood right away. But to Lin Fan, it was a little foreign. "Thank you," Lin Fan said. Mo Fu patted Lin Fan's shoulder. "Fighting evil gods is a long war and it can't be solved in a short time." Lin Fan said, "Let's not talk about all this. I will head to these places to take a look. Good luck." Mo Fu knew that it was useless no matter what he said. He just hoped that Lin Fan could find them. They had fought evil gods for so long and they were a little numb. But more than that, they were filled with hope for the future. Although the hope was small, because of that hope, they were able to last till now. When their world was invaded by evil gods, some people went to find them. They wanted to question them why they treated them like that. But there was only a beginning and no end. In the end, no one knew whether they lived or died. More people believed that the person who asked the evil god why he was doing this should be dead. In a pitch-black mountain range. The mountain range was bare and there were no trees at all. There weren't even any beasts and it was like a barren land. At that moment, a person appeared in the mountain range. His fat body was really clumsy and it was really eye-catching. "This is the place, the smell is the thickest here." Monster Emperor sniffed. He smelled a familiar smell. That smell was the smell of the tentacle that he ate. He found this place based on the smell. Monster Emperor raised his hand. Because his arm was too fat, it seemed really short. He hollered and punched down, smashing the black ground. A terrifying power burst out in an instant. Kacha! The mountain range shook and the ground cracked. A deep crack appeared. Deep underground. In a palace. A giant being was sleeping and it was woken up by the commotion. It slowly opened its eyes. Who is disturbing the noble evil god's sleep? The awakened evil god will bring destruction. Evil god Lula stood up and a terrifying evil god aura spread out, forming a storm that struck all around. Outside. Monster Emperor smashed the mountain range and an aura spread out from below. Excitement appeared on his face. As expected, it is here. I have searched for so long. He knew that the person he was searching for was strong, so he wasn't careless. He hollered and something in his body swelled up. It caused Monster Emperor's body to become bigger and bigger. It is you, you small blood food. Evil god Lula appeared from the depths of the ground. His giant body stood tall in the sky. He had an octopus head, a human body and a pair of giant wings on his back. When Monster Emperor saw him, his blood boiled and he pounced towards evil god Lula. Scoff. Evil god Lula looked at him in shock. He didn't expect that a small blood food would actually ignore how terrifying he was and charge at him. Shortly after, he was furious. A small blood food dared to provoke him. That was insulting the noble evil god. Monster Emperor's desire burned. He wanted to swallow him. Just one tentacle wasn't enough, he needed more of his flesh and blood. Hung long. A battle exploded. Evil god Lula wasn't weak and one could even say that he was really strong. Puchi. Monster Emperor's body was pierced by the tentacle and large amounts of blood flowed down. Even the black ground was dyed red. Small blood food, this is the outcome of challenging evil gods. Lula hollered in rage. He had never seen such an arrogant person. He even reached a level where he didn't know his place. Now, he was going to make him pay a heavy price. But suddenly, something shocking happened. Monster Emperor grabbed evil god Lula's tentacle and opened his mouth. His expression was vicious and maniacal as he bit down. Puchi. Evil god's blood splattered. Ah! Lula screamed miserably. Who was this person? Only evil gods swallowed others and no one had ever swallowed them. Monster Emperor felt that he wanted to retract his tentacle, so how could he let him do that? You want to run? Keep dreaming. To Monster Emperor, he just wanted to swallow the evil god in front of him. His body made him happy and even his strength was slowly increasing. At the same time, he could make up for what he lacked. Evil god's flesh and blood had something that he lacked. Small thing. Evil god Lula hollered. His tentacle broke through the air. It was really quick and the dimension was ripped apart. Instantly, it pierced many bloody holes in Monster Emperor's body. Logically speaking, even if Monster Emperor didn't die from such heavy injuries, he would have been badly injured. But Monster Emperor looked like he was on drugs. He allowed his body to be dyed red and he still laughed out loud. It belongs to me, your entire body belongs to me. Monster Emperor hollered. He tore the tentacle that pierced through his body and then jumped up. He swallowed the tentacle in his hand and then landed on evil god Lula's body. Small thing, scram down from my body. Evil god Lula hollered in rage. Monster Emperor raised his head and his mouth opened wide. The madness in his eyes became more and more obvious. He then landed and bit Lula's neck. Crack. There was the sound of flesh being pierced. Selah. Monster Emperor shook his head and bit off a large piece of evil god flesh and blood. Damn. Lula grabbed towards Monster Emperor. Although Monster Emperor wasn't small, compared to him, he was still small. Monster Emperor was really quick. He dodged left and right and continued to tear off the flesh and blood on Lula's body. Ah! Lula screamed. Could he scold him now? Damn! Where did this person come from? He even dared to eat evil god flesh and blood. Wasn't he afraid that he would die? To Lula, he felt like there were ants biting his body. Large pieces of flesh were being bitten off. Even if he wanted to pinch this person to death, it would be tough. I need more flesh and blood. Excitement shone in Monster Emperor's eyes. Excitement, he was just too excited. He really felt that the digested flesh and blood was making up for what he lacked. He thought that the evil god form was the final form. But now, he realized that it wasn't. This wasn't the final form. Pata. Ha ha ha, I caught you. Evil god Lula laughed out loud. But shortly after, he cried out in pain. The hand that grabbed Monster Emperor spread out a heart-wrenching pain. The palm was disappearing at a visible speed. When he released his palm, a dense pack of sharp teeth appeared on Monster Emperor's body. These teeth were the ones that bit Lula's palm until only bones were left. Then, tragic cries could be heard from the desolate mountain range. It was just that in this tragic voice. There were also chewing sounds like someone was eating something. Chapter 602. Desolate Mountain Range. Lula's giant body laid there and didn't move at all. Monster Emperor squatted at the side like he was eating some delicious food. Evil god Lula didn't expect things to turn out like this. Each time the Monster Emperor bit his flesh and blood, the pain struck him, making him feel pain that he had never felt before. Slowly, evil god Lula's screams became weaker and weaker. Even if Monster Emperor was covered in wounds and his body was riddled with holes, he still maintained his eating posture. In the end, the screams disappeared. In this desolate mountain range, evil gods became blood food and were being eaten. Monster Emperor was indeed fierce. He didn't hesitate to swallow such disgusting beings like evil gods. He even seemed like he was addicted to it. One had to say that this was really terrifying. No one knew whether Monster Emperor was a human or a demon. But a long time ago, Monster Emperor started to become abnormal. Deep Abyss. Evil god Lula revived in rage. His furious roar reverberated throughout the deep abyss. However, there was a tinge of fear in his roar. It was like when he thought about what Monster Emperor did to him, he panicked. Was that guy even a human being? He was an evil god. But he died in such a tragic manner. The humiliation was unforgettable. Hatred filled his heart and he really wanted to swallow that person up. Lula didn't like staying in the deep abyss. This place was pitch black and there was no sound and no light. There was no place where those small blood food lived that made him feel more comfortable. Thus, not long after reviving, Lula left the deep abyss and returned to a familiar place. Monster Emperor's stomach was like a bottomless hole that swallowed. Such a giant corpse was swallowed by Monster Emperor in a short time. The taste is not bad. It makes up for my flaws and is perfect, but it is far from enough. Monster Emperor had his own thoughts. He needed to make up for his flaws. Those people from Insect Valley wouldn't let him go. One day he would have to face them. Monster Emperor was in deep thought. He wanted to continue to search for evil gods, but he didn't know where they were. To be able to find Lula, he had to rely on the tentacle that he snatched to track Lula based on his scent. Now that his target was dead. Then, suddenly, Monster Emperor's expression changed like he noticed something huge. This aura has appeared again. Isn't he already dead? Monster Emperor was stunned. Maybe to him, this was something unbelievable. With his brain, it was hard for him to understand what was the reason behind it. Maybe they are brothers. In the end, Monster Emperor found a reasonable answer to answer his questions. He followed the scent. What evil god Lula didn't know was that Monster Emperor had his eyes on him. He rushed over just to eat more evil gods. Was this behavior too much? Actually, it wasn't excessive at all. This map is giving me a headache. Lin Fan looked at the cowhide map in his hands. To be honest, he didn't really understand it. He could vaguely understand a little, but as for the specifics, it really depended on whether or not the heavens gave him the chance. If he knew, he would have asked Mo Fu to find someone who understood diagrams to guide him. Unfortunately, in order to show off his ability, he pretended to know what he didn't know. This made things very difficult for others. He was currently in a forest. Evil God's aura was still so thick. However, these leaves were not green. Instead, they were gray. At a glance, it was as if they were in a gray world. This doesn't look like a place with evil gods. Lin Fan sighed and felt a little helpless. It was too difficult to find the path of evil gods. These people knew how to hide and it made him feel really helpless. He didn't know when he would reach the end. Suddenly, with a show, there was the sound of air being torn apart. The sound came from behind. Listening closely, it sounded like something was being shot out. But to Lin Fan, he didn't care about such things anymore. Several sharp silver spears tore through the air. When the silver spears were about to touch Lin Fan, they were blocked by an energy wall. They couldn't enter at all and then lost their momentum and fell to the ground. Lin Fan turned his head and noticed that there were a few ropes swaying in the distance. Mechanism? It definitely wasn't an evil god who could set up mechanisms. After all, evil gods were confident in their own strength, so why would they use such methods? There was already such a situation and there were still people here. Lin Fan was suspicious. Who were these mechanisms used to deal with? Evil god? Stop joking. He would rather believe that he was joking in front of evil gods and make them laugh to death than believe in such a thing. Not to mention evil gods. Even against the old era rulers, these mechanisms were like a joke. Don't attack, he is a human and not an evil god servant. A voice spread from the distance. Movement spread out. Someone jumped down from the tree and when he landed on the ground, he stepped on the gray leaves and gave out a crisp sound. That is weird, I didn't sense anyone around. Lin Fan was shocked. With his strength, as long as there was someone around, they wouldn't be able to escape from his senses. Very quickly, a few weird-looking people walked out from the darkness. Lin Fan looked at them and was confused. They weren't strong and the gap between them and those people in City of Hope was huge. Even Mok could challenge a bunch of them. I am sorry, I thought that you were an evil god's servant, so I used a mechanism on you. Fortunately, you are fine, otherwise, I really don't know what to do. A middle-aged man walked out. His clothes were different from those in City of Hope. It was like it was woven from some plant and he looked like he was wearing a cloth. It was colorful and not ugly. I am okay. Lin Fan smiled and then asked curiously, you are from the 12 cities? The middle-aged man wanted to say something but he heard the sound of wind whistling in the distance. His expression changed and he said hurriedly, let's go, now isn't the time to talk. Those people are here again. Lin Fan raised his head and looked. It seemed like he had to warm up from the aura of the evil god servant. But to them, it seemed like he was terrified by this sudden scene. The middle-aged man pulled Lin Fan, let's go, let's go. Haze. Lin Fan wanted to say that there was no need and that they could just watch him perform. But looking at their terrified expressions, he felt like if he didn't leave with them, they would pee their pants. Lin Fan didn't say anything and just allowed the middle-aged man to pull him forward. After that, a gigantic ancient tree appeared in front of them. There was already someone waiting there. That person's lips moved slightly as if he was chanting an incantation. Immediately, a vortex appeared in front of the ancient tree. It looked more like a door. Quick, hurry up. The man who was chanting shouted at them. He was anxious and would occasionally look into the distance. Although he couldn't see anything, the pressure was getting closer and closer. Lin Fan was pulled in by the middle-aged man. He suddenly realized that there was a grotto heaven inside. So, it was in a cave. The torches on the walls lit up and chased away the darkness. Everyone sat on the ground and panted. That was close, I didn't expect to meet a patroller. The middle-aged man who had dragged Lin Fan away said with lingering fear. He then looked at Lin Fan, hello, I am Dao Gu, the leader here. Where did you come from, what is your name, why are you here? Dao Gu asked many questions at once. At the same time, he looked at his companions to tell them to pay attention. After all, it was an emergency and they didn't investigate his identity before bringing him back. If he had bad intentions, it would be a disaster for them. Lin Fan raised his head and noticed that they were wary of him. He smiled, don't be so nervous, I have no ill intentions towards you. I am just searching for evil gods and passed by. Evil gods seemed to have stepped on their tails and caused their hair to stand on their ends. They looked at Lin Fan warily. If they were worried about his identity before, then now they were even more worried. After all, this involved the evil gods. Don't look at me like that, I really have no ill intentions. I am just searching for evil gods to kill them. Lin Fan said. Instantly. The bunch of them were stunned and then someone couldn't help but burst out laughing. Like he felt that it wasn't good, he waved his hands. I am sorry, I don't think it's funny. It is just that this is the first time I heard someone say that. Do you know what evil gods are? That's an undying existence. It's not easy for us to survive in the hands of the evil god. We've never thought of killing the evil god. It is okay, normally no one would believe such things. But why aren't you in the city? Why are you here? I am familiar with City of Hope's Mo Fu, do you know him? Lin Fan asked. Dao Gu nodded, I know, City of Hope's Saint Hall Lord Mo Fu. But we are different from them. They are able to fight against evil gods because they rely on their power. But this power is too unstable. If one day the evil gods that they lend power to become like other evil gods, then they won't be able to block them. And we are hiding here. Through the hard work of countless people, we have developed a new kind of power. We use the power in the world to strengthen ourselves. Although the increase in strength is slow, there will be a day when we can become strong enough to fight against the evil gods. Lin Fan felt like wasn't this the same as what they cultivated? They didn't need to borrow the power of evil gods to strengthen themselves. But they discovered it late and didn't have a system. One could only say that they were feeling the stones to cross the river and needed the hard work of many predecessors. Lin Fan agreed with their ideals. Mo Fu and the others borrowing the power of evil gods was a little fake and not reliable. Suddenly, someone in the cave exclaimed. "Did any of you see Gute? He doesn't seem to be here." Instantly, everyone was stunned and then they started to search. But very quickly, someone shouted in terror. "Gute is not here, did he go out with all of you?" Chapter 603. Lin Fan didn't know who Gute was. But without even thinking, he knew that it was definitely a kid. Based on normal situations, when a team was wiped out, there would often be such a team destroyer. Most of them were girls and kids were common too. Before Lin Fan's strength reached a certain level, he definitely wouldn't bring girls and kids to adventure. Bringing a creator with him was really dangerous. If he isn't here, then he is definitely outside. But when I went out, I didn't notice him. Why is this kid so disobedient? Dao Gu raged. The situation was so dangerous and he still didn't listen to orders. Did he really not care about those terrifying people? At that moment, a long-haired woman chanted an incantation. Then, the mysterious power that was drifting in the world gathered together and a mirror-like surface appeared before her. Scenes of the outside world appeared. "I am searching for him, let's hope that the patrolman didn't notice him," the long-haired girl said. From her expression, one could tell that she felt that Gute was in trouble. Suddenly, scenes appeared. In the scenes, Gute was running in the forest. "Hide, hide quickly." The long-haired girl was worried and then said, "We can save him. The patrolman didn't notice him. If we are careful, we will definitely be able to save him." Dao Gu got up, "I will go." As long as the patrolman didn't notice him, he had a chance. But shortly after, the long-haired girl said in terror, "Don't go, he has been noticed. The patrolman is following him." Nothing happened at the start but just now, she saw a reflection on the ground. The patrolman merged with the sky. If the patrolman didn't appear, no one would notice him. Dao Gu kept silent for a moment. No matter what, we have to save him. He is still young and his future is long. How can he die here? Dao Gu, don't be rash. We can't save Gute. Even if you go out, you will be killed. What is worse is that the patrolman is doing this on purpose to know where we are hiding. Maybe he will kill all of us. Although Gute is young, he knows not to drag us down. The long-haired girl said anxiously. Gute was indeed like that. He didn't run towards the tree. If he was so frightened that he wanted someone to save him, he would definitely run towards the tree. Clearly, he knew that he couldn't implicate everyone, so he wanted to lure the patrollers somewhere else. Damn it! Dao Gu powerlessly punched the wall of the cave. He was very unwilling, but he could only stare helplessly at the scene in front of him. At this moment, Lin Fan's palm landed on Dao Ji's shoulder. "Don't despair, we can save him. Although we didn't meet any evil gods, this patrolman definitely has a close relationship with them. Let's start with him." He had originally wanted to kill the other party, but he didn't expect that Doug would drag him here to hide. These people lived hard lives, tiring and painful. Without strength, it was so tragic. It made people speechless. Don't be rash. That is the patroller, the servant of the evil god. He is really terrifying. Unless Mo Fu and the others can kill him, otherwise, before he could finish his words, he saw the scene in front of him and was completely stunned. Lin Fan raised his hand and tore the dimension apart before walking in. Such a scene was too shocking. Tearing space, wasn't that a little too terrifying? Outside, Gute couldn't run anymore. He leaned against the tree and held a short sword in his hands. His body shivered and his eyes were filled with fear. When Dao Gu and the others came out, he snuck out. But he didn't expect the patrolman to suddenly appear. As he was too far away, he couldn't catch up to them. He knew that he couldn't let the patrolman notice where they were hiding, so he ran into the distance. It was impossible to escape from the patrolman's line of sight. "Don't come over." Gute's voice was immature, but when he hollered in rage, there was a thread of aura to it. The sound of the wind spread over. The surrounding trees shook. Many trees fell and a butterfly-like monster appeared in the sky. It then landed slowly. "I didn't expect to meet such fresh blood food here. My luck is not bad." The patrolman gave out a happy laugh. But this laugh seemed to contain some sort of magical power. When it spread into Gute's ears, blood flowed out from his ears. "I can't sense your aura and can only use my eyes to observe. You have no strength at all, but you can block the evil god energy. Is it because of the clothes you are wearing?" The patrolman asked. This world was covered by the evil god energy. People without strength would be infected by the evil god energy. This small blood food had no strength in his body, but he could block the evil god energy. It definitely had something to do with the eye-catching clothes he was wearing. Gute swallowed his saliva and wanted to retreat, but there was no way out. Because of fear, his legs started to tremble. If not for the tree supporting him, he would have fallen to the ground. "Small blood food, the noble Gouda is asking you a question. Don't you know how to speak?" Gouda asked unhappily. Gute acted like he was strong. "I won't tell you, you evil monsters that occupied my home." The patrolman couldn't stop drooling. Seeing that the small blood food didn't say anything more, he couldn't take it anymore. Then, it bent down and opened its bottomless mouth. It covered Gute and wanted to swallow him up. "Ah!" Gute closed his eyes and screamed in panic. He waved the short sword in his hand randomly. However, compared to the patroller's mouth, everything was too insignificant. Suddenly, the patrolman stopped. He sensed a familiar aura. That was the evil god's aura. Was there a noble evil god that passed by and wanted to taste this fresh blood food? In that short moment, the patrolman thought about many things. He felt a little regretful. After all, these were his blood food. Lin Fan appeared above the patrolman's head. He clenched his fingers and then punched. With a pang, he punched the patrolman's head. The ground shook. A deep hole appeared. The patrolman was smashed into the hole. "Kid, this is a rare chance for you. Next time, you won't be so lucky," Lin Fan said. Gute opened his eyes and looked at the scenes in disbelief. He didn't know what had happened. In the hiding spot in the cave, Dao Gu looked at the situation outside with a stunned expression. "What happened?" The long-haired girl said slowly, "It seems like the patrolman was defeated." "Who is he?" Numerous questions filled their minds. How was there such a terrifying person? At that moment, Lin Fan landed slowly and looked at the patrolman in the hole. He didn't die and he showed mercy. Otherwise, that fist would have caused him to explode. "Thank you for saving me." Gu Ti's voice was trembling. It was obvious that he hadn't recovered from the fear just now. Lin Fan smiled. "Kid, don't run around in the future. Sometimes, because of one person, everyone will die. Do you understand?" Gu Te understood Lin Fan's words and nodded his head. That night, no one stayed in the cave and walked out. This was the first time they started a fire outside. Everyone looked at Lin Fan in a different light. At the same time, they knew that this person wasn't from their world. He was from another blood food world. Their world was invaded by evil gods, but they controlled it. Just like what he said when they first met, he came here to take revenge. At the start, they wanted to laugh and felt like he was joking. But now, they understood that he wasn't joking at all. He was talking about a serious matter. Not far away. The patrolman was controlled by Lin Fan and couldn't move at all. He couldn't even make a sound. This was the first time they had such close contact with the patrolman. Some of them took a few more looks and felt terrified. Facing such a terrifying person, maybe they didn't even have the heart to fight him. In front of the fire. Lin Fan stirred the firewood in the fire and then said, "All of you are on the right path, but it is too late. If you want to have the strength to fight evil gods, you will need a long time. Maybe 100, 200 years. But during this period of time, if you aren't careful, all of you will be wiped out. Why don't you head to my world? At least it isn't as dangerous as here." That suggestion caused many of them to look at one another. They felt that it was a good idea. They then looked at Dao Gu. They all listened to Dao Gu. "Thank you, but we are staying here to fight evil gods not only because we want to live, but more importantly, we want this world to return to how it was before. As long as we work hard, then there will be hope. But if we don't work hard, then there will be no hope." Dao Gu kept silent for a long while and then spoke his true thoughts. The people around nodded their heads in agreement. Dao Ji's words made sense. This was their home, and even if evil gods invaded and they were in danger, as long as there was hope, they wouldn't leave this place easily. Lin Fan didn't say anything more. Since it was their own choice. Then he couldn't say anything more. He got up slowly and walked towards the patrolman. "Tell me, who is your evil god?" Lin Fan asked. The patrolman's body was pressed down by Lin Fan and he looked at Lin Fan in rage. "This is tough." He didn't reply and Lin Fan didn't have much patience to talk to him. He gathered his sword intent and stabbed the patrolman without saying a word. The patrolman's mouth opened and closed. It was like he was roaring in rage, but because Lin Fan was suppressing it, the sound couldn't spread out. It made one think that the patrolman was really strong and didn't make a sound. Lin Fan frowned and then smiled, "You really are strong-willed." He opened his fingers and continued to gather sword intent. He then stabbed the patrolman once more. Those scenes made Dao Gu and the others suck in a deep cold breath. That was a little cruel. Chapter 604. Is it really that strong? The patrolman bled. If he continued to stab, he would have nearly stabbed him to death. But even then, the patrolman still didn't say who the evil god he followed was. He didn't even answer the first question. It was much more difficult to ask where the evil god was. Dao Gu looked at the patrolman with a weird expression. He noticed that the patrolman's situation wasn't what he thought it was. Did the patrolman say it but we can't hear it? Dao Gu said what he was confused about. The main reason was that he noticed that the patrolman's mouth was closing and closing. He was saying something quickly. But the weird thing was that there was no sound at all. Even when the sword stabbed in, there was no sound of the wound tearing. That was a little weird. Suddenly, Lin Fan thought about something. I forgot about it. If it wasn't for Doug's reminder, he would have forgotten about a very important matter. He suppressed the patrolman such that not only could he not move, but he couldn't even make a sound. "Okay, now speak. You can hear me. It isn't a problem to stab you so many times. I just want you to suffer a little more and you will know what the outcome is if you aren't honest." Lin Fan said. The patrolman's aura became much weaker. Even his voice became much more normal. "You lowly blood food." Lin Fan smiled. He didn't expect the patrolman to be so stubborn. But all of that wasn't important now. What a stubborn fellow. Evil gods can live, but if you die once, you will be gone. Of course, maybe you don't fear death, but what is more terrifying than death is torture. Who knows how long you can last? To the patrolman, he had seen what Lin Fan was capable of. That was just too cruel. He stabbed him just like that without any hesitation at all. Moreover, it was as if he was retarded. He had already begged and his throat was about to become hoarse, but Lin Fan still stabbed him. He was even more unreasonable than the evil gods. Lin Fan saw that the patrolman was silent and spoke once more. It is okay if you don't say it. There are so many evil gods and the one you know isn't lacking. But you will definitely suffer unimaginable torture. Even if you are his servant, you have never seen it before. The patrolman looked at Lin Fan. He was going to find the noble evil god. All right then, let him go find it. When he knows how irresistible the power of the evil god is, he will know that everything is just his arrogance. Evil god Jinjali, I am evil god Jinjali's servant. The patrolman said slowly. Even Dao Gu and the others who had been living in seclusion here for a long time did not know which evil god this place belonged to. The main reason was that evil gods didn't have a sense of territory. They can go wherever they want. As long as there was blood, there would be evil gods. So, it's him. Lin Fan had seen the introduction of this evil god from the Book of the Evil God. He was ranked 22nd. Based on the strength of the evil gods he had met so far, he should be able to rank 22nd. However, he did not know exactly how strong he was. Let's go. Bring me to him. Lin Fan said. Then, he looked at the crowd. Everyone, take care. Dao Gu was stunned. Are you really going to search for evil gods? Even if Lin Fan suppressed the patrolman, to them, the patrolman was much weaker than the evil gods. There was no way to compare the two at all. Of course, I came here to search for evil gods. If they weren't so good at hiding, I would have wiped them all out. Lin Fan knew that his words were a little fake, but he had no choice. No matter what, at least he hadn't fought the strongest evil god before. He could lose anything but his aura. The patrolman kept silent and laughed coldly in his heart. To even say such stupid and arrogant words, it was fortunate that he didn't know how terrifying the strongest evil god was. Dao Gu had nothing to say and didn't know what to say. He wanted to tell him not to think of evil gods so simply. Evil gods were unimaginably terrifying. But thinking about the gap between their strength, it was like heaven and earth. What ability did he have to say all that? In the end, he could only say one sentence. Be careful. Lin Fan waved his hands and carried the patrolman towards the distance. Even if it was dark, it couldn't stop his determination to find evil gods. Brother Gu, how is it? Su Yuanming saw Gu Yuan open his eyes and asked right away. The two of them were in the same boat and they came here to search for a chance to break through to stage 8. Now that Gu Yuan ate the evil god's things, he said that he could see the path to stage 8. However, this was only temporary. If that mysterious person lied to them once more, then they really didn't know what to do. Improved, I can sense that my cultivation has increased. Joy appeared on Gu Yuan's face. Although he was still a distance away from stage 8, at least he saw hope. Then, his expression turned solemn. We can't let Lin Wani find out about this, otherwise, with his stage 7 strength, he would be able to break through to stage 8 right away. Lin Wani and them were both stage 7 experts. But even if they were of the same realm, the gap was still huge. Brother Gu, even if there is a gap, it shouldn't be so exaggerated, right? Su Yuanming was a little unwilling. They admitted that they weren't as strong as Lin Wani, but it was impossible for the gap to be so huge. Gu Yuan said, in the past, I didn't agree, but recently, I realized that talent has a huge impact on one's martial path. Lin Wani is a little stronger than us, but it will be magnified many times at stage 8. No matter what, we have to kill Lin Wani when we break through to stage 8. If not, if he finds out about the method, then we will still be suppressed. Su Yuanming kept silent for a moment and asked, what about Lin Fan? Gu Yuan looked at Su Yuanming and blinked like he was asking him not to mention him. My head hurt. In terms of what they couldn't understand, it was still Lin Fan. This fellow was just unreasonably strong. If they went all out in Great Sun Buddha sect, even if Lin Wani was here, he would have died. But this kid was too terrifying and it was tough to deal any damage to him. Forget it. Let's not talk about this kid. The more we talked, the more uncomfortable we felt. Insect Valley. Technique Teaching Hall Elder Zhuo Lai came to the Valley Head's room and said respectfully, "Valley Head, I have investigated. Monster Emperor left this place and went to a world that we don't know about." Kachi. The door slowly opened and Valley Head walked out expressionlessly. He passed Zhuo Lai and didn't stop. He continued to walk into the distance, "Follow me." Zhuo Lai followed behind. He knew that the place he was heading to next was the most mysterious place in Insect Valley. Apart from him and the Valley Head, no one else knew. Insect Valley had long moved away from its original place. Logically speaking, how could such a mysterious Insect Valley fear others? But there was nothing he could do. Lin Fan was too crazy and the Valley Head was afraid that he would find them. Why did he have to make things difficult for himself? Thus, he just moved away in case he created more problems for himself. The two of them passed through a mist. This mist was formed by numerous bugs that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. If outsiders stepped in, they would instantly die. Just as they passed through the mist, automatically opened up a path for the two of them to pass. Not long later, the two of them stopped outside a cave. The door was tightly shut and there was a picture on it that looked similar to Nine Demon. It had 9 heads, and each head had a long, curved horn growing out of it. It looked even more overbearing and majestic than Nine Demon. Zhuo Lai took in a deep breath. Although he had come here before, each time he came, he would be covered by the aura of this place. It made him feel a little terrified. It was as if there was something unimaginable hidden behind the door. "Valley Head, is it time?" Zhuo Lai asked. "Yes," Valley Head said. Then, the Valley Lord walked to the stone door. In the middle of the stone door, there was a circular hole. The Valley Lord put his arm in, and suddenly, there was a cracking sound. It was as if there was something inside the hole that had locked onto his arm. Valley Head's originally red face slowly turned ashen white. He lost large amounts of blood. The stone door was like a living thing. When the withered meridians absorbed enough blood, they appeared on the surface of the stone door. They were densely packed like vines. Zhuo Lai held his breath and his expression was really solemn. In the past, they always stood at the door and never entered. When he saw this, he panicked a little. After a long while, Valley Head became much thinner and his skin became even drier. But to Valley Head, his body wasn't that important right now. He stared at the stone door and waited for it to open. With a kacha, the stone door slowly opened. The moment it opened, an aura that had been suppressed for a long time spread out and covered the two of them. There was a rotten smell. There was also an ancient smell. Zhuo Lai's body shuddered. Unlike the excited Valley Head, he was filled with fear. It was as if he was about to face something unknown and it made him panic. "Let's go in," Valley Head said. He slowly stepped into the darkness. He felt like something was calling out to him. This was an Insect Valley secret that had existed for a long time. A secret that had existed since he entered Insect Valley. In the past, his position in Insect Valley wasn't high and he didn't know about this. But when he reached the peak, he found out about Insect Valley's biggest secret. Generations after generations had been guarding this secret. Today, when it reached his generation, the secret could finally be opened. Zhuo Lai and him were the witnesses to this secret. The deepest part of the cave. A giant deep hole appeared in front of the two of them. Maybe because it was too long ago, this place was really desolate like a wasteland. But he knew. The secret was hidden deep in the hole. Shuo Lai's breathing became rushed. The moment the stone door opened, he was nervous. Chapter 605. Since Insect Valley went into secluded meditation, they didn't come out to cause trouble. Even when the 4 alliances were formed, they didn't join in. If Insect Valley joined in, it wouldn't be the 4 alliances but the 5 alliances. Su Yuanming came to find him and wanted Insect Valley to help deal with Lin Fan. Even if Su Yuanming said it was a serious matter, Insect Valley didn't do anything. Just in case, after Su Yuanming described how strong Lin Fan was, they moved the mountain and left. To the valley head, no matter what Lin Fan did, it had nothing to do with Insect Valley. He even thanked him for his reminder. Insect Valley would leave first. Goodbye. Valley head, for some reason, I feel a little uneasy. Shuo Lai said. Monster Emperor was nurtured by them and no matter what happened, everything was under control. But this place made him feel uneasy. What is there to feel uneasy about? This is Insect Valley's important land and our foundations. Valley head said. Although his tone was calm, he was a little angry. It was obvious that Shuo Lai's words made him unhappy. Shuo Lai lowered his head and didn't say a word. He stood to the side and waited quietly. The time has come. Valley head said. Shortly after. With Valley head at the center, an aura spread out from his body. The special Tao essence of bug controlling technique swept the area like a wave. Not long later, there were many subtle sounds coming from the surroundings. Gradually, these subtle sounds became noisy, as if many things were rushing towards this place at high speed. There were even sounds spreading out from the deep abyss like they were replying to these bugs. Kiki, great, we succeeded. A maniacal smile appeared on Valley Head's face like he had foreseen something. Shuo Lai stood on the spot and didn't move. A dense bunch of bugs surged over like a wave. The bugs avoided the 2 of them and surged into the deep abyss. Valley Head, are we sending all the bugs we nurtured here? Shuo Lai's expression changed. These bugs were the foundations of Insect Valley. As long as they were here, no matter what, they didn't fear anything. If they used the bug controlling technique in Insect Valley and merged with these bugs, they would reach an unimaginable level. Insect Valley nurtured these bugs in preparation for today. Valley Head said. Shuo Lai was helpless and didn't expect this to happen. He really guessed correctly. Actually, he thought that these bugs that he nurtured were enough for Insect Valley to be invincible. But now, they were used to feed the unknown existence in the deep abyss. What a pity. At this moment, chewing sounds came from the abyss. Not long after, breathing sounds could be heard, as if something was really coming back to life. And these chewing sounds. Shuo Lai's heart ached when he heard that. These were the foundations of Insect Valley. Rumble. The abyss began to shake, and a chilling aura spread out from the abyss. Shuo Lai took a step back and found it hard to block this aura. The Valley Master, on the other hand, clenched his fists tightly and revealed an expression of joy. His body trembled slightly. What's that? Shuo Lai's eyes widened as he looked at the shocking scene in front of him. There was actually a stone coffin hidden in the deep abyss. At this time, the sarcophagus floated up from the abyss and floated in midair. The coffin lid was pulled down a little. The bugs that Insect Valley raised all surged towards that corner. When Shuo Lai saw this, his heart creaked and he was filled with fear. He had never thought that he would see such a terrifying scene. Who was in the sarcophagus? Large amounts of bugs surged in, so how could they take it? After a long while, the bugs disappeared and all surged into the sarcophagus. This was the foundations that Insect Valley had slowly accumulated over the years. Now that it was all used up, it would be a lie if one said that they didn't feel pained. Instantly, a sound spread out from the sarcophagus. With a loud explosion, the coffin lid was blown away and the situation within was revealed. Shuo Lai raised his head and wanted to see what was inside. But after one look, he was so frightened that he lowered his head. His body trembled and he didn't see anything at all. The sarcophagus was pitch black and there was a thick black mist spreading about. Instantly, a young man slowly floated up from the sarcophagus. His face was ashen white like there was no blood in it at all. When the valley master saw the young man, he was a little stunned. But then, he seemed to have thought about something. The face in front of him merged with the image in his mind. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. The current valley master welcomes the return of old ancestor. Valley master knelt on the ground and his voice trembled. He didn't expect that the person in the hole was actually the old ancestor. Moreover, it was the old ancestor who created Insect Valley. That was a shocking and amazing person. Shuo Lai looked at the valley master in shock and then at the young man. His body shook and he didn't dare to stand there. He knelt behind the valley master right away. Old ancestor. Insect Valley's old ancestor was still alive. Shuo Lai didn't expect that such a deep hidden secret was actually this. He looked towards the valley master. If the old ancestor really returned, then the valley master's position would drop from the top to second. Was he really willing to do that? It was just that these were just his thoughts. He didn't have any other thoughts. No sound spread over. Valley master knelt there for a long time and still didn't raise his head. He just buried his head between his knees. Shuo Lai was nervous and confused about what was going on. He didn't reply after such a long time. Did the old ancestor revive or did he just appear in front of him? He didn't fear the old ancestor that much. So, he raised his head and looked towards the old ancestor boldly. Right when he looked at the young man's eyes, the young man suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, Shuo Lai's expression was filled with terror. Shuo Lai's expression turned horrified. The image reflected in his eyes was not that of a young man, but a peerless ferocious demon. Am I too friendly to you or are you really so arrogant? Are we not there yet? Lin Fan detained the patrolman and walked for a long time. The patrolman was terrified. We are almost there, we are really almost there. To the patrolman, he wanted to cry. He didn't know why he was so unlucky to actually meet such a person. Lin Fan squinted and smiled. I hope that what you said is true. He didn't have any intense conflicts with the evil gods. He could ignore the second-class evil gods and he didn't care about them. But naturally, he didn't care about the lower-ranked first-class evil gods. But as for the higher-ranked ones, he had to be more wary. It was normal for him to be arrogant, but when he faced something, naturally, he had to be more careful. It was always good to be careful. If the evil gods had balls, they would call all 32 of them over. If Lin Fan dared to appear in front of them, then he was really dumb. Of course. There would always be exceptions to such situations. For example, understanding the strength of the evil gods. If they were all weak, then it didn't matter. The patrolman became really well-behaved. He knew that Lin Fan definitely wouldn't let him off. His reason for doing so was simple. He wanted him to meet the evil gods and let him know how terrifying they were. Even if evil god hadn't appeared yet, the patrolman's mind was filled with images of how the lowly blood food was being toyed with by evil god. We are here, this is the place. The patrolman said. Lin Fan looked at the environment below and frowned. Are you sure? This is the place. The patrolman said. He felt really tired. The feeling of being suspected was really unbearable. Below them was a sea of fire. The magma flowed thickly, and even though they were so far away, they could still feel the scorching heat. Evil god Jinjulai, ranked 22. He is known as the Flame Sovereign, the creator of flames. It is possible that he is hiding here. Lin Fan muttered. The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Moreover, the patrolman might not dare to lie to him. Then, tell me, how should I call him out? Lin Fan asked. The patrolman shook his head. How would I know? Disturbing the noble evil god's sleep is a stupid thing. I won't try to do that. Lin Fan lowered his gaze and took in a deep breath. He hollered in rage, Evil god Jinjulai, come out. His voice was like thunder and it exploded in the sky. The flowing magma below rumbled and caused giant waves. As long as one wasn't deaf, one would basically be able to hear it. Unfortunately, after waiting for a moment, there was still no movement. The patrolman said, maybe he isn't here. Lin Fan didn't worry about the patrolman. He clenched his fingers and gathered power in his fist. His aura rose to the peak. He opened his arms and waved forwards quickly. Instantly, the fist light formed from Tao essence descended from above. Before it even reached the ground, the flowing magma was pressed down and caved in. The fist light seeped into the magma. Shortly after, an earth-shattering sound exploded from the depths of the magma. A huge power exploded from within. The magma caused giant waves that were 1,000 feet high. When the magma landed on Lin Fan's body, a light barrier appeared and blocked the magma outside. Shortly after, there were screams. The patrolman was drenched. His body was red and covered in magma. There was even a burning smell. I forgot about you. Lin Fan was calm. It was his fault, but he didn't show any regret. It was obvious that he had no rights at all. Suddenly, there was movement below. The ground was shaking. Who dares to disturb my slumber? Damned ant, you will pay the price. An enraged voice erupted. That was evil god Jinjulai's roar. The patrolman was delighted. He bore with the pain and cheered for the evil god's descent. What do you want to do? When the patrolman saw Lin Fan's outstretched fingers, he couldn't help but panic. Goodbye. Lin Fan smiled. He clenched his fingers and the Tao patterns around the patrolman's body constricted. With a pang, the patrolman exploded from the pressure of the Tao patterns. So, he really is here. He even said that the evil god hid deep. It seems like the information was wrong. But it isn't important anymore. Let's fight. Chapter 606. Evil god Jinjulai was sleeping in the magma ocean and the huge commotion woke him up. This was something that Jinjulai couldn't accept since he had a condition where he would explode if he was woken up. Evil god Jinjulai was huge and his body was covered in burning muscles. It gave one a feeling like his strength was about to explode. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were like two burning suns. He just woke up. He was a little dazed. Where did the dust come from? Jinjulai muttered to himself. But shortly after, Jinjulai was shocked. Jinjulai's expression changed drastically. This wasn't a piece of fucking dust, but a lowly creature that had appeared in front of him. Have you seen a mosquito-sized fist? Lin Fan didn't want to say any nonsense. He raised his fist and punched towards Jinjulai's eyes. Pang! Ah! Evil god Jinjulai cried out and covered his eyes. He felt his eyes hurt and he couldn't help but cry tears of magma. Who dares to attack me? He hollered and wanted to hammer that person to death. Damn! The evil god was just woken up and his eyes were heavily injured. It was so painful that his body trembled. Even his last bit of sleepiness was gone. Rage rose up in his heart. He was on the verge of exploding. Very quickly, Jinjulai lowered his hands. One of his eyeballs was smashed but it recovered quickly. So, you are just a small blood food. You actually dare to disturb my sleep. Do you know what kind of stupid thing you have done? Evil god Jinjulai raged. That's enough. I realized that the way you evil gods speak is really weird. Can't you speak properly? Take this matter for example. You could have simply said, "You're disturbing my sleep. Are you courting death?" How domineering is that? Lin Fan said. He felt helpless towards the tone of these evil gods. It was like they didn't know how to speak. Evil god Jinjulai was slightly stunned and then furious. The magma that merged with his legs boiled up. Damn! The rumbling magma swept up and merged with the evil god's palm. The evil god hollered in rage and punched forwards, wanting to suppress the blood food in front of him. Right, let's see how strong the evil god rank 22nd is. Lin Fan floated in the air. Evil god's fist got closer and closer, but he was really calm and didn't panic at all. It was as if he was a kid punching in front of him and there was nothing special about it. Just as he was about to get close, Lin Fan raised his hand and punched out fiercely. You overestimate yourself. Evil god was filled with disdain. Blood food actually dared to fight him. He was just asking to die. But when the two powers clashed, evil god's expression changed. How is that possible? He didn't expect the blood food in front of him to be so terrifying. The magma wrapped around his fists actually showed signs of cracking. He then retreated, and the entire sea of magma shook. Not bad. Lin Fan praised. The evil god ranked 22nd was really not bad. In his heart, he estimated the strength of the many evil gods. Although evil god Jinjulai was strong, if he was serious, he would be able to revive in the abyss with just 3 punches. Perhaps only the top 10 evil gods could compete with him. As he hadn't fought with those evil gods before, he was just guessing. Who are you? A blood food like you definitely isn't one of those who borrow evil god power. Evil god Jinjulai asked. He knew about the blood food in this world. Evil gods lent power to these people and used these small blood food to fight against them. But no matter what, it was tough for them to fight them. Lin Fan said, "You evil gods aren't united. A new blood food world was discovered by you and you rushed over. But you don't know about it. I have to say that it is a little disappointing. A new blood food world." Evil god Jinjulai wasn't sure. During this period of time, he had been sleeping beneath the magma and didn't know what was happening outside. Moreover, he wasn't that greedy for flesh and blood, so even if the new blood food world opened, he wouldn't appear right away. Even if he did, he would have to wait until he woke up. At this moment, he knew that this small blood food was strong. But as an evil god, his pride couldn't let him forgive him. Small blood food, you will pay the price for your actions. Jinjulai hollered in rage. Scorching evil god power covered the sky and endless flames burned the land. The noble evil god Jinjulai is the Flame Lord, the creator of flames. Since you dare to provoke me, then you will be burned by endless flames. Head to the abyss to repent. The moment he said this, the flames that covered the sky boiled and surged down. It was obvious that they wanted to cover Lin Fan. Pang! But at that moment, Lin Fan disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of the evil god. He punched and with a pang, evil god felt an irresistible power sweep his body. His head felt like it was as heavy as the entire world. There was a loud explosion. His body fell into the magma ocean and a giant hole appeared in his head. To evil god Jinjulai, everything happened too quickly. Damn! Evil god Jinjulai, who was laying in the magma, showed an unwilling expression. Rage appeared in his eyes and he was on the verge of exploding. Lin Fan landed slowly and stepped on the evil god's face. Evil god, who was prepared to get up, felt a terrifying power sweep towards him. His head was stepped into the magma ocean once more. Don't resist. You are ranked 22 and a little weak. I am not interested in you. I just want to know where the stronger evil gods are. Lin Fan said slowly. His gaze towards him wasn't as curious as before. Instead, it was really calm. Perhaps his opponent's strength had gradually disappointed him. He had totally lost interest. "You small blood food!" Jinjulai hollered in rage. Lin Fan raised his leg and landed. A terrifying power spread out from his leg and pierced a hole in the evil god's head. "Ah!" Evil god screamed. The screams were shocking. To Jinjulai, he had never expected that he would lose so quickly. He even lost to blood food. To him, this was an insult, an unbearable insult. "Pay attention to your attitude. If you don't speak properly, you will suffer," Lin Fan said. He squatted down and patted the face that seemed huge in his eyes. "You have a total of 32 first-class evil gods and you are ranked 22nd. You are so weak that you can't even take a hit, but I am interested in the top 10 evil gods. Can you tell me where they are?" Lin Fan just wanted to deal with these evil gods quickly. Who wouldn't want to have such a good life? But these damn evil gods didn't give him a chance. So he just wanted to send these evil gods who loved to cause trouble on their way. But the rage points that they provided were decent. Although there were few of them, it was a good choice to add points occasionally. "Small blood food, you are asking to die. Evil gods can't die. Even if you kill me, I will revive." Evil god Jinjulai didn't fear Lin Fan's threat at all. To evil gods, what was lifespan? What was death? He felt bad. They didn't understand. Lin Fan took in a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. He raised his hand and gathered sword intent. He waved his arm and sliced Jinjulai's head. "You are so arrogant just because you can't die." Lin Fan frowned. He was unhappy and annoyed. But with the current situation, he had no way to solve this problem. He waved his hands and placed his corpse into the dimension. He brought it back for 9 demon to taste. Anyway, he loved to eat such things. In the deep abyss, evil god Jinjulai revived in rage. Like Lula, Nakya, Gaman, and the other evil gods, they all revived in rage. "Damned blood food, damned blood food!" Jinjulai hollered and smashed his fists onto the ground. But even with evil god's terrifying strength, he was still unable to crack the ground. One had to say that the ground was really tough. Suddenly, Jinjulai looked at the person in the distance and was stunned. He hadn't seen Lula in a long time. Why was he in the deep abyss? "Lula, what are you doing here?" Jinjulai walked over and asked. Lula's expression wasn't right. His aura was weak, like he had gone through something, and the evil god's heart was hurt. Even when Jinjulai spoke to him, he didn't bother. "Lula!" Jinjulai shouted. Lula woke up from his thoughts. When he saw Jinjulai, he was stunned. "So, it is you. Were you killed by those blood food?" Jinjulai's expression was a little unnatural. This wasn't something to be happy about, and it was even a loss of face. He didn't want to reply and just scoffed in rage. "Let's go. I will capture those damn things and drag them into the deep abyss," Jinjulai said. But Lula didn't move. "I won't leave. I will stay here. I can't go out." The three of them showed Lula's determination to not leave the deep abyss even if he died. Jinjulai was confused. What was going on with Lula? He loved blood food. Moreover, he didn't sleep and knew that a new blood food world opened up. He would definitely head to search for blood food right away. He stayed in the deep abyss and didn't leave. That was a problem. But how could he understand Lula's pain? He could tell Jinjulai that he had been eaten by the same blood food 4 times and each time he died in pain. Sometimes that damn blood food would start from his feet to his head. The last thing he saw was the blood food opening its bloody mouth and swallowing his entire head in one gulp. Those scenes were just too terrifying for Lula. Psychological trauma appeared on Lula's body. Lula curled up his body and just sat there quietly. He was still filled with anger the previous few times, but every time he went out, that guy would find him and devour him very cruelly. Only evil gods swallowed blood food. No blood food had ever swallowed them. Chapter 607. U City. Where are Old Wu and the others? Lin Wani sat alone in the courtyard with a wine cup in front of him. Occasionally, he would take a sip, but he had a lot on his mind. During the U City battle, he sent Old Wu and the others away. Logically speaking, they should still be alive. Especially Fan Er's actions, as long as he was still in this world, he would definitely know about it. He knew that there was no danger, so why didn't he appear? Suddenly, Lin Wani's brow twitched. Since you are here, then why hide? He didn't know who it was, but to be able to enter U City silently and have the courage to do so, it had to be one of the sect leaders of one of the top sects in the Four Alliances. Was he forced into a corner by his son and wanted to have a chat with him? Lin Wani's attitude towards the Four Alliances was really tough to say. In terms of hate, he did hate them a little. Now that it was all in the past, there was no point in saying so much. The Four Alliances had paid a heavy price. If they wanted a chance to live, he wouldn't reject them. When he was young, Lin Wani always left a way out for others. Now that he was old, his attitude was much gentler. He wasn't like his son, who as long as they were enemies, he would kill them all. Instantly, a person slowly appeared. You are? Lin Wani looked at the person and was shocked. He actually felt a bit of pressure. He had never seen this person before and it was obvious that he wasn't from the Four Alliances. You are Lin Wani. I heard the juniors say that you are the top genius of this era. Insect Valley Old Ancestor smiled and asked. He walked over slowly and sat down without any hesitation. He poured a cup of wine for himself and took a sip. He was reminiscing about the past. It has been a long time since I drank wine. Lin Wani's expression changed. His words revealed a certain meaning. He looked young, but he was probably an old monster. Who are you? Lin Wani cupped his fists and asked curiously. Insect Valley Old Ancestor smiled. Xiao Chen, a name from a long time ago. No one should know who I am. Xiao Chen. Lin Wani recalled the people he had seen and those legendary people. But after thinking about it for a long time, he was sure that he didn't know this person. He had never heard of this name. Xiao Chen looked at Lin Wani's expression and naturally knew that Lin Wani didn't know who he was. It is normal that you don't know me. I am the Insect Valley Old Ancestor. Xiao Chen said slowly. But to Lin Wani, this news was like a bolt of lightning exploding above his head. Lin Wani was so shocked that his expression changed greatly. Lin Wani had never seen such an expression before. No matter what happened, he would always be able to maintain his composure. However, the words spoken by the other party had caused him to be unable to maintain his composure any longer. Insect Valley Old Ancestor. How was this possible? He had never heard of such a person. Lin Wani did not doubt whether or not the other party was lying. Although the aura that the other party exuded was very calm, there was a kind of fierceness within that calmness. Why did Old Ancestor Xiao come to U City to find me? Lin Wani asked. Xiao Chen smiled and said, I'm just here to take a look. Oh, right, I heard that your son is very powerful. He actually destroyed countless sects that were still standing. I'm very interested. Why don't you let your son come out and let me see what kind of junior he is? Lin Wani said warily, Old Ancestor Xiao, my son didn't attack Insect Valley. He didn't, but I heard that your son cultivated Insect Valley's secret technique, bug controlling technique. Since he cultivated the Old Ancestor's technique, then at least come out and apologize, right? Xiao Chen said. Even though the other party was smiling when he spoke, Lin Wani could tell that there was a hint of anger hidden within that smile. Lin Wani said, "Old ancestor Shao, it was an accident that my son cultivated bug controlling technique. Now that he is not here, we can only meet next time." Old ancestor Shao exclaimed. He looked at Lin Wani and an aura exploded from his body. Lin Wani frowned. His aura was really strong and it made him feel pressured. But how was he a soft persimmon that could be crushed? He stood there fearlessly and didn't move at all. Kiki. Shao Qin saw Lin Wani block his aura and laughed. He acknowledged that he was really strong. Even in their era, he was a really talented person. Father. At that moment, Yongla carried a plate with fruits on it. She heard the servants say that old master was dejected and was alone in the courtyard. So, she went to prepare some fruits. When she reached the courtyard, she saw her father and a young man staring at each other. "Don't come over." Lin Wani stopped him. Now that an aura covered the courtyard, how could a weak woman like Yongla handle such an aura? Old ancestor Shao saw that someone came over and turned his gaze. Although he didn't purposely use his aura to suppress him, the aura in his eyes shifted over. Quang Dang. Yongla's body shook and the fruit plate in her hands fell to the ground. To Yongla, she felt like her heart was being crushed. Her originally rosy cheeks instantly turned incomparably pale. The bracelet on her hand gave off a bright light and blocked a large portion of the aura. This was the bracelet that Auntie Su gave Lin Fan and then he passed it to Yongla. It was impossible for a Dao artifact to block his aura, but at least it could block a lot. Old ancestor Shao noticed that the situation wasn't right and closed his eyes. When he opened them, the aura was gone. If he didn't retract it in time, then Yongla would have died. Lin Wani raged, "Old ancestor Shao, you are too much. As a senior, you are actually pressuring a defenseless woman. Do you want to kill her?" Old ancestor Shao knew that he was in the wrong, but his status and strength allowed him to be high above. "Isn't she fine? She just needs to rest for a while." Rage burned in Lin Wani's eyes and his emotions changed. "Good, you attacked my daughter-in-law and nearly killed my grandson. Even if I am weaker than you, I won't let you feel so good. If you have balls, head out of the city and I will fight you to the death." To Lin Wani. Old ancestor Shao not only injured his daughter-in-law but also his future grandson. If she was left with a hidden injury that affected his growth, what would happen? This was why Lin Wani was so furious. Old ancestor Shao looked at Lin Wani in shock. He didn't expect him to be so emotional. Wasn't she just slightly injured? It wasn't a big deal. Was there a need to be so furious? But to old ancestor Shao, since Lin Wani said that, if he retreated, he would lose face. "Don't push your luck," old ancestor Shao said slowly. He was still really calm but his tone was a little off. Lin Wani said, "Scoff, push my luck. Maybe I am not your match, but since you dare to touch my daughter-in-law, then I won't let this matter rest." Old ancestor Shao looked at Lin Wani. His originally opened eyes squinted. Along with his eyelids falling, a shocking aura struck Lin Wani like a sharp sword. Lin Wani wasn't weak at all and fought him head-on. When the two forces collided, lightning suddenly swam in the surrounding space, making crackling sounds. So strong. Lin Wani sensed huge pressure. Old ancestor was much stronger than him. If this continued, he would definitely lose. But even then, so what? Kacha. Many cracks appeared on the green brick beneath Lin Wani's feet and then it collapsed. The pressure on him was a little too much. "Lin Wani, you are strong but there is a gap between us. I have something to tell you and I don't want to hurt you. But your actions have challenged my prestige and I have to punish you." Old ancestor Shao said. "Scoff." Lin Wani scoffed in rage. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak but that the pressure on him was a little too much. If he opened his mouth, he would lose his aura. Old Ancestor Xiao shook his head. As expected, the era had changed too much. No one knew about his existence. If this was in the past, who would dare to do that? Slowly, Lin Wani's forehead was covered in sweat and the flesh on his face trembled. He felt like he was about to reach his limit and his heart was filled with shock. What era was Insect Valley Old Ancestor from? His peak was Dao Realm Stage 7, so why was there such a huge gap? Lin Wani didn't think that he would lose to anyone. Not bad. Old Ancestor Xiao praised. Lin Wani was really amazing to be able to last until now. His peak cultivation was Dao Realm Stage 9. Even if the Dao patterns above Stage 8 were gone, the aura he had wasn't something that peak Dao Realm Stage 7 could block. Forget it, let's stop here. Old Ancestor Xiao retracted his aura and didn't want to do anything to Lin Wani. Instantly, Lin Wani realized that the aura that was suppressing his body had disappeared. He raised his head and looked at Old Ancestor Xiao. He frowned. I didn't pay attention just now. There is no need to make things unhappy because of this. Old Ancestor Xiao opened his mouth and continued, I came because I have an important matter to discuss with all of you. Lin Wani didn't reply and just panted. Father, I am back. Just at that moment, a voice spread from the distance. Lin Fan came back from the evil god territory in disappointment. Those evil gods were just despicable. They were so infuriating. All of them relied on the fact that they didn't die to do whatever they wanted. Even when facing his attacks, their expressions didn't change. He wanted to learn some useful information from them. It was just too difficult. Oh, that is Lin Fan. Old Ancestor Xiao was interested. He appeared from the stone coffin and learned from the current valley head that there was a really strong young man who suppressed the four alliances and even forced them to disband. Even in his era, such a person definitely wouldn't appear. Fan, you are back. Lin Wani acted like nothing was wrong. He didn't want Fan, to have a conflict with him because of this matter. The short clash allowed him to understand Lin Fan's ability. He was really strong. Chapter 608. Naturally, it felt different when he returned home. He felt much more relaxed. Father, who is this? Lin Fan squinted. Other people couldn't tell, but how could he not? This young but feminine fellow was strong and his body contained terrifying power. The four alliances didn't have such a person. If this person was present when he wiped out the four alliances half a year ago, it would have been really tough for him to wipe out those sections. A guest. Lin Wani said. Lin Fan smiled, Father, when did you have such an amazing friend? Why didn't I see him when the border was in trouble? No, I am familiar with your aura, it is like the bug controlling technique aura. You are from Insect Valley. Old Ancestor Xiao was slightly shocked. He didn't expect him to see through the hidden aura in his body right away. One had to say that he was really amazing. At the same time, he had cultivated the bug controlling technique to a really high realm. Just as Old Ancestor Xiao wanted to say something, he sensed that Lin Fan's aura was a little off. Lin Fan stood in front of Yongla and looked at her ashen white face. He frowned and asked, what happened? He realized that the bracelet on Yongla's wrist had cracks on its surface. Yongla muttered and didn't want to say. She understood her husband. Be good, listen to me. You know that I don't like people lying to me. Lin Fan touched her hair and asked softly. In her heart, her husband was heaven and earth. She said softly, it is him. Lin Fan sucked in a deep breath and stared at Old Ancestor Xiao, you have balls, you even dare to touch my wife. Old Ancestor Xiao said, this is just a misunderstanding. I didn't pay attention and suppressed my aura. Just in that instant, a furious roar exploded in Old Ancestor Xiao's ears. Misunderstanding your head. If I don't beat you up today, do you really think that the people around me are easy to bully? Lin Fan was furious and instantly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared once more, he punched him. Why are you so rash? Old Ancestor Shao was helpless. Were the juniors so impulsive now? It was just a small matter, yet he acted so recklessly. It was truly a little too arrogant. Looking at Lin Fan's fist, Old Ancestor Shao didn't panic at all. He raised his hand and wanted to block it. But as Lin Fan's fist got close, Old Ancestor Shao's expression changed. Not good. This power was not as simple as he had imagined. The power contained within it was somewhat terrifying. Get out of here. Lin Fan released his fist and grabbed Old Ancestor Xiao's wrist. He hollered in rage and tossed Old Ancestor Xiao far out of Yu City. Otherwise, if they fought here, the consequences would be dire. Xiao. Old Ancestor Xiao turned into a streak of light and headed into the distance. Bang! Lin Fan soared into the sky and chased after him. Fan, Lin Wani shouted. He didn't want his son to have a conflict with him, but everything happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared and he couldn't stop him at all. Yongla's face turned even paler. Father, what should we do now? She was so anxious that she was about to cry. Lin Wani waved his hand and said, I'm fine, don't worry. In the distance, Old Ancestor Shao was stunned. This kid was just bluffing and attacked just like that. He was just too arrogant. Just as he was thinking about all this, space exploded and numerous sword intents pierced through heaven and earth. They formed into a dragon that spun over. It was really fierce and he was serious. Not bad sword move. Old Ancestor Shao praised. He raised his hand and focused for a moment. He clasped his fingers together and slashed forwards quickly. Pai Pala. There was the sound of metal clashing. You have some skill. It seems like you know that you have some skill, which is why you dare to be so arrogant. You really don't know your place. I will teach you a lesson later. Lin Fan's words stunned Old Ancestor Shao. The juniors were so arrogant now. He actually said such words to him. Kid, you really are arrogant. I have roamed the world and never met someone as arrogant as you. I want to see how much skill you have. Old Ancestor Shao was so furious that his head was about to explode. He woke up from the stone coffin and knew that evil gods had descended. He had to plan for this and he needed to find the top experts of the world. He wanted to find the sect leaders of the top sects, but who knew that they were all wiped out by one person? Who knew where the surviving sect leaders were hiding? Thus, he came to Yu City to find the expert who wiped out the top sections. Insect Valley Head told him that this kid was arrogant and overbearing. If Old Ancestor Shao went over, things would probably happen. Old Ancestor Shao didn't believe it. But now it seemed like he was thinking too much. They had already fucking made their move. Kiki, this is what I want to say to you. You bullied my wife and you have to pay the price. No matter who comes today, it is useless. Lin Fan scolded. The power in his body boiled and a power current exploded. It caused the sky to shake and the wind to stir. As expected, you are amazing. Old Ancestor Zhao's expression was solemn and he didn't dare to be careless. The aura that Lin Fan gave off was really strong, but there was something that confused Old Ancestor Shao. He was just at Dao Realm Stage 7, so why was the power that exploded out a little off? Just as he was thinking about all of this, Lin Fan clenched his fists and hammered towards the space. With a loud explosion, the dimension was shattered and a tunnel was formed. The power that exploded was like a dragon that roared in rage as it pressed towards Old Ancestor Shao. Pang! Old Ancestor Shao naturally wasn't weak. He slapped forwards and the entire area shook. Lin Fan flashed like he could teleport. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of old ancestor Xiao. A demon ape image appeared and roared in rage. It clasped its fists and pressed forwards. "Kid, don't go overboard." Old ancestor Xiao hollered in rage. He calmly raised his hand to block, and each clash would cause a shocking shockwave. Lin Fan scoffed coldly and didn't reply. He used all his strength to strike him. He didn't expect that he would actually meet an expert who could fight until now. Since he broke through to Dao Realm Stage 7, he hadn't met anyone who could match him. But this fellow was a little strong. Not only did he last until now, but he also had the chance to fight back. In fact, every time the opponent attacked, he would have to use his full strength to defend against it. When experts fought, each move was fatal. Pang! Lin Fan's chest was punched and the blood in his body boiled. Lin Fan didn't show weakness and smashed onto old ancestor Zhao's face. The two of them retreated. "You have some ability." Lin Fan wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Old ancestor Xiao rubbed his face. It was already swollen and it hurt a little. "Kid, you have some ability, but don't think that you can do anything to me. With your strength, I can crush you with one finger." "Ha ha ha." Lin Fan laughed. "What a joke, you can crush me with one finger. Then bring it on, let me see how you crush me." "You." Old ancestor Zhao's body shook. He was so furious that he was shaking. He raised his hand and pointed at Lin Fan. "Your words are just so ugly. If you were born in my era, with your temper, you would have been suppressed long ago." "Kiki, interesting. If I was born in your era, you wouldn't be able to do anything. Maybe you would be like the sects of the Four Alliances, running away and crying for your parents." Lin Fan said. He was very puzzled. What exactly was that era that this guy kept talking about? "You are infuriating me." Old ancestor Xiao was furious. His Dao essence shook and instantly, a black aura appeared on his body. Shortly after, a terrifying aura exploded from his body. This is a merger. Lin Fan was sensitive to the aura of the bug controlling technique and noticed that he was using it right away. He could only smile to express his respect towards him. He was bold. Then, let's see whose bug controlling technique was stronger. Old ancestor Xiao was furious from Lin Fan's words and actions. He was so furious that he was about to explode on the spot. He directly used the bug controlling technique to increase his strength. But shortly after, he realized that something was wrong. The bugs in his body were actually going berserk. He raised his head and looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan's smile caused him to explode once more. "Brat!" Old ancestor Xiao hollered in rage. Lin Fan smiled. "Your bug controlling technique is not bad, but why do I feel that you, the creator, can't compare to me, who hasn't cultivated for long? But to merge, that depends on whether or not you have the ability." Lin Fan opened his fingers and the special Dao essence of the bug controlling technique spread, causing the bugs that old ancestor Xiao accumulated to be in chaos. Shortly after. The moment old ancestor Xiao was furious. He suppressed old ancestor Xiao. Facing an opponent who was on the same level as him, he could only fight head-on. At the same time, Lin Fan was filled with anticipation towards the future battle. It was lonely to be too strong. Only when one met an opponent who was on the same level would one feel happy. The battle didn't stop. Loud explosions rang out. Pang! A person rolled on the ground. As he rolled, he smashed into a stone and flipped over. Cough cough. Old ancestor Xiao spat out blood and his eyes were filled with shock. He didn't expect the kid to be so strong to really injure him. Lin Fan panted and his injuries weren't much better. "You do have some ability, but do you think that you can do whatever you want?" Old ancestor Xiao stood up and his gaze became sharp. "We are on the same level. Your situation isn't much better than mine." "What are you saying?" Open your eyes and look, I am not better than you. Lin Fan used the blood demon reversal technique and his injuries instantly recovered. How is that possible? Old ancestor Zhao's eyes opened wide like he had seen a ghost. This kid was badly injured, so how did he recover so quickly? What secret technique was that? During this period of time, someone actually developed such a terrifying technique. As expected, one couldn't underestimate people from any era. Chapter 609. Why? I am stunned. Lin Fan twisted his neck and hooked his finger at old ancestor Zhao. Come, continue. I want to see how skilled you are. Do you really think that you are a big shot? No matter where you came from or what era you are from, in this era, you have to be well behaved. His words were really overbearing. If one had to say how angry old ancestor Zhao was, there was only one way to describe it. Rage points plus 999. From the start till now, old ancestor Zhao had provided over 10,000 rage points. In the past, there was a limit to rage points and after providing a certain amount, it wouldn't increase. But what was shocking was that old ancestor Zhao didn't seem to have reached his limit. No one knew where his limit was. Too hateful. Old ancestor Zhao clenched his fists. Kid, I have something to discuss with you. For such a small matter, you fought with me until now. Don't you know how to look at the big picture? Stop. Lin Fan raised his hand and interrupted old ancestor Zhao's nonsense. Don't talk to me about the big picture. I don't like to hear those words. What I want to do is the most important. Especially your actions before, if you weren't strong, you would have been a corpse. Old ancestor Zhao could swear to the heavens that he had seen numerous experts in his life and many arrogant people. But in comparison, no one could be more arrogant than this kid. He really deserved to be beaten up and it made one furious. Old ancestor Zhao stared at Lin Fan in rage and his breathing started to rush. Lin Fan opened his arms and was prepared to give old ancestor Zhao another set of punches to send him on his way. Fan, stop. At that moment, Lin Wani walked over from afar. When he saw the injuries on old ancestor Zhao's body, he was slightly shocked. Fan, was so strong. He actually beat him up like that. That was just too overbearing. Father, why did you come? Be careful, I am going all out against him. Be careful that this person is no match for me and uses despicable methods. Lin Fan said. Those words infuriated old ancestor Zhao. This kid's words were just so bad. What was his status? Was he such a person? This was simply slander. Damn it. Lin Wani said, okay, old ancestor Zhao, please calm down. We can put aside what happened before. You definitely have an important matter to come to U City to find us. Then, he looked at Lin Fan. Fan, this matter is settled. Don't continue fighting. Lin Fan was a little helpless, but since his father had already said so, how could he not give his father face? You're lucky. If it wasn't for my father, you wouldn't be leaving here alive today. Listen. Was this even something a human could say? It was too much. This was too much. Xiao Qin had never encountered such a situation before. Now, he could be considered unlucky. Encountering such a person. U City, Lin Manor. There was a reason why Lin Wani stopped this battle. The Insect Valley old ancestor suddenly came to U City to find them for something important. Although his actions were infuriating. But thinking about it, it was indeed unintentional. At the same time, he was the Insect Valley old ancestor. With his status and strength, it was hard for him to think like a normal person. So, he stopped him. Speak, why did you come to U City to find us? Lin Fan sat there and took a bite of the apple in his hand. Old ancestor Xiao was about to explode. Originally, with his existence, he was high above. He was an old senior and all of them had to listen to him. But now, the situation changed. Everyone was on the same level, had the same status and had the same rights. Don't think that just because you were an old-era expert you could do whatever you wanted. Seeing that the other party was still standing there in a daze, Lin Fan could not help but be somewhat impatient and said, "Say something, don't you have something to say? Why aren't you saying it now? You." Old Ancestor Xiao looked at Lin Fan. That expression, that attitude, he wanted to beat Lin Fan to death. Fan, Lin Wani scolded. Although he stood on his son's side, he couldn't treat him so arrogantly. No matter what, it was a little unfriendly. Lin Fan waved his hands. "Okay, then I won't say anything. I will just listen." Old Ancestor Xiao, don't take it to heart. My son is stubborn but he has no bad intentions. Lin Wani shamelessly explained and then said, "But there is something I want to know. If Old Ancestor Xiao is the old ancestor of Insect Valley, then why haven't I heard about it?" Lin Wani didn't suspect that Old Ancestor Xiao's identity was problematic. More importantly, he wanted to know what was going on. It is normal that outsiders don't know about this. Only Insect Valley's valley heads and some elders know about this. Insect Valley was actually created when I woke up due to a special reason. Although I am the old ancestor, I didn't do anything for Insect Valley. So it is normal that I am not famous. Old Ancestor Xiao said. Lin Wani nodded. "I told you that if Old Ancestor Xiao was in charge of Insect Valley, then I would definitely know about your name. Father, let him get to the point. These things are pointless." Lin Fan said. Cough cough. Lin Wani pretended to cough. He said that he wouldn't speak, so why couldn't he help but speak? Old Ancestor Xiao's impression of Lin Fan was really bad. Damn, maybe in a few hundred or a few thousand years, such a person might not even appear. Living was not an easy thing to do, and he still had to court death like this. He didn't even know how he managed to survive until now when he was weak. Lin Fan turned his head and didn't say anything. Old Ancestor Xiao adjusted his emotions. "I came here mainly because of one thing. The ocean eye has opened and it is connected to evil god blood food world. You know about that?" Lin Fan asked. Although father didn't let him speak, when it came to important matters, he was quite familiar. Evil god and the others were giving him a headache. The key was that the evil god was wretched enough, and its undying characteristic was extremely annoying, making it impossible to kill it. If they could kill the evil god, it would naturally not be so troublesome. Even if they knew how to hide, it was okay. As long as he could kill them, one day he would kill all of them. Old Ancestor Xiao said, "Not only do I know, I understand them more than anyone else. Evil gods have existed for a long time and this place wasn't like this in the past. If you personally saw it, you would probably be terrified." Lin Fan frowned and felt that Old Ancestor Xiao's words were really serious. "I don't have any schemes. The reason why I am here is because the ocean eye has been opened. All of you have cultivated to Dao Realm Stage 7 and you know that you can't break through to Dao Realm Stage 8. Actually, a long time ago, Dao Realm Stage 8 existed but due to some matters, I could only reach Dao Realm Stage 7. Old Ancestor Xiao said slowly. He was even recalling the scenes of the past. Lin Fan said, "What was the reason? Were evil gods so terrifying? I went to Blood Food World a while ago and felt that they were just so. Kiki, ignorant." Old Ancestor Xiao said, "The evil gods you met weren't in the top 10, right? You probably haven't even met the 3 pillar gods. Why? Are the top 10 strong?" Lin Fan asked. Old Ancestor Xiao smiled and then said, "With your current strength, if you meet the top 10 evil gods, I suggest you flee. Don't think about fighting them. Maybe you can fight them with your current strength but before you break through to Dao Realm Stage 8 and 9 and comprehend the characteristics, you are still weak. Lin Wani said, based on that, the reason why no one can break through to Tao Realm Stage 8 is because of those evil gods. Right. Old Ancestor Shao nodded. During that battle, 136 Peak Tao Realm Stage 9 experts gathered at the Ocean Eye and had a final battle with the evil gods. That battle was really shocking. Blood flowed like a river and the experts were like cannon fodder. Corpses fell from the sky and piled up on the ground. In the end, with the Tao pattern laws above Stage 8 as the foundation, they were injected into the bodies of the three pillar gods and forced them back into the abyss. Those experts who were on the verge of destruction used their last bit of strength to forge a stone door to suppress the Ocean Eye. They protected this place, but because this world lacked Tao pattern laws, no one could break through to Tao Realm Stage 8. They could only linger around Tao Realm Stage 7. I was one of the peak experts. But everyone died and some were heavily injured. In the end, I had no choice but to seal myself. Old Ancestor Shao thought back to those scenes until now, he still felt terrified. It was too intense. The strength of the top 10 evil gods, the terror of the three pillar gods. If one didn't personally witness it, one wouldn't believe it. Lin Wani kept silent for a moment. When he heard these secrets, he was shocked. He asked. Then, why did Old Ancestor Shao find me and my son? Old Ancestor Shao said, I hope that you can help me get back the missing Tao pattern laws and help the Stage 7 experts of this world step into Stage 8 or even Stage 9. If there aren't more Stage 9 experts, then the next time we face the evil gods, we won't be able to fight back at all. Lin Fan asked, we can get back the missing Tao pattern laws together, but I want to know whether or not we can kill them. Old Ancestor Shao was stunned and then said with uncertainty, maybe. We can. Don't say maybe, I want to know the exact answer. Lin Fan really wanted to know. But looking at his expression, he frowned. Could they really not be killed? If that was the case, then that was a huge problem. Old Ancestor Shao kept silent for a moment, I really don't know. We did kill the evil gods but they could revive in the abyss. As for the three pillar gods, we injected more than Stage 8 Tao pattern laws into their bodies. If they died, then the Tao pattern laws should have returned to this world. But they didn't, so we can only say that they are undying. Chapter 610. So tough. Lin Fan was really helpless. He didn't believe that evil gods were undying. But now this fellow also said that evil gods were undying. Moreover, he paid such a huge price and still couldn't kill him. One had to say that this was a huge blow to Lin Fan. Undying. Lin Fan thought about it for a moment and then said firmly, it's definitely impossible. You guys are definitely not strong enough. Old Ancestor Shao looked at Lin Fan, I don't like your words. What do you mean you aren't strong enough? So many Stage 9 experts and you still can't kill them. Then, tell me, what kind of expert is strong enough? Only those who can totally kill evil gods are strong enough. Lin Fan said. Old Ancestor Shao was lazy to talk to Lin Fan. Whatever he thought. As long as they worked together to find the missing Tao pattern laws, it would be fine. At that moment, Lin Fan thought about something and took it out from the dimension. Look at what this is. I got it from Gamon's body. Old Ancestor Shao took a close look at it. Suddenly, his expression changed. This actually contains the missing Tao pattern laws. How can evil god Gamon's body have these things? They were all shot into the three pillar gods' bodies. Old Ancestor Shao was shocked and filled with disbelief. This contains Tao pattern laws. Lin Fan took it from Old Ancestor Shao and said, are you sure? I am sure. As long as one consumes it, one will be able to comprehend Stage 8. But this amount is only enough for one person. Old Ancestor Shao said. Old Ancestor Shao was really confused. What was going on? Logically speaking, how could this be in the evil god's body? Was it, but thinking about it, it was impossible. He couldn't understand. Lin Fan doubted Old Ancestor Zhao's words and didn't believe them right away. Although Old Ancestor Zhao's words were true, they had only met for a short time. The key was that he was from Insect Valley, so who knew whether or not he was lying? Then, I will let you consume it. Lin Fan tossed it to Old Ancestor Shao. Old Ancestor Shao smiled like he understood why Lin Fan did that. He said regretfully, "This is useless to me. I am already at Dao Realm Stage 9, so I don't need it to break through." Lin Fan snatched the bead back. "What you said might be true, but I don't believe you. It was better to put it bluntly. It would save him a lot of trouble." Lin Wani looked at the pearl and had some thoughts. Before he was prepared to say anything, Lin Fan said, "Father, don't rush. Whether or not this thing is useful is still a problem. Once we confirm it, it will be safer." He wouldn't let his father take the risk. What if there was a problem here? Moreover, he was in the evil god's body. Who knew whether or not he would be infected by the evil god's aura or if he would become the evil god's substitute after swallowing it? These were all things that he needed to pay attention to. He absolutely could not be careless. Sigh. Lin Wani sighed. Fan Er's words made sense, but he really wanted to reach stage 8, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to help much. I am speaking the truth and I didn't hide anything. If you don't believe me, then that is up to you. Old Ancestor Shao said calmly. Lin Fan said, "Maybe you are speaking the truth, but at least I find it hard to believe you now." Old Ancestor Shao waved his hands, "Forget it, let's not talk about this. I need to go back and prepare for the cooperation we agreed on. Since the Tao pattern laws are in the evil god's body, then it is easy. I just need to kill them and take them out." You make it sound so simple. Do you know where the evil gods are hiding? Lin Fan asked. Old Ancestor Shao felt like this kid was going against him. Whatever he said, he would always be able to retort. It was like he would die if he didn't retort. He was about to explode from rage. But forget it, the big picture was more important. Since you are going against me, I will bear with it. Once I deal with the evil god disaster, if I am still alive, I will make this kid cry out in pain. I have an idea. Old Ancestor Shao said. He had an intense battle with the evil gods and knew some methods. But he didn't know whether or not they were useful. He got up and was prepared to leave. Once I am prepared, I will come here to find you. Old Ancestor Shao left in rage. Although he was here to discuss matters, he was infuriated by Lin Fan. He was even a little suspicious. Was it right or wrong to work with this fellow? But he had no choice. He had thought that by bringing peace to this world with his former companions, the younger generation would be able to develop well. But someone told him. That was it. All the sects were wiped out by one person. Old Ancestor wanted to find peak experts but he couldn't find them. No one knew where they ran to. Father, this person doesn't look reliable. Lin Fan said. Lin Wani said, Fan, you can't judge a person by their looks. Although we haven't known each other for long, I think that he is a decent person and he isn't unreliable. Who cares, as long as he dares to do anything wrong, then I will teach him a lesson. Lin Fan was lazy to bother about him. He told his father that he had to go see his wife. Damn, he would remember this and when he had a chance, he would teach him a lesson. In the past, I told you to have a family but you didn't want it, now. Haze. Lin Wani shook his head. He had nothing to say to his son. Look at him, he went to see his wife right after he returned home. Why couldn't he tell in the past? But what made Lin Wani solemn was that he heard everything that old Ancestor Shao said. In the past, there were actually so many Dao Realm Stage 9 experts. But when they fought against the evil gods, they either died or were crippled. One had to say that it was a little terrifying. Lin Wani felt the pressure on his body increase. He couldn't sit still and do nothing. Alliance. This period of time was really dark for the Alliance and many things happened. The turmoil started at the art exhibition center. After the tycoon bought Zhou Daoqi's spiritual world painting at a high price, not long after, the tycoon's family went crazy for no reason. This matter caused an uproar in the Alliance. After all, it was just too weird for a rich family to go crazy. Moreover, this rich family was close to a higher-up in the Alliance headquarters. The two of them were good friends, and after such a thing happened, the higher-up came to investigate. In the end, he placed his target on the spiritual world. At the start, he didn't notice, but he realized that there was something wrong with the painting. He stared at it for a long time and it actually affected his mind. A gray world appeared in his mind and there was a pair of weird eyes staring at him. He brought the painting back and after studying it, he realized that there was an unknown power hidden in it. Those who weren't mentally strong would easily lose themselves and go crazy. Thus, things were much simpler. The Alliance just needed to start from the artist who created it. Zhou Daoqi walked into the sights of the Alliance headquarters. The artist who was in decline suddenly swept the exhibition. At the same time, his style changed. This made the Alliance headquarters feel that there was definitely something wrong with this person. At that moment, outside an old abandoned building, the Alliance patrol police had already surrounded the place. The lights shone towards the abandoned building, lighting it up so brightly that not a single dark corner was left. Zhou Daoqi, you have been surrounded. The Alliance patrol police held a loudspeaker and shouted. He was really afraid of this dark and sinister place. Among the police, there was an Alliance 9-star general. This 9-star general was an expert from Hell Mountain and his cultivation had reached Dao realm. But it wasn't high, so it wasn't a problem for him to solve such small matters. Within the abandoned building, Zhou Daoqi sat there and drew crazily. He didn't care about the situation outside. No matter how loud they were, it didn't affect his desire to draw. At that moment, as Zhou Daoqi's brush continued to fall on the paper, a black mist slowly floated out from the paper and floated in the room without dispersing. If an ordinary person were to look at the painting that he was currently painting, they would definitely feel very uncomfortable. Not long later, with a pata sound, when the painting was completed and the last stroke landed, the brush in his hand split into two. Dee-da. Dee-da. The tip of the brush pierced his palm, but Zhou Daoqi, who was in a frenzy, didn't care about that at all. Suddenly, Zhou Daoqi took out a dagger and smiled. He gave out a weird laugh. He placed the dagger on his wrist and slowly slit it. His skin tore open and his veins broke. Fresh blood splattered onto the canvas. Outside, the Alliance police shouted so loudly that their throats hurt, but there was still no movement. He was thinking about what Zhou Daoqi was doing. Now that he was surrounded, he had no chance to escape. Why not just come out and save himself some trouble? Zhou Daoqi, you have 1 minute to come out, otherwise, we will have to take measures against you. The Alliance police shouted. Maybe because he was too tired, he grabbed his collar and heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, the Alliance 9-star general got up. His face turned cold and there was an unknown rage in him. Okay, there is no need to shout. I will head in personally. The 9-star general from Hell Mountain said. Zhou Yi liked the way people called him now. 9-star general. That was a beautiful change in identity. Although he had fantasized about it in the past, he felt that it was impossible. Who knew that the chance would come just like that? The Alliance was actually controlled by Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island. Just thinking about it made one laugh in one's dreams. 9-star general, we can handle such a small matter. Why do you need to head in personally? The Alliance police said. To him, if he couldn't even handle such a small matter, then he would lose face. Zhou Yi raised his hand and said calmly, there is a problem with this fellow and it isn't something you can solve. Wait for me outside and I will be out soon. The moment he said this, Zhou Yi disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared once more, he was at the entrance of the abandoned building. His body slowly entered and disappeared without a trace. Okay, it will be solved soon. The Alliance police said. The Alliance 9-star general personally headed out, so how could it be a joke? Chapter 611. Time passed minute by minute and second by second. The abandoned building was really silent and there was no movement at all. Weird, the 9-star general has been in for so long, so why is there no movement at all? The patrolling policemen waiting outside were really curious. Logically speaking, with how powerful the marshal was, dealing with a mere painter should have been a piece of cake. How could it have dragged on for so long? Suddenly, something was tossed out from the window. It drew a parabola in the air and landed on the ground, slowly rolling. Go take a look at what it is. The patrolling policeman ordered the people around him to take a look. Someone went to take a look right away. But immediately after, a terrified cry was heard. What happened? The patrolling policeman who was ordered to take a look ran back. His face was ashen white. That is, what is it? The patrolling policeman who was bowing in front of the 9-star general hollered in rage. Seeing how he was trembling, he frowned unhappily. He was so timid and he even came to this job. When he returned, he had to train him. How embarrassing. He pushed that person aside and walked forward. Very quickly. Ah! A panicked scream rang out. He fell to the ground and his eyes opened wide as he looked at the thing in front of him. It was a head. It was the 9-star general who had just entered the abandoned building. At this moment, the eyes of the head were opened wide. Disbelief and panic appeared in his eyes. Maybe when he died, he didn't even know how he died. Just at that moment, a white mist surged out from the abandoned building. What is that? Look, what's this? Everyone panicked and cried out in alarm. The white mist was really quick and instantly covered them. Shortly after, there were screams. Ah! At the same time, there was the sound of something being sliced. It was like someone was being ripped into pieces by something. The white mist was really thick and after it spread out, one could only see a small area. One couldn't see anything further. Chaos exploded. Evil God's power started to invade the Alliance and they couldn't block it at all. Insect Valley. Valley Head, old ancestor went to Yu City to find Lin Wani. You said that it doesn't benefit us at all. Shuo Lai said. This was not what he had expected. When he found out that the person who appeared in the stone coffin was the old ancestor, his heart was filled with excitement. Now that the old ancestor had returned, who in the world could be a match for him? But what happened next, it was a little hard to understand. Old ancestor actually wanted to head to Yu City to find experts to complete something together. This was unacceptable to him. After all, the old ancestor's return used up all of Insect Valley's foundations. This was a fatal blow to Insect Valley. The Valley Master said slowly, Elder Zhua, there are some things that cannot be casually discussed. The great ancestor naturally has his reasons. Although that was what he said. However, from the Valley Master's slightly trembling brows, it could be seen that the Valley Master was also somewhat displeased. It was just that he could not show it because of the great ancestor's status and identity. Each era had its own overlord. Insect Valley was in his hands and now that the old ancestor appeared, it naturally affected his position. Of course, this was not important to the Valley Master. But now that the old ancestor used up all the savings of Insect Valley and the first thing he did after waking up was to do such a thing, the valley head was unhappy. But to the valley head, he had his own plans. What happened now temporarily didn't affect him. Not long later, old ancestor Shao returned to Insect Valley. "Welcome, old ancestor," Shuo Lai said respectfully. Old ancestor Shao acknowledged, "The two of you need to pay attention to the outside world. Now that the ocean eye has opened and evil gods have descended, their abilities are really weird. You need to pay attention to the weird things around." "Old ancestor, are these evil gods really so terrifying?" Shuo Lai asked. "They are much more terrifying than you think," old ancestor Shao said solemnly and then waved his hands, "But it is okay, you don't have to interfere. Just pay attention to the weird things around. I will get all of you the items you need to break through to stage 8. Once your strength increases, you will be able to fight against the evil gods." Valley Head said, "Old ancestor is heading to U City because of Dao Realm stage 8? Old ancestor Shao nodded. He was really satisfied with this Valley Head of Insect Valley. To be able to ensure the survival of Insect Valley when the 4 alliances were wiped out was not bad. After all, that kid's strength was really unreasonable. With their strength, they wouldn't be able to block him at all. Shuo Lai was shocked and his heart burned. "Old ancestor, can we really break through to stage 8? Of course," old ancestor Shao said. For some reason, he felt helpless. Who knew whether or not it was the right choice to inject Dao pattern laws into the 3 pillar gods' bodies, which resulted in no Dao realm stage 8 experts appearing? Shuo Lai was a little excited. After all, who didn't want to become stage 8 or even stage 9 experts? "Old ancestor, since you know the way to break through to stage 8, then why did you tell those people in U City? Isn't it better if only we know? Once we reach stage 8, we can make Insect Valley the strongest in the world." The moment Shuo Lai said this, he felt a terrifying rage strike him. He raised his head and noticed that the way old ancestor looked at him was a little off. "What nonsense are you saying?" Old ancestor Shao frowned and raged. Shuo Lai panicked and knelt down. "Old ancestor, calm down, I didn't mean anything else." "Scoff, listen up. Evil god Calamity is everyone's matter and you are still thinking about scheming against each other. When the evil god descends, even if you have Dao Realm stage 9 strength, you won't be able to live." Old ancestor Shao scolded. The Valley Master said, "Old ancestor, please calm down. Elder Zhua was just complaining because Lin Fan was too arrogant." Old ancestor Shao said, "Remember, this isn't a matter of one person. No matter how strong one person is, it is useless when it comes to evil gods. If Lin Fan was here, he would definitely argue with him." What the hell was he talking about? Because they were too weak, they needed a team. If one person was strong enough, why would they need to work together? They could just crush them alone and that would be the end of it. "Yes, don't worry, old ancestor, I know what to do. Although the 4 alliances have been wiped out, many top sect leaders are fine. If we use Insect Valley's name to summon them, maybe some sect leaders will come." Valley Head said. Old ancestor Shao said, "I will leave this matter to you. In a period of time, I will head to Evil God Blood Food World with Lin Fan. If we are lucky, we might be able to bring all of you what you need to break through to stage 8. Then, old ancestor Shao left. Shuo Lai had his own thoughts. He really didn't understand what the old ancestor was doing. "Valley Head, don't you think that this has no benefits for us at all? If we break through to stage 8, we will definitely be able to wipe out that kid." Why did Insect Valley want to move? Naturally, it was because Lin Fan was too strong and their Insect Valley might not be able to beat him. Moreover, he cultivated the bug controlling technique, which had a huge impact on Insect Valley. One could say that it concerned their core. Valley Head said, "Listen to old ancestors' instructions. Do more and speak less. Don't bother about what you shouldn't. Zhuo Lai sighed and then nodded, yes, I understand. Alliance. The current situation was in a mess. The appearance of the white mist caused the Alliance city to be in endless danger. The mist was no different from normal mist, but visibility was really low. The places that were covered instantly became silent, but as time went on, screams would spread out. There are many people hiding in their homes, and there are many people hiding in the shops. They looked on in terror and their hearts were filled with panic. At the start, some people didn't care much about it. They walked in the mist and thought that it was just because of the weather. But as things happened, they realized that it wasn't the case. There were monsters in the mist. Yan Kun and the 8 island heads left the Alliance headquarters and rushed to the city. What is going on? Yan Kun asked and then asked, till now, you still haven't detected what is in the mist? Very quickly, someone replied. Based on detection, the mist is formed by an unknown power. There are many signs of life within. They aren't humans and might be monsters. Yan Kun frowned. What was going on? Damn. Why did so many things happen after he snatched the Alliance over? Island head Lan Sung frowned, why don't we head in to take a look? With our strength, we shouldn't face any danger. Okay, we can only do that. Yan Kun replied. The mist didn't spread outwards and covered the entire city. But no one knew whether or not it would continue to spread. If it did, even if they tried to stop it, the price would be to give up on the city. Go, let's head in. Yan Kun said. They already controlled the Alliance and if they didn't help, then who else could? Island head Lan Sung and Yan Kun entered together while the others waited outside in case something special happened. The entire Alliance people focused their attention on this place. They looked at the weird things that were happening on the platform. Their hearts started to feel a little uneasy. After all, only half a year had passed since Lin Fan destroyed the Alliance headquarters. They still couldn't forget what happened. Yu City. Old Ancestor Shao arrived. Sect leader Lin, it is about time. We should head out. Old Ancestor Shao was eager to head there to search for evil gods. He wanted to find out some things. If he didn't clarify these things, it would have a huge impact on the future situation. Chapter 6:12. So fast. Lin Fan was still eating and old ancestor Shao was rushing him. This made him feel really helpless. At least he had to let him finish his meal. The dishes were personally cooked by Go Zi and they were really delicious. As a maid, Mu Gang naturally served him the entire time. She took a bowl of rice and placed it there. Old ancestor Shao, let's eat together. Lin Wani said. Old ancestor Shao wasn't moved. Just as he was about to say no, he sniffed. Aiha. This smell was a little fragrant. You are too polite. Old ancestor Shao sat down. He had been in the coffin for too long and hadn't eaten in a long time. Just nice, he could have a good taste. This braised carp was his favorite. He picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. Suddenly, old ancestor Zhao's expression froze. His eyes opened wide like something important had happened. When Lin Wani saw those scenes, he was shocked by old ancestor Zhao's expression. Old ancestor Zhao, are you okay? A long while later, old ancestor Zhao's throat moved and he reluctantly swallowed the fish. He realized that he had lost his composure and waved his hands. I am okay, I just thought about something. Who made this dish? It is really good. I made it. Go Zi said. He was a little unhappy. He spent so much effort to make this for young master. Young master hated Insect Valley and he didn't want them to eat the dishes he made. Old ancestor Shao nodded towards Go Zi and praised him. There was nothing special about this dish, and it didn't cause his cultivation level to skyrocket with just a single bite. It reminded old ancestor Shao of the braised carp his mother made for him when he was young. When he was 13, his mother passed away and he didn't eat it anymore. But that taste was etched in his heart and it was hard to forget. Okay, it is done. Since you are in such a rush, then leave. Lin Fan placed the bowl and chopsticks down. To old ancestor Shao, this was a bolt out of the blue. Sect leader Lin, there is no rush, there is no rush. Old ancestor Shao smiled. It was obvious that he wanted to continue eating. Haze. Lin Fan shook his head in disdain as if he had never eaten before. Forget it, forget it. Who asked my Lin family to eat the most? Hurry up and eat. Old ancestor Shao smiled and moved his chopsticks. He didn't eat anything else and just stared at the braised carp. Other people didn't know what old ancestor Shao was feeling. Only old ancestor Shao himself could understand how he felt. It was pleasurable. It had been a long, long time since he had experienced such a taste. After a long time, only the bones of the fish were left. Old ancestor Shao placed down his chopsticks. It has been a long time since I ate such delicious braised carp. He then cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your hospitality. We should be able to leave now, right?" Lin Fan asked. Old ancestor Shao said, "We can head out." Lin Fan didn't let his father follow and instead let him defend Yu City. It wasn't that he was afraid that his father would be in danger but that he didn't trust old ancestor Shao. God knows what this guy is thinking. If all the experts left Yu City and people ran over, wouldn't they be lawless and out of control? Blood Food World. Two figures appeared in the sky. Eh. Old ancestor Shao was shocked and then he understood something. He said, "Who knows how many blood food worlds the evil gods have occupied? This is a new world." It isn't really new. Basically, they are all occupied by evil gods and only the 12 cities are fighting back. Lin Fan said. Old ancestor Shao said, "That's not bad. To be able to hold on under the full invasion of evil gods, they have some ability." Lin Fan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Ability? Who knows what those evil gods are doing? They are using evil gods' power to defend against evil gods. Do you think that is an ability? What? Old ancestor Shao was stunned like he was filled with disbelief. You said that they are using evil gods' power to defend against evil gods. How is that possible? Why would evil gods lend their power to them? This news was just too shocking for old ancestor Shao. His first thought wasn't which evil god was so friendly but what goal did that evil god have? How could such a thing happen? Could it be that during the time he was in the stone coffin, many things that he did not know had happened? All of this isn't important now. We are here to find evil gods. As long as we find them and deal with them, everything else will be fine. Lin Fan said. He really couldn't wait any longer. Also, he really wanted to meet the top 10 evil gods that old ancestor Shao mentioned. He wanted to fight them and see how strong they were. Don't be rash. Old ancestor Shao was helpless. It was too dangerous to work with such a person. Sometimes, he might really die. Lin Fan was helpless and felt that old ancestor Shao was really slow. Old ancestor Shao said, "Normally when evil gods appear, they will appear on their own. But sometimes, to evil gods, they like summoning rituals. This is the highest form of respect towards evil gods. Thus, normally, as long as one uses the summoning ritual, evil gods won't reject it. That is because they need to appear in front of the summoner with their strongest image." Lin Fan thought about it. Didn't this mean that evil gods were arrogant? That is indeed a good idea. Lin Fan nodded. Although old ancestor Shao was the old ancestor of Insect Valley, to be able to survive from then on, he definitely had many ways. He could use his method to summon evil gods and beat them up. To old ancestor Shao, the battle between them and evil gods wasn't just like this. Many evil god tunnels were opened and many people were corrupted by evil gods. All around, there were people who were corrupted by evil gods who used summoning rituals to allow evil gods to descend. At that time, it was really problematic. They couldn't defend against it. Thus, to understand their enemy, they slowly familiarized themselves with the process. In the end, they found out that the summoning ritual was based on the sacrifice to build a connection with evil gods to allow them to descend. Of course, evil gods wouldn't descend 100% of the time. It depended on their will. Then, let's begin. Lin Fan said. He started to focus and was prepared to learn the summoning ritual. Then, he would be able to summon evil gods himself. Why would he need other people's help? Old ancestor Shao looked around and observed the situation. After confirming that there were no problems, he took out some things from the dimension. At the same time, he drew some complicated patterns on the ground. Lin Fan took a look and gave up on the idea of secretly learning from him. It was best if he didn't think about all that. The summoning ritual had high requirements and he couldn't learn it. Very quickly, a complicated pattern appeared on the ground. Sect leader Lin, when the evil god comes out, you have to cut off the tunnel behind him. If not, he will be able to return to his original spot quickly. Old ancestor Shao said. Understood. How could Lin Fan let the evil god return the way he came? Just come, as long as you can summon him, and if he can return, then I will admit defeat. Lin Fan stopped paying attention to what old ancestor Shao took out to summon the evil god. All of that wasn't important anymore. He couldn't even learn the first step and wanted to learn the rest. Wasn't that just a dream? Lin Fan hid in the air and gathered sword intent. He then said to old ancestor Shao, begin, don't disappoint me. Old ancestor Shao looked at Lin Fan. He really wanted to ask. Why were you disappointed? Did it matter to him at all? Old ancestor Shao took in a deep breath and stood at the side. He chanted an incantation that he couldn't understand. Instantly, the patterns he drew on the ground shone. A weak evil god aura spread out. This was the initial connection with the evil god. But it wasn't the end yet. As for whether or not it would succeed, that would depend on luck. At the same time, who knew which evil god would come? Normally, when people used summoning rituals, they would choose a fixed evil god. Old ancestor Zhao's summoning ritual was to cast a wide net. With his understanding of evil gods, there would definitely be evil gods who would descend to show off in front of the weak living beings. Slowly, the light from the ritual became thicker and thicker. The space shook, and shortly after, it was as if the dimension was being ripped open. Something was about to come out from within. Shortly after, a voice spread out from the void. Who is summoning the noble evil god? There really was an evil god that took the bait. Lin Fan's gaze turned sharp. At that moment, he moved. He waved his arm and the sword intent he gathered broke through the air, instantly cutting off the tunnel behind the evil god. It was just too quick, so quick that the evil god couldn't react at all. The evil god that was summoned was stunned for a moment and then asked curiously, "Who is it?" His reaction speed was a little slow. In case the evil god reacted too quickly, Lin Fan sliced everything. But who knew that the evil god was stunned and only reacted after he sliced it off? Too weak. Old ancestor Shao was disappointed. The evil god in front of him was just a second-class evil god and wasn't much at all. Old ancestor Shao didn't even want to ask for the evil god's name and attacked right away. He opened his fingers and it seemed like heaven and earth was controlled by them. He pressed down and the evil god couldn't fight back at all. With a loud explosion, he was pressed to the ground and fainted. Old ancestor Shao clenched his fingers and the evil god's body shattered. A blood pearl was grabbed in his hands. I didn't expect that second-class evil gods would have won too. Old Ancestor Shao was shocked, but he still kept it. Lin Fan said, "That is a little too much. You didn't even ask for his name and just killed him. Also, you took that thing, but what about me? If you want to play like that, then let's stop." Damn. Old Ancestor Zhao's series of actions stunned Lin Fan. He was an old hand. He was really quick. Not only did he kill the evil god, but he also took away the thing in his body. He didn't even say anything polite. Who was he looking down on? Old Ancestor Zhao said, "Sect leader Lin, he is just a second-class evil god. There is no need to do that, right? Why don't the next evil god be yours, one for each of us, and we can take turns?" "Okay, let's do as you say, take turns," Lin Fan said. Looking at the situation, the blood pearl was really useful. Chapter 613. Old Ancestor Shao was decisive and quick. Lin Fan started to be wary. This person was really smart and wasn't easy to bluff. Take turns. One for each of them. That was a decent choice. Quick, summon the second evil god. Lin Fan rushed. Old Ancestor Zhao's summoning ritual only summoned a second-class evil god. It wasn't much. He prayed that it would definitely be a first-class evil god. "Okay, sect leader Lin, prepare yourselves. I will start the summoning," Old Ancestor Zhao said. He stood in front of the ritual and chanted. Who knew what he was chanting and whether or not it was useful? Maybe this was the so-called style of evil gods. If you didn't chant, you were disrespecting us evil gods. There weren't such complicated processes. Normal evil gods wouldn't come. Maybe evil gods were proud and didn't have friends. They didn't communicate much with one another. Logically speaking, such a situation would only succeed once or twice. After all, as long as one was smart, they would communicate with one another. They knew that there were two bastards waiting for them and they couldn't fall for it. Wang! The dimension shook. The summoning ritual was a success. Another evil god took the bait, and this evil god seemed to be a good one. The evil god's aura was really thick. It should be a first-class evil god. Very quickly, a voice spread over. "The noble evil god Nakya is here." Evil god Nakya was furious and wanted to explode out. He was killed by two small blood food and that was something he couldn't accept. So when he sensed that someone was summoning evil gods, he agreed right away. He was a little stunned during the evil god's summoning ritual, so he missed it. But who knew that someone would summon evil gods so soon? He wanted to descend and let those small summoners see how noble evil gods were. Slash! The moment Nakya appeared, Lin Fan attacked. Sword intent slashed the evil god tunnel. He was really quick and didn't give Nakya a chance to react at all. "Kill him," Lin Fan said. He hollered in rage and waved his arm. A sword light slashed across the sky like it was about to split the sky. Puchi! The sword light sliced off Nakya's spider legs. With a pang, Nakya leaned forwards and his body fell to the ground. Shortly after, he screamed. To Nakya, he was stunned. Damn! What exactly happened? He had just come out of the evil god's tunnel and was just about to use his contemptuous gaze to pressure the summoner, to let the lowly summoner feel how great the evil god Nakya was. Damn it! Something was wrong. His foreleg was inexplicably chopped off by someone. You lowly blood food, you dare to do such things to the noble evil god Nakya. You deserve to die, all of you deserve to die. Nakya roared angrily. He had originally wanted to let these lowly blood food witness his mighty figure, but these fellows did not know how to cherish it. Suddenly, Nakya felt a terrifying sense of danger approaching. Old ancestor Zhao's palm covered the sky and a shocking aura gathered in his fingers. This made Nakia feel huge pressure. It seems to be there. Nakia wanted to say that he had seen old ancestor Zhao before, but how would old ancestor Zhao give him the chance? His palm landed and pressed down. Nakia's body gave out a crisp sound as his bones broke. There were even some bones that pierced through his flesh and were exposed outside. It was a little miserable. Old ancestor Zhao didn't expect Nakia to remember him. But what a waste. He didn't care about Nakia at all. At that time, they didn't care about these levels of evil gods. Instead, they cared about the top 10 evil gods, ancient gods, and 3-pillar gods. These evil gods were the most terrifying. In the past, their Dao Realm Stage 9 experts were dozens of times more than the evil gods. But the gap between the two was just too huge. There were even some Dao Realm Stage 9 experts who suspected. Could it be that they were created by the same creator as the evil gods? Why was the gap so huge? So amazing. Lin Fan looked at old ancestor Zhao's methods and couldn't help but praise. He calmly slashed and Nakia's head was separated from his body. Even when he died, he didn't understand what was going on. He obtained a first-class evil god's blood pearl. Although he wasn't sure whether or not this thing was reliable, since old ancestor Zhao treated it like a toy, naturally, he couldn't give it up. If it was really useful, then wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? Sect leader Lin, your quality is much better than what I got. Old ancestor Zhao said. At the same time, old ancestor Zhao was confused. What happened during this period of time? Why were the Dao pattern laws in the bodies of the evil gods? They injected them into the bodies of the 3-pillar gods to suppress them. Did the 3-pillar gods get the Dao pattern laws out from their bodies and transfer them to the evil gods? That was possible. But he didn't know about the exact situation. If he wanted to know, he had to know some inside information. Lin Fan smiled, it is just as so. But what is the use? I can't even kill them. What a headache. Sect leader Lin, what we are doing now is really important. If we return the lost Dao pattern laws to the world, everyone's strength will soar. Only when we reach Dao Realm Stage 9 can we fight those terrifying evil gods. If not, everything is just empty talk. Old ancestor Zhao said. Lin Fan was really curious. How strong were the top 10 evil gods that old ancestor Zhao paid so much attention to? He really wanted to try. Even if old ancestor Zhao said that he was asking to die and that it was dangerous. But he was confident in his own strength and wanted to see how big the gap was between him and the truly terrifying evil gods. Let's not talk about all this. It is your turn. Don't worry, I am a trustworthy person. We said one each, so one each. Lin Fan said. Using such a method, he could see how dumb the evil gods were. If he could use the summoning ritual to draw them over. Basically, only Stonehammer and the other evil gods were really dumb and not faking it. Old ancestor Zhao didn't want to say anything more. Truthfully, he felt like he had nothing to talk about with this person. With the current situation, their cooperation was still okay and they had some chemistry. He didn't hope to draw many evil gods over. He just needed to grab hold of any chance. The summoning ritual continued. Old ancestor Zhao didn't panic at all. So what if the first one was a second-class evil god? Would he not meet a first-class evil god? Not long later. The space shook once more. Evil god aura spread. Lin Fan decisively cut off the evil god tunnel and then smiled, old ancestor Zhao, your luck isn't that good. The evil god that came out seems to be a second-class evil god. Old ancestor Zhao's expression was calm like there were no fluctuations at all. But a weird glow shone in his eyes. Like he was saying. Damn. He was a little unlucky. The second-class evil god that came out didn't understand what the two small blood food were talking about. But all of that wasn't important anymore. There was no need for him to understand. Right as he wanted to ask, old ancestor Shao attacked and destroyed the evil god. Sect leader Lin, it is good that evil gods can come. What else do you need? Old ancestor Shao smiled and said. He didn't seem to care, but actually, he was thinking that his luck shouldn't be so bad. It seemed like it was an accident. Lin Fan smiled and told him to continue. His luck was not bad. The third one was a first-class evil god. Old ancestor Shao was a little envious, but he definitely wouldn't show it. Lin Fan kept the blood pearl and said helplessly, Old ancestor Shao, my luck is just too good. Why are all second-class evil gods on your side? Kiki. Old ancestor Shao smiled and didn't say anything. Sect leader Lin, isn't that good? If all second-class evil gods appeared on your side, you would definitely say that there is an inside story. Now, it only means that our cooperation depends on luck. But sometimes my luck can't always be so bad. The moment he said this, old ancestor Shao eagerly started to summon evil gods. Don't send more second-class evil gods. He muttered in his heart. There were already a few, and the evil gods would definitely notice the problem. When that happened, it wouldn't be so easy to summon them. The space shook. Evil god aura spread out. Ha ha ha, the noble evil god Locke has sensed your sincere summoning and descended. A giant body appeared in the sky above the summoning ceremony. Haze. This person's luck, it is hard to say. Lin Fan shook his head. He was really impressed by old ancestor Zhao's luck. Even if he was unlucky, he shouldn't be so unlucky, right? Although there were 62 second-class evil gods. But no matter what, there were 38 first-class evil gods. Based on probability, it shouldn't be so tragic. At that moment, old ancestor Shao couldn't maintain his calm expression and became a little annoyed. Impossible. How was he so unlucky? It didn't make sense. It really didn't make sense. When he heard Lin Fan's teasing words, he nearly exploded. But very quickly, he calmed himself down. Sect leader Lin, this is just the beginning. There is no rush. Who knows, maybe my luck will come and sect leader Lin's luck will turn bad. Old ancestor Shao said. Right, there is such a possibility. Then, let's wait and see. Maybe it will be exactly as old ancestor Shao said. Lin Fan smiled. Old ancestor Shao took in a deep breath and started the summoning ceremony once more. He prayed in his heart. He hoped that the evil god that Lin Fan summoned was a second-class evil god. Then, he would be able to laugh out loud and laugh in an arrogant manner. Just thinking about it made him excited. But regretfully. When the evil god appeared and old ancestor Shao saw that it was a first-class evil god, he didn't want to say a single word. Ayaya, my luck is a little off the charts. Evil gods also look down on others. Lin Fan licked his lips and said helplessly. Old ancestor Shao was so furious that his face flushed red. Damn fellow. Wasn't he just lucky? He was actually so smug. He really didn't believe that his luck would be so bad. Shortly after, when the evil god appeared, old ancestor Shao didn't want to say anything. He didn't even want to hear what the evil god said. Bastard. Chapter 6:14. Deep Abyss. More and more evil gods revived here. Each evil god that revived was furious. It was as if the rage in their hearts was about to explode. Damn thing. They actually dared to do such a thing to the noble evil gods. That was unforgivable. But suddenly, the revived evil god noticed that there were other evil gods around which confused them. What was going on? The abyss was just a place to revive, so why were they all here? But to them, being killed by small blood food was an embarrassing matter. So they didn't say anything. Some acted dumb and some said that they were here to take a look. Only a fool would believe such a reason. Many evil gods believed it. Of course, some evil gods didn't hide it. All of you be careful. A small blood food is summoning us and anyone who goes will be killed. I hope that when you face such a situation, don't agree. They respected the evil god who spoke the truth. They even dared to say such an embarrassing thing. One had to say that they were really courageous. So, there is such a thing. How can we let these small blood food be so arrogant? But since they came prepared, they are definitely prepared to deal with us. That makes sense. Don't worry about them. There is a need to tell others in case they fall for it. The evil gods were really afraid too. They were like normal people. The main reason was that they were used to being high up. Now that they were suddenly beaten up, they couldn't act anymore. They even wanted to cry. Old Ancestor Shao, this person is really unlucky. From start till now, don't you think it is weird? These first-class evil gods seem to be enemies with me and I can't even block them. Lin Fan said. But to Old Ancestor Shao, for some reason, he felt like Lin Fan's tone and attitude were asking to be beaten up. He couldn't take it anymore. Before this, Old Ancestor Shao could say that he was just lucky. But why didn't his luck become so bad? He was still able to console himself. But what happened one after another filled Old Ancestor Shao with despair. This wasn't a matter of luck. He was being targeted. Old Ancestor Shao didn't say a word. His body trembled and he stood in front of the summoning ritual. He didn't believe that he would be so unlucky. From start till now, the evil gods that appeared were all second-class evil gods. He chanted. He was filled with anticipation. But the surroundings were silent. Not the slightest movement. Lin Fan said, "It seems like we have gone too far. The evil gods have realized that the situation isn't right and they won't come over. They were killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. They didn't even think about the long-term benefits. No matter how stupid the evil god was, he probably knew that something was wrong. You won't even give me a chance." Old Ancestor Shao muttered and was a little unwilling. He wanted to prove that his luck wasn't so bad but evil gods didn't give him a chance. Then, he looked towards Lin Fan. After all, the second-class evil god's blood pearl was much weaker. Lin Fan said, "Don't look at me like that. I won't trade with you. Moreover, I am a man of my word. One for each of us. You can't blame anyone for having such bad luck. I can only say that you are too pitiful." Haze. Old Ancestor Shao sighed and silently bore with what had just happened. Lin Fan said, "Stop sighing. You have earned a lot but what a waste. This method ends here and the evil gods probably won't come again. Apart from this, do you have any other methods?" Old Ancestor Shao shook his head. "No, this is the only way unless we can find where the evil gods are hiding. Evil gods hide too deeply. I have killed so many of them today." Suddenly, Lin Fan looked at the summoning ritual and said, "You are still summoning?" "What?" Old Ancestor Shao was stunned and didn't understand what Lin Fan meant. "Then, what is going on?" Lin Fan pointed at the summoning ritual. The ritual patterns shone brightly. Such a situation didn't appear before. Old Ancestor Zhao's expression was solemn and his brow furrowed. Instantly, he exclaimed, "Not good, let's go." Old Ancestor Shao thought about it for a while and exclaimed. His eyes opened wide like he had thought about a possibility. Lin Fan didn't hesitate and followed behind Old Ancestor Shao. Old Ancestor Zhao's expression was a little terrifying. He wanted to see what was going on but he wasn't a fool. Since old ancestor Xiao was so terrified, the situation definitely wasn't right. At that moment, two streaks of light flashed across. Lin Fan and old ancestor Xiao ran really quickly and headed into the dimension. Wang! Something happened. A weird light exploded from the summoning ritual. In the blink of an eye, the ritual patterns were covered in a purple veil. There seemed to be numerous eyes shining in the veil. Shortly after, a terrifying aura exploded. A palm like that of a mountain reached out and grabbed towards where Lin Fan and old ancestor Xiao were running towards. The palm passed through numerous dimensions and cracking sounds rang out. Then, he slammed down with his palm, and the entire dimension seemed to be destroyed. Two people fell out from the dimension. Old ancestor Xiao, which evil god's palm is that? It is just too strong. Lin Fan was astonished. They had met a tough opponent. Their escape speed was extremely fast, but they were still beaten out of the dimension. Sect leader Lin, we are in trouble and it is huge. If I remember correctly, he should be the top evil god post line. I didn't expect that we would actually offend him. Old ancestor Xiao was shocked. He panicked deep down. Logically speaking, if the summoning ritual didn't have something special, it wouldn't attract such a terrifying existence. After all, they didn't have the time to descend. Lin Fan said, "It seems like running is a little difficult, why don't we go all out against him?" Don't have such thoughts. Without Peak Dao Realm Stage 9 cultivation, we won't be able to hold on. Old ancestor Xiao said. At that moment, the giant hand clenched and a terrifying power exploded towards Lin Fan and old ancestor Xiao. Lin Fan and old ancestor Xiao felt huge pressure on their bodies. This shocked Lin Fan. He hadn't felt pressure in a long time. Now that pressure appeared once more, it caused the extinguished fighting flames in his body to swell once more. Sect leader Lin, what are you doing? Old ancestor Xiao turned his head and realized that Lin Fan had stopped. He shouted in panic. Lin Fan stared straight ahead and said, "I'm not running anymore. The feeling of running doesn't feel good. I haven't even fought yet and it's a little embarrassing to run away. I might as well fight first. If I really can't win, I'll run. Moreover, they might not have a chance to run now." Old ancestor Xiao wanted to slice open Lin Fan's head. Was there a hole in his head? He had already explained it so clearly, so why didn't he believe him? Forget it. Okay, since that is the case, then let's try. Old ancestor Xiao had clashed with evil god Postline before and knew how terrifying he was. At that moment, Lin Fan's aura reached its peak. He raised his leg and then stomped down. With a crack, endless power exploded from his body and clashed with his aura. Hung Long. When the two powers clashed, they clashed with one another. So strong. This was the first time Lin Fan faced such a situation. But this increased Lin Fan's desire to fight. You do have some ability. Lin Fan hollered and opened his arms. Instantly, the wind surged behind him and power gathered like a flood. When it reached its peak, his arms pushed forwards. Power that was enough to destroy heaven and earth covered and clashed with the evil god's palm. Instantly, a terrifying ripple spread out. Old ancestor Xiao raised his hand and looked at Lin Fan in shock. He didn't expect the kid to be so terrifying. Who knew if he hid his strength when they fought? Kacha! When old ancestor Xiao heard the shattering sound, he looked over in disbelief. Evil god Postline's palm actually shattered. How did he do that? Lin Fan was delighted when he saw that. What danger? It was just so. But shortly after, he realized that the situation wasn't right. Suddenly, his hair stood up and a sense of danger covered him. Xiao! He didn't say a word and just ran. That was too weird. Although he shattered his palm, He felt like he did it on purpose. Sect leader Lin, where are you going? Old Ancestor Shao shouted. Running. Lin Fan said without turning his head. Old Ancestor Shao was stunned. Didn't you want to fight him to the death? Although that was what he said. But Old Ancestor Shao wasn't slow and followed closely. Fight my ass. Lin Fan finally realized what was wrong. That shattered palm didn't disappear but turned into numerous pieces. Those pieces slowly turned into smaller palms. They were closely packed. These palms stacked together and formed an arc like they were about to wrap up the entire area. Damn! What a cunning evil god. He wanted to trap them in his palms. If they were really trapped by him, there would be a huge problem. Old Ancestor Shao wanted to chase up to Lin Fan, but he realized that Lin Fan ran really quickly. Moreover, he was a little shameless. He didn't even tell him when he fled. Such a person wouldn't have dared to form a team with him in the past as he was afraid that he would be betrayed. While Lin Fan was escaping, he was gathering his sword intent to the extreme. These sword intents were all formed from Dao patterns. Numerous sword intents floated behind Lin Fan. Dao returning to one. The sword intents merged and formed a unique Dao pattern sword. Slash him. Lin Fan waved his arm and allowed the sword intent to slash the palms that were stacked together. Pailai Pala. Sparks shone. At the same time, there was the sound of metal clashing. As expected, it is so terrifying. Even this can't break it. Lin Fan frowned and panicked. This evil god was interesting. He actually knew how to lure the enemy. If he wasn't careful, he would have fallen for it. Once he fell for it, the outcome would be tough to say. After a long while, the palms behind him didn't chase and just slowly disappeared. However, a voice could be heard. Shao Qin. Chapter 6:15. Phew, I didn't expect there to be such a terrifying evil god. I nearly couldn't leave. Lin Fan smiled and didn't care about those scenes at all. Old Ancestor Shao was helpless. He was able to smile so happily even after facing the unstoppable power of the evil god. It was really admirable. You know that you nearly couldn't leave? I really can't tell from your smile. Old Ancestor Shao said. Ha! Lin Fan laughed and then said solemnly, naturally, I have to be happy to meet an opponent. Do you know how I spent the past half a year? Old Ancestor Shao was shocked by Lin Fan's expression and asked curiously, how did you spend it? He really wanted to know. Speaking of which, it really makes me feel helpless. Eating and drinking, doing nothing, wasting my life. Lin Fan sighed. He was filled with regret, like he was ashamed of wasting time. Old Ancestor Shao squinted his eyes and didn't want to talk to Lin Fan. What he said was everyone's dream life. He shouldn't have talked about all this with this kid. There was no meaning to it at all and he would even suffer a setback. No problem, your opponent is here. That evil god is post-line, he is ranked first. He didn't die and knows about our existence. The future will be much more interesting. Sect leader Lin, based on what I see, you need to be careful. If you come here often, you might bump into him. Old Ancestor Shao decided that he had to be careful in the future. He definitely couldn't just walk in. Kiki. Lin Fan smiled and acted like he didn't care. But in his heart, he remembered this fellow. He was indeed a dangerous person. He just reached out with one hand and he could suppress them. If he descended with his true body, the situation wouldn't be good. I want to head to the City of Hope. What do you think? Are you going with me or are you going back? Lin Fan asked. Let's go take a look. It isn't a good thing for these people to borrow the power of evil gods. They might not even know which evil god they are borrowing power from. As for titles, they are fake to the evil gods. They can just randomly pick one. Old ancestor Shao said. Evil gods were very sinister. Sometimes, they would give themselves names, such as Faith of Light and Hope and so on. These names sounded very high-end, but in fact, there might be some terrifying evil god behind them. Why do you care so much? This is his faith. Lin Fan glanced and felt that old ancestor Shao cared too much. Speaking of faith, he thought back to his darkness god domain. In the end, this darkness god domain might also be an evil god. The result would make one feel somewhat helpless. Old ancestor Shao shook his head. Even if he wasn't familiar with the humans here, he still wanted to warn them and let them know that evil gods weren't reliable. Evil god Postline was in a deep abyss. No evil god knew where Postline was hiding. Does the source of your hatred come from him? Postline's body wasn't as huge or as vicious as other evil gods. He appeared in human form but was really gray, like he was covered in a veil. He was ethereal, but one couldn't ignore him. Yes, it's him. A human stood below the stone throne. The abyss was a place where no humans could exist, yet a human had suddenly appeared. It was simply too strange. What was even weirder was that this human was talking to evil god Postline. If Lin Fan was here and saw this person, he would definitely exclaim. Wasn't this Alliance 9-star General G? Who knew that he would appear here? G didn't look any different from half a year ago, but his eyes were burning with rage. Especially when he looked at Lin Fan through the mirror, the rage burned even stronger. He wasn't crazy. He was just pretending to be crazy. At that time, he knew that he would die if he continued, but he wasn't willing to die just like that. Even if the Alliance was taken over by Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island, he didn't come out. That was because all of this wasn't important to him anymore. He just wanted to take revenge. To make Lin Fan pay the price. No one knew how many places G went to and how many legends people made up. He was disappointed time and time again. Finally, he found something that interested him from the only remaining old woman in the Alliance. Summoning evil god. G didn't know what evil god was and didn't know whether or not he would succeed. Would he return in disappointment like before? But the old woman told him solemnly that this was something to summon evil beings and would release terrifying demons. At that time, the world would be destroyed and everything would be destroyed. To G, all of this wasn't important anymore. As long as he could take revenge. Even if the world was destroyed, it didn't matter. This summoning evil god didn't summon anything. Instead, it teleported him to the abyss, and in the end, he met evil god Postline. When Postline saw the small blood food come here, his first reaction was shock. Shortly after, he wanted to swallow the blood food. But what shocked Postline was that the small blood food didn't fear him at all. He even sensed extreme rage and hatred from the blood food's body. Noble Postline, why didn't you kill him? With your strength, you definitely wouldn't have a problem. Commander G asked. Don't you think that it would be better if you did it yourself? Postline said, you came to find me and hoped to get help. Now your chance is here. Become an evil god, the vengeance evil god. You will obtain unimaginable power. Commander G's body shuddered. He wanted to take revenge, but the difference in strength was huge. Even if he risked his life, it was useless. Now that the first evil god in front of him wanted him to become the vengeance evil god, naturally, he was emotional. But he was also a bit worried and afraid. Are you afraid? Postline asked. Commander G lowered his head and then said slowly, no. Each time he was afraid, he would think about how his hands were stained with Zhu Daoxuan's blood. Under that bastard's pressure, he had no choice but to do so. I can sense the fear in your heart, but this is your only way out. Become an evil god and you will be embraced by the abyss and receive its blessings. You will break away from your weak body and become an undying vengeance evil god. Postline's voice was loud and it struck G's heart. G's heart shook and then he made up his mind. As long as I can take revenge, I am willing to pay any price. G said firmly. He had waited for half a year and suffered. He had nothing and the only thing he had was this body. Postline said, don't be nervous, it isn't that difficult. To you, you just need to accept the abyss and it won't disappoint you. Shortly after, Postline tossed a beating black heart to G. This is the heart of the abyss. Eat it and accept the embrace of the abyss. You will have nothing to do with your past self and you will become the new evil god. G's eyes opened wide and he looked at the beating heart in his hand. He hesitated for a moment. I know that you have a goal. There isn't such a good thing in the world, but my request is simple. I hope that I can personally take revenge. G said slowly. The moment he said this, G swallowed the black heart without hesitation. At the start, he didn't feel anything weird. But shortly after, G's pupils constricted. His heart was beating really quickly and the sound spread into his ears. Hong! 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 It stunned him so much that he was in a daze. Evil God Postline smiled and saw G's changes. Open your arms and accept the embrace of the abyss. You will feel joy that you have never felt before. At that moment, the abyss shook. To G, it was like many pairs of eyes were staring at him from the abyss. Shortly after, the aura of the abyss spread out and instantly wrapped up G. Not long later, there were screams of pain. G was being modified by the abyss energy. He felt like his body was tearing apart. No. It wasn't like, but he was really tearing apart. He was going to be reborn and form a new body. His original body would be abandoned. Ah! Evil God Postline listened to the screams and was expressionless. This was a normal situation when one was being modified by the abyss. Kacha! Kachi! All sorts of weird sounds spread out. And in this strange sound, there was G's excited voice mixed with it. How strong, is this a new life? City of Hope. To be able to have a safe place in such a situation, the people living here are lucky. But they are also unlucky. They are like animals raised in cages. Old ancestor Shao exclaimed. They were like that in the past, but luckily they had many experts and suppressed the evil gods. Although the price they paid was huge, it was worth it. Lin Fan didn't bother about old ancestor Shao and walked to the entrance of St. Hall. The guards at the entrance of the sacred hall naturally recognized Lin Fan and immediately went in to inform the Holy Lord. Sect leader Lin. Naturally, Mo Fu was happy to see Lin Fan. He then looked at the guy beside Lin Fan and asked curiously, this is? Who he is isn't important. I came to see how all of you are and whether or not you faced any problems. Lin Fan asked. Old ancestor Shao had an urge to beat Lin Fan to death. He didn't care about him at all. That was a little too much. Mo Fu said, there is no problem. Since Fallen City invaded, nothing else happened. Actually, even if there was something, it was hard for them to find out. It wasn't convenient to send information. Suddenly, Mo Fu's heart shook and he sensed something. He raised his head and looked into the sky. There was nothing to see and it was just gray. But his pupils slowly dilated and occupied his entire eye. What happened? Lin Fan asked. Sect leader Lin, something happened. There is one more evil god. Mo Fu said. Lin Fan didn't care, so what if there is one more? It isn't a big deal. To him, other than a few terrifying ones, the rest of the evil gods weren't much. No, it isn't so simple. Mo Fu shook his head and his expression was one of terror. Chapter 6:16. There is indeed a problem. There are a total of 100 evil gods, along with the 3 pillar gods and 5 ancient gods, there are 108. It won't decrease and it won't increase. That is the law. Now that there is one more, this matter is really weird. Old Ancestor Shao said solemnly. He didn't care about Mo Fu's stunned gaze at all. How do you know so much? Mo Fu asked. If they dared to say that they understood evil gods second, then no one would dare to say that they understood them better. Looking at his attire, it was obvious that he wasn't from here, so how did he know? Old Ancestor Shao said, when we fought the evil gods, all of you didn't even appear. I understand evil gods more than all of you. He just climbed out of his coffin not too long ago. Lin Fan said. Mo Fu was stunned. He recalled what old Ancestor Shao said and then asked eagerly, what happened then? Naturally, that is the outcome now. Old Ancestor Shao said. Haze, that's true. Evil gods can't die. Even if we kill them, they will revive in the abyss. Mo Fu was helpless. He didn't know how to deal with evil gods in the future. If they continued to resist, one day they would be destroyed. But to kill evil gods was impossible. Old Ancestor Shao thought back to what Lin Fan said. They used the power of evil gods to defend against evil gods. This method was filled with uneasiness. You are using the power of evil gods to defend against evil gods. I think that this is a really dangerous method. Maybe one day all of you will face irrecoverable problems. I advise all of you to give up on such dangerous actions. It is more reliable to cultivate one's own strength. Old Ancestor Shao used his experience to tell Mo Fu about the disadvantages of using evil gods' power. Haze. Mo Fu sighed, we have no choice. If not for evil gods' power, we wouldn't have the 12 holy cities. We would have died to evil gods. Even if we want to stop now, it is too late. Old Ancestor Shao wanted to help but couldn't. It seemed like no one cultivated in the blood food world. In the end, evil gods lent their power to them to let them see the last bit of hope. Now, it was deeply rooted and it was impossible to change it. After which, the two of them stayed in City of Hope for a period of time before leaving. Insect Valley. If you bring me to Insect Valley, aren't you afraid I will wipe you out? Lin Fan wanted to head to Insect Valley. Old Ancestor Shao wanted to rush back. Although it was a second-class evil god's flesh pearl, it was still second-class. It was better than nothing. Old Ancestor Shao took a look. Sect leader Lin, don't you want to know whether or not this blood pearl is safe? It is good to take a look and you can be at ease. Moreover, Insect Valley didn't offend you. You also learned the bug controlling technique, so you are half an Insect Valley person. Are you really prepared to kill your master? You sure know how to bullshit. To think that you can even link this together. Lin Fan chuckled. Naturally, he didn't think about doing anything to Insect Valley. He really wanted to see whether or not the blood pearl was useful and whether or not old Ancestor Shao lied to him. Old Ancestor Shao led the way and the Insect Valley disciples were all there. They all knew who old Ancestor Shao was. Elder Zhua told them that Insect Valley's old ancestor had returned. This shocked all the disciples. Old ancestor. What kind of concept was that? Valley head, old ancestor is back and he even brought Lin Fan. Zhuo Lai was shocked. He hadn't seen Lin Fan before but his name was like thunder to his ears. Insect Valley moved here because of him. Follow me to welcome him. Valley head got up and said. Zhuo Lai followed behind. He raised his head and looked at Valley head's back. He felt like Valley head had his own thoughts. Outside. Welcome old ancestor. Valley head and Zhuo Lai shouted. Let me introduce you. You should be familiar with this sect leader Lin. Old ancestor Shao smiled. Old ancestor, naturally, sect leader Lin's name is like thunder to my ears. Zhuo Lai replied. The first time he saw Lin Fan, Zhuo Lai's heart shook. He was much younger than he expected. Moreover, he was actually so strong. He had no idea how the other party managed to cultivate. Sect leader Lin. Valley Head cupped his fists and smiled. At the same time, he was shocked. He sensed the aura of the bug controlling technique from him and it was at the peak. This shocked him greatly. I didn't expect Insect Valley to actually move here. Actually, you don't have to be so afraid. I really didn't want to do anything to you. Lin Fan said. But suddenly, a disharmonious voice spread over. Rage points plus 999. Valley Head said, Sect leader Lin's strength is unparalleled. The 4 alliances were chased away, so how can we not move? Lin Fan smiled. He didn't expect this fellow to actually give him rage points. This was something he didn't expect. Looking at the calm and friendly expression on the other party's face, it was as if he was really very friendly. If not for the small support system, he might have been cheated. You are right. If you don't move, maybe one day I will react and Insect Valley will be wiped out. Lin Fan smiled and then looked towards Xiao Chen. When that happens, old ancestor Xiao will feel bad and he might even fight me to the death. Ha! Old ancestor Xiao laughed out loud. After this period of interaction, he realized that this kid's words were really unpleasant. Normally, if one had a bad attitude, they would just explode on the spot. However, to the Valley Master, although he still had a smile on his face, his trembling fingers revealed his true thoughts. Rage points plus 999. Zhuo Lai smiled. Old ancestor wasn't angry, so what did he have to be angry about? Sect leader Lin and I entered Evil God Land and killed many evil gods. We obtained key items that can help you open up Dao Realm Stage 8. Each of you consume one and you will be able to see the path ahead. Old ancestor Xiao said and then took out 2 blood pearls. Valley Head and Zhuo Lai looked at the things in old ancestor's hands in surprise. But this item looked a little weird. Old ancestor, can we really consume this? Zhuo Lai asked. Of course, but your cultivation isn't enough and you need to cultivate for a period of time. But after you consume it, it can open up the path ahead for you. Old ancestor Xiao said. Zhuo Lai didn't even think about it and just swallowed one. He really didn't suspect whether or not old ancestor was trying to harm him. If he really wanted to harm him, then why did he need to go through so much trouble? His throat moved. Zhuo Lai closed his eyes and sensed it. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and joy appeared on his face. I see it, I really see it. Old ancestor, I really see the path ahead. So quick. You don't have to act like that, right? Lin Fan was shocked and filled with disbelief. How long had it been? Wasn't it a little too quick? It seems like that is the case. Old ancestor Xiao nodded and passed the remaining one to Valley Head. He then took out all the pearls on his body and crushed them before scattering them into the sky. These are all Dao pattern laws. Since there is enough, then let them return to the world. Although there are few, at least they exist. He did this because he wanted the world to return to how it was in the past. Sect leader Lin, now you should believe me, right? Old ancestor Xiao asked. He knew that Lin Fan didn't believe him. Now that Zhuo Lai personally consumed it, if he still had any doubts, then he had nothing to say. That seems true. Lin Fan said. Just at that moment. Old ancestor, I am about to break through. Valley Head just swallowed the pearl and the door to Dao Realm Stage 8 opened. His strength was already at peak Dao Realm Stage 7 and when the path ahead was fully opened, it was time for him to advance. Old ancestor Xiao nodded his head in satisfaction. Valley Head was really talented. He had been stuck at Tao Realm Stage 7 for a long time and should have broken through to Tao Realm Stage 8 long ago. But unfortunately, if the Tao pattern laws weren't missing, maybe with his talent, he would have reached peak Tao Realm Stage 8. He was just a step away from Tao Realm Stage 9. Lin Fan looked at Valley Head. His aura was climbing and he had indeed broken through. But the Tao patterns didn't change. Thinking about it, the Tao pattern laws were missing, so how could the Tao patterns change? It was just that his strength increased to Tao Realm Stage 8. Not bad, you did become a little stronger. Lin Fan praised in a gratified manner. It was as though he was a senior looking at the improvement of the younger generation as he revealed a fatherly smile. Valley Head noticed Lin Fan's weird smile and rage rose in his heart. But because Old Ancestor was beside him, he suppressed the rage. Old Ancestor, my strength reached Tao Realm Stage 8 but the Tao patterns didn't change and there are no new characteristics. Valley Head said. Old Ancestor Shao said, that is normal. The Tao pattern laws are missing and we don't have enough laws to make up for it. But it is okay. One day we will be able to make up for it. Lin Fan didn't understand the situation they were facing. He had a small support system and breaking through had its own effects. Tao Realm Stage 8 needed Tao pattern laws but he didn't need them. Old Ancestor Shao, I will leave first. If there is anything, contact me. Think about whether or not there is a way to kill the evil gods. Lin Fan said. He then left Insect Valley. This thing was really useful. He was going to give it to his father and the others. To let them become Tao Realm Stage 8 experts. Old Ancestor Shao looked at Lin Fan's back view and was thinking about something. The blood food world that the evil gods occupied was more complete. Who knew whether or not he could use that world's complete system to raise his cultivation? But the problem was that the blood food world that the evil gods occupied wasn't a Tao Realm law world. If he really wanted to borrow it, that would be the same as coming into contact with a foreign cultivation system. It would be really difficult and even impossible. Valley Head and Zhuolai sent Old Ancestor to rest. Until Old Ancestor left. Zhuolai wanted to talk to Valley Head but he didn't know what to say. Chapter 617. What do you want to ask? Valley Head saw that Zhuolai wanted to say something, so he asked. Zhuolai walked forwards and said softly, Valley Head, should we tell Old Ancestor about Monster Emperor? After all, Monster Emperor's formation was an accident. At the same time, he changed the bug controlling technique. That isn't a small matter. You don't have to worry about this. I know what to do. Valley Head kept silent for a moment and walked into the distance. Zhuolai wanted to chase but a voice spread into his ears. You city. Fan, I was shocked and thought that something huge had happened. Who knew that the path ahead that I couldn't see would become clear? When Lin Fan came back, before he could tell his father about the blood pearl, his father told him something that made him a little confused. How was that possible? How could father see the path ahead? Suddenly, he thought about a possibility. Old Ancestor Shao shattered the remaining blood pearls and allowed the Tao pattern laws to return to heaven and earth. Although there was little and it couldn't change heaven and earth, at least it proved that there were Tao pattern laws in the world. Father was too strong and was a peak expert in Tao Realm Stage 7, so he was more sensitive than anyone else. Thus, when a thread of Tao pattern laws merged into heaven and earth, his father had already caught it. One had to say that it was amazing. It was so strong that it was a little scary. Father, try it again. Lin Fan took out the first-class evil god blood pearl and shattered it in front of his father. Instantly, Tao pattern laws spread out. Father was stunned for a moment like he didn't expect that Tao pattern laws would appear. But he couldn't think too much about it. He absorbed the Tao pattern laws right away. Shortly after, Father's aura became more and more terrifying. It was like a pile of firewood being lit. As it burned, the flames swelled up. I broke through, but unfortunately, I lacked Tao pattern laws. Father said. Lin Fan said, Father, I have no choice. These Tao pattern laws are in the evil god's body and I got them by killing them. He still had some blood pearls left. These were left for Water Emperor and Su Changsen. As for returning the Tao pattern laws to heaven and earth, he couldn't do that. He wasn't that noble and naturally, he was thinking about the people around him. Father, you should think about it first. Your child here is going to look for Yongla first. Lin Fan said. Without saying anything more, he left right away. Lin Wani had already broken through to Tao Realm Stage 8, but he only had strength and didn't have any special abilities. This greatly reduced his strength and he could only use 30 to 40% of Tao Realm Stage 8's strength. Since Lin Fan was in such a rush, naturally, he wanted to spend some time with Yongla. It was a little cold after going out for a while. I need to have a good warm-up. He had to maintain his body temperature. At night, most of them had already fallen asleep. Lin Fan looked at Yongla, who was sleeping at the side. He covered her with a blanket and got off the bed. He got dressed and pushed the door open. Come out. You want to find me, but you're hesitating and acting like you don't dare to find me. Why? Am I that scary? Lin Fan said to the air. Very soon, a black shadow slowly appeared. It was hard to see what it looked like, but it was just a black shadow. I have long heard of sect leader Lin's name. Now that I see you, you really live up to the rumors. The black shadow said. Stop playing around. Now that I hear such fake words, my head hurts. Get to the point. Why are you not sleeping and looking for me? Lin Fan asked. Okay, then I will be direct. I want to work with sect leader Lin on something. The black shadow paused like he was waiting for Lin Fan's reply. But why would Lin Fan speak so much nonsense to him? He nodded. Continue, I am listening. The black shadow said, I know that sect leader Lin has been searching for traces of evil gods and is also searching for a way to kill them. But one has to say that evil gods can't be killed and they are really problematic. Normal methods are tough to kill them. At the same time, the Tao pattern laws of this world are in the evil god's body. But it is tough to make them return. So, I came to find sect leader Lin to work with you on these two things. As long as we work together, I can ensure that the Tao pattern laws will return. At the same time, those evil gods won't revive. The black shadow said what Lin Fan and the others needed to solve. But there was a problem. Was Lin Fan a fool? He definitely wasn't a fool. Tell me who you are first. Lin Fan asked. The black shadow said, who I am isn't important. The key is that I can help you and you can help me. It is just so simple. Lin Fan thought about it and said slowly, you are an evil god, right? Huh? The black shadow was stunned like he couldn't react. He then smiled, how is that possible? The black shadow felt a little guilty and found it unbelievable. How did this person know that he was an evil god? Was it a guess? Or could it be that he had exposed himself? You still dare to say no. Although I can't see your face, your nervous expression betrayed you. Since you are here, then let me see who you are. Lin Fan grabbed towards the black shadow. With a puchi, he grabbed with his fingers and the black shadow cried out. He left the ground and flew towards Lin Fan. But to the black shadow, he couldn't be grabbed. He self-destructed. You will regret it. These were the last words the black shadow said before he disappeared. Lin Fan shook his head and felt that things had become a little complicated. What was going on with the evil gods? One side wanted to invade and the other wanted to work together. Was there an internal conflict? In the distance. Lin Wani stood there and looked at the situation. When the black shadow entered U City, he noticed it but he didn't do anything. He wanted to see what the black shadow wanted to do. He didn't expect that. His son was rash and didn't even talk much to him before he killed him. Wasn't that just sowing hatred? Father, nothing. Let's go back to sleep. Lin Fan said. He turned around and continued to hug Yongla to sleep. Was such a life uncomfortable? Why did he have to do such things? It was so boring. Lin Wani didn't care much about it. Evil God Masaki was furious. He didn't expect the cooperation to fail. There was definitely something wrong with Lin Fan's head. If there was nothing wrong, then why did this happen? Gu Yuan and Su Yuanming worked with him but their strength couldn't keep up. Naturally, they could suppress some weak evil gods but if they faced some strong ones, then it would be problematic. Moreover, the two of them couldn't be trusted. They were just using one another and being wary of one another. The evil gods had started to invade. But his strength hadn't recovered yet. He had to think of more ideas. Of course, evil god Masaki was searching for other sect leaders to enter evil gods' territory to find evil gods and kill them. Only then would he be able to recover his strength quickly. But all of this was filled with danger. He had to be careful. King Wudong lost himself. Under evil god Masaki's corruption, his remaining consciousness disappeared and he became Masaki's servant. He was also a weak servant. Alliance. The situation there wasn't good. White mist covered a city. Yen Kun and Island Lord Lan Sung entered and faced some danger. Many monsters attacked them from all directions. Although these monsters were weak to them, it seemed like they couldn't be killed. After killing one batch, another batch would appear. Moreover, the white mist was spreading. It spread really quickly like it wanted to cover the entire alliance. The alliance headquarters used methods to control the white mist and didn't let it spread. But this wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that such things happened in other cities too. Evil god power was everywhere. Many people in the alliance were infected. They were scattered all over and apart from looking weird. If one didn't get close to them, one wouldn't notice anything wrong with them. But once they summoned evil gods, they became terrifying. Temporary headquarters. Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island higher-ups were gathered here. Their expressions were ugly and they were really worried. The alliance was their alliance and they were in charge, so naturally, they couldn't allow such a thing to happen. Yen Kun, what should we do? We have no idea what is going on. Island head Lan Sung asked. The other island heads sucked in a deep breath and their expressions were solemn. Yen Kun said, we have all been inside. Those are strange creatures we have never seen before, and there are many of them. The citizens are fine hiding in their houses, but as soon as they come out, they will be killed. We have already told the citizens to stay in their houses and sent people to deliver supplies. But that won't do, many of us have died. At that moment, everyone was in deep thought. This matter was a little problematic and they had never faced such a situation before. They didn't know how to solve it. Why don't we give up on the city and save the people? Someone suggested. But some people agreed and some people didn't. Just at that moment, someone hurried in. The white mist dissipated. When everyone heard this, they were stunned for a moment. Then, they were overjoyed and immediately rushed over. When they arrived, they noticed that the mist seemed to have a mind of its own. It retracted and retreated into the distance. What is going on? Yen Kun asked. But they didn't know what was going on and they were all lost. Deep abyss. You knew evil god actually dared to stop an old evil god from invading blood food world. But forget it, I will give you face. A monster like evil god hollered. However, this evil god monster was injured, as if it had just been through a battle. G's aura was a little weak and he was badly injured. He had just fought with him. That is my home. If you dare to invade again, I will fight you to the death. G's voice was cold and had no emotions at all. Scoff, fight to the death. Even if I don't invade, evil gods will. At that time, let's see how you will deal with evil gods stronger than you. The evil god was filled with disdain. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.